Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Incora County Ground here at Derby for the second day of this LB County Championship Division 2 match between Derbyshire and Leicestershire. As always, Derbyshire would like to welcome the players, officials and supporters from Leicestershire and the umpires for this match, Jack Shankly and Hassan. Provided conditions remain as they are, play is expected to start on time at 10:30 in about 7 minutes' time.
Well, a very good morning and welcome to the Incora County Ground, where, remarkably, we're going to start on time. It was raining earlier on today. The lights are on. There is a uniformly grey sky up above, and there appears to be lots of rain around as well. But we are going to start on time, which is excellent news. Derbyshire are in a very good position. It might not be excellent news for Leicestershire necessarily. They need early wickets here because Derbyshire will start on 57 without loss. Reese on 26, Billy Godleman on 25, and that's in reply to Leicestershire's 249 all-out. Sam Connors with career best figures of 5 for 51. He was very pleased last night when I spoke to him. And Ben Aitchison with 3 for 46. The bowlers to shine was a wicket each for Anuj Dal and Alex Thompson as well yesterday. Derbyshire in a very strong position in this, the final match of the campaign in the county championship. Looks as though Chris Wright, 6 overs for 20 last night. He's going to open the bowling from the racecourse end. And he's going to be bowling to Billy Godleman. Umpires Jack Chantry and Hassan Adnan. Hass is at square leg, and Jack Chantry is at, talking like I know them both. I've met both of them on a number of occasions. Hass, former Derbyshire player, of course, Hassan Adnan. Jack Chantry, the former Worcestershire man. And we're about to get underway. Let's play. Here is Wright on his way in and bowls to Godleman, who almost gets a leading edge into the back to the bowler there. It just dribbled out into the leg side, so he's sort of got away with one there. Started a bit early, in actual fact. 27 minutes past 10. How about that? It's dry. Let's get out there. They did take a reading last night when they took the players off. We lost 3 overs yesterday, and only 3 overs. It was a remarkable achievement to get through the, well, it wasn't an achievement, to get through the full day, as Wright is in again, and Godleman turns that down to fine leg. That'll be 4. And it is. And Derbyshire up and running. They move on to 61 without loss, and Billy Godleman up to 29. His high score of the season, don't forget, 43. Yet to get a century there, a half century therefore. Obviously, if his high score is 43. So much batting to come that Leicestershire really needs some early breakthroughs. Rowan Walker at first slip is warming up as though he's going to be the first bowler from the City end as and when this over finishes. Here is Wright again. 61 without loss now, Derbyshire. He's in and bowls and leaves that one alone outside the off stump. It's not taken cleanly by Harry Swindles behind the stumps. There were a couple of occasions yesterday when, a little unusually, Brooke Guest didn't take the ball cleanly, so clearly there's a bit of wobble out there. It's just fooling the wicket keepers. Currently, Derbyshire trail by 188 on first innings at the moment. This is defended by Godleman out into the offside. Fielder takes his hands out of his pockets to do the fielding and then plunges them straight back in. It's not nice out there, I think it's fair to say. I'm glad we're in here. We've got the window open and it's pretty chilly. I'm not looking for sympathy, by the way. Just a statement of fact. But it is unpleasant. It's no longer cricket weather. As Wright goes in and bowls to Godleman, who pushes it out into the offside once again. And for the second time in a row, it's fielded by Sam Evans in the covers. .63 without loss. Despite the big scoreboard, the old scoreboard saying 57. Takes a minute or two to warm up that one. Next delivery is pushed out off the back foot to Sam Evans in the covers. Again, there's no run. There was a no ball in there, so it's 63 without loss. I missed the no ball. Get in touch with us in the usual way, whatever that is. Final ball of the over is left alone by Billy Godleman. That goes through to the keeper. It's the end of the over. Good morning to everybody who's listening. Still to do the half time, but if you want to take up the cudgels, I'll go across and do it over here. We've had an over.
We have.
How's your microphone?
I think it's sounding all right
You're
this
right.
morning.
You're
How
right
does
this
that
morning.
sound? That
Yeah,
sounded
it sounds
right.
all right to me.
Morning, everybody. The scoreboard frozen into last night's score at the moment has not moved, but we can assure you, Derbyshire 63 without loss, and it looks like it's going to be Roman Walker who's going to take up the attack for Leicestershire from the city end of the ground, coming in and bowling to Lewis Reese outside of stump. Reese, as he did so often yesterday, just steps forward and lets it go through to Harry Swindles outside the stumps. I suggested to Tom Scriven, who I spoke to at the close of play yesterday on behalf of BBC Radio Leicester, that perhaps the Foxes Simmers hadn't made the Derbyshire openers play enough last night. We had 15 overs, 14 overs last night. Should have had 17, but in fact we did amazingly well to lose only 3 throughout the day, and they left an awful lot. In goes Walker, bowls, that's a straighter delivery, and Reese does have to play, and does so successfully, just pokes it out into the offside. Eddie Barnes is the fielder.
I do think you're a bit quiet, actually.
Right.
If you take the spongy bit, you can look, and that's the way. There you go. Yeah, that put it there and stick your sponge on.
Switching it on would have helped, wouldn't it?
No. Well,
Oh, did you switch it
I
off?
switched it off so that
Right.
you could, well, are you going to leave the sponge off? Excellent.
In goes Walker and cut away. Well, I can at least see
Well,
which way the microphone is facing on that
you're
basis.
too loud now. No, you're not. You're not. You're not.
Cut away to backward point where Rahan Ahmed is the fielder, and as I think will be the case throughout much of the day, having fielded the ball, the fielder immediately plunges and returned it to Swindles, who's got gloves on. The fielder immediately plunges hands deep into pockets.
Sam Evans did that before. He fielded it 3 times in a row. Minimal time out of his pockets, his hands.
Walker is in fuller, and Reese nonetheless goes back and plays it back down the pitch towards the Welshman, who, having fielded in his follow-through, throws it to Parkinson, his captain, to do a spot of polishing. 3 slips, Budinger at first, Kimber at second, Evans at third, standing fairly close together. In goes Walker, bowls very full outside off stump, however. And again, Reese can let it go. Speculating just while you were doing your update that they must have let at least 30% of the, or were able to leave 30% of the deliveries last night in the 14 overs that we had, and slightly similar start to this morning's proceedings.
You've been an absolute mess over there. What are you doing?
It keeps twisting. Hopefully it would stay in position now. As Walker is in, that's a better delivery. I think Reese brought his bat back inside the line as it went through outside of stump, but close enough to make him think about it at least. 63 without loss. The scoreboard is back with us. It looks not unpleasant out there, but we know different.
Well, it's not nice, is it?
It's very, very chilly.
Yeah, it's not nice at all.
11 or 12 degrees, something like that, but with a chill factor, I suspect, that makes it feel rather worse than that.
We know it's 14 degrees on the Wirral, because my... why does it say the Wirral? I've never had this switched on in the Wirral, ever. That is bizarre.
Where's the Wirral? Is that sort of Tranmere area?
Yeah,
is that the other side of the Mersey?
Birkenhead, yeah, absolutely. Must know who I support. Right, he's in, bowls to Godleman, who pushes it out into the offside. Evans does the fielding again, as he has done to the majority of the balls that Billy Godleman has faced so far. Started 3 minutes early. I have no idea why.
What is the forecast for today? Do you?
Yes, I did look at
it was very ropey, wasn't it? But it may be improving slightly.
I think the Met Office one's pretty good. In comes Wright again, and Godleman splashes that one away to point for 4 runs, much to the delight of the supporters down below us. And he scatters a couple of crows as well, who were on the field of play. It's his second boundary of the morning. He moves on to 33 now, and Derbyshire to 67 without loss. 33 from just 51 balls. Often felt this perhaps might be the way for Billy to go. 11 degrees, it reckons. The highest percentage chance of rain comes after 6 o'clock tonight, when it only moves up to 30%. Tomorrow looks, well, it's no warmer. Well, it is a little warmer, 14 degrees forecast for tomorrow. And Thursday, should we require it, it's 15 degrees.
Should we require it?
What are you saying?
Forsooth.
I can't imagine that Derbyshire will probably want to be batting first thing tomorrow morning as well, if they can.
Indeed.
And that will be the plan. They're already well on their way here at 67 without loss. That next delivery from Wright is left alone outside the off stump by Godleman to go through 2 swindles. We saw 4 bowlers yesterday. Wright and Walker, who've opened up this morning, as well as Scriven and Barnes, who bowled a couple of overs each. Poor old Ed had a bit of a problem with his first over. He conceded 19 runs, including a couple of no balls. It was all a bit messy. But Scriven 2 overs for 9. Walker's bowled 7 overs for 9, which is a decent effort. As Wright is in again and forces Godleman to push it out into the offside. Inevitably, Sam Evans does the fielding. So the lights are on. I'm not sure how dark it would be if they were off.
There's plenty of blue around, isn't there?
And the main shadow, there is one main shadow. It suggests that there's some watery sunshine coming from somewhere. Unfortunately, at the moment, the sun is away to the left, which is where the cloud is. Billy Godleman stepped away. Stepped away quite early there, and I don't think Wright was concentrating, because Billy Godleman was standing some distance away from the stumps as Wright was about to get to the crease. And of course, he's got to toss the ball away to Ed Barnes as Chris right now for him to polish it again, even though he's just polished it and nothing's happened to it.
So that's the 3 minutes that we started early, made up.
Yeah.
Unnecessarily.
The first batsman to pull away in the entire match. You wouldn't have got particularly good odds on that. This one strikes him on the pad, hurries him. Ball dribbles out into the leg side. It's fielded by Scriven. And there's no run. Yes, the gentleman who was sitting with his arms wide apart on one of the seats at the far end of the ground, pretty much in what is effectively the sight screen. I don't think he'd have been there. Look at that sunshine.
Bright.
Too
Beautiful
bright.
sunshine.
Lights superfluous as Wright bowls and Godleman defends. And that is the end of the over. 4 runs from it. Derbyshire have moved on to 67 without loss from their overnight 57. Billy Godleman has 8 of the 10 runs so far. The other 2 coming via a no ball.
Looking away where the weather has been coming from, we look fairly set fair for the next, however long, but are the lights of the sort that can be switched off and on fairly quickly?
No,
or
I don't think so.
Okay. Or once on, they have to stay
20
on.
years old.
Right.
Like Essex or Taunton.
Walker. In quite a short run, and Bowl just tucked her into the leg side. I think he got a little bit of bad bat onto that Lewis Reese. Single is taken, he did. Just dropped it down towards short leg. Lewis Hill came running in to field, but a comfortable single taken. I think over the years of watching Godleman, if anything, his sort of twitches and idiosyncratic movements at the crease have become even more exaggerated. But it works. Well, it hasn't really worked for him this season, but it's working for him in this innings. 33 not out. Approaching his best score of the season. 10 more will do it, and he has Walker to step away. Well, that's the Godleman of
It's also
we know and love.
I think he's stepped away because that sheet at the far end blew.
Well, it's going to be billowing, you know, unless they can do something about it, and he's just going to have to get on with it, I'm afraid. It's still at the moment, but it will billow.
Oh, it's going to billow.
If he steps away again, there'll be mutters, I suspect. Walker has been to walk all the way back to his mark. Is in, goes past the outside edge, beats Godleman comprehensively. First time this morning, I think.
I think somebody came in through the gate behind the...
behind the 10-foot brick wall.
Behind the pavilion, and it put him off there.
Yes, possibly. Possibly. As well bowled by Walker. He's running in bowls outside off stump again, and this time Godleman can leave and does safely, lifts his bat high over the line over the ball. Maybe 20 people in that temporary permanent stand over there between the boundary and the gym. A few more in front of the pavilion and in the East Midlands demolition stand, and down below us, sadly, the lady with, oh no, they are there, those little knitted models. In goes Walker, bowls, tucked off his legs off the back foot by Godleman, only as far as Hill at mid-wicket.
They're having it bad in Birmingham, aren't they?
Are they still off there?
Well, the match start delayed, due to start at 11:15, but they'd lost a lot of overs yesterday. Only bowled 41 overs. And we bowled 93. Well,
we've been lucky.
We didn't, obviously, but...
As I say, I came through some awful weather on the M1, just at the 20 miles from Leicester. But here we are, in glorious sunshine, as Walker is in outside off stump. Good lift and carry, but again, he's not making Godleman play. He's been able to leave the last two deliveries. 68 without loss, 27 Reese, 33 to Billy Godleman, building a very decent foundation here. Derbyshire. Prospects of a first innings lead improving all the time. Walker is in and bowls, and goodness me, beats Godleman all ends up. Went to a little bit low outside off stump, but, well, Godleman got himself in a horrible position there. And it looked like it might just have snuck through the clip the outside edge. It didn't. He survives. So a mixed over from Walker, but he did beat Godleman twice in it. A little bit of hope for Leicestershire. The ball is, of course, only, 20 overs old, so it should be pretty close to its best at the moment. From a bowling point of view, that is.
And almost from a batting point of view, really, because when it does get soft, the game sort of grinds to a halt, doesn't it? Batting and bowling. Two slips in the gully now as Wright begins a new over to Reese, who pushes it out into the onside. And there's no run. Jack Shantry and Billy Godleman deep in conversation. Again, it'll be Jackson. You remember that? That one that I got to nip back and bowled off the wrong foot.
Nah, mate, nah.
No. It's right again, balls to Reese, who cuts actually between second slip and gully, not entirely where he was intending it to go. It's gone down to third man for 4 runs. It was on the floor, but he certainly didn't mean it to go there. And Reese gets his first boundary of the morning. He moves on to 31, and Derbyshire 72 without loss. I suppose if you're going to cut it hard into the ground, you've got half a chance of getting it through any kind of slip cordon, but there was a gap there. And as a result, first boundary of the morning to Lewis Reese. They appear to have put an extra barrier up at the far end to prevent people from walking across to the seats, which are acting as a sight screen, presumably knowing that Billy Godleman was going to continue to bat this morning. I don't remember that big red line being there yesterday. As Wright is into Reese. That one cuts back a little bit. Reese allows it to go through to the keeper. Fewer people in today than there were yesterday, sadly. That's what you're going to get when you play cricket in the middle of winter. So we can build a big indoor arena and have the temperature something approaching pleasant. And they insist on.
I wonder if somebody will one day.
Yeah, I don't see why not. They play baseball indoors.
Exactly.
You can't be beyond the realms of possibility as this next delivery strikes the pad of Lewis Reese. Would have pitched outside leg. It's hurt him as well. He just throws his head back there, Lewis Reese, and goes for a little walk. He's trying not to show any pain, but he's not doing a very good job of it. Leicestershire fielders trying to G themselves up. They certainly practiced hard this morning. In goes right again, and that one's left alone outside the off stump by Reese. They were out there a lot longer than Derbyshire were.
Derbyshire anticipating a day in the pavilion for the most part.
Well, yes.
You would hope.
Yes, they'll hope so, aren't they? They've said that whether Sam Connors gets to bowl again, not sure, but 48 wickets for the season. It'd be nice for him to get a couple more. As in comes right and bowls to Reese. It pushes it out into the onside. It's gone to Barnes. It was, I'm not sure if he was on his heels or just a bit sluggish, but they get through for a comfortable single in the end. As Reese calls Godleman through, and he pinches the strike as well. He moves on to 32, and Derbyshire 73 without loss after 5 overs this morning. They trail by 176.
I was interested to read Sam Connors' quotes at the end of play about how miffed he was feeling when he took those last 2 wickets at the close. As I think we remarked on it at the time, that he looked extremely
didn't look
miffed,
happy at all, did he?
Very fed up with life. Then came back, whipped a couple of wickets, finished with a nice 5 for not very many. Walker comes trotting in and bowls outside off stump, full and driven, not with the full weight, if you like, there by Reese, guided, but made sure he got it in the gap between extra cover and mid-off. Picks up a couple of runs as right, having just finished his over, has to go running back to the wide long-off boundary. Gets a good throw away. Reese nonetheless just picks up a couple, then wanders down, sees something on the pitch that he is in his eye line, picks it up, flicks it away. Everything happening very slowly as a consequence this morning, and now Wright and Walker are going to have a chat, and the chat continues, and Barnes eventually throws the ball to Walker. We're finally ready to go again. Walker is in and bowls straight. Reese goes back, works it off middle and leg out towards mid-wicket, where Hill is the fielder. Tom Scriven below us at long leg with his very new Leicestershire cap. Leicestershire staying at the hotel we can see from here in the media centre, which used to be one kind of hotel, it's now a Travelodge, I think. As Walker is in, bowls turned off his legs neatly by Reese. Scriven is running up towards the ball, should be a second. Godleman, as ever, hesitates, but Reese doesn't, and he's running to the danger end, always 2 there, and Reese called his captain through, ordered his captain to come through. He moves on to 36, 77 without loss. I wonder how early Parkinson might think about bringing himself on.
Quite.
One would perhaps hope so, because there's not much happening. Walker managed to beat the bat a couple of times in his previous over. Again, an unnecessary delay, one feels. Well, Wright walks across to Walker. They talk about the ball, and Walker sort of polishes it with 2 hands on his right thigh before coming running in and bowling very full, blocked out through mid off, and Wright manages to tumble across to his left to make the stop. I thought for a minute it was going to bounce underneath him there. He did move across fairly deliberately. He's a big tall man, but he did manage to get down and make the block successfully. Otherwise that would have run out to long off.
We saw a couple of fielders slip yesterday, didn't we? And it will be damp. It was that very fine rain when I was walking to the car to come here this morning. Having not rained at all when I took Bertie out for his walk.
Walker, a short run in, bowls outside off stump. Reese steps forward, but the ball did nothing. Just let it go through to Swindles. Another Bertie will be coming, four-legged variety that is, will be coming to the ground today.
Oh, excellent.
Having run his marathon on Saturday.
Get them up here in the box.
Say hello. Yeah. Oh, absolutely. And we have biscuits. In goes Walker and turned. Foolish delivery. Off the straight by Reese, but got plenty of bat on it. Turned it out to mid-wicket. Swindle's hands started to go into the air behind the stumps, hoping it was going to sneak through onto the pads. It didn't. Hill was the fielder end of the over. Comfortably played, you would have to say, by Lewis Reese. 36 to him, 33 to Godleman, 77 without loss. So 20 added without real alarm this morning by these Derbyshire openers.
Well, Godleman's faced the majority of the deliveries, I think, this morning, and he's been beaten a couple of times. Mainly by Walker. They eat human biscuits then, do they?
Oh,
the dogs?
Yes, very much.
Excellent.
Very much. We'll have to get in a stock of digestives or something.
Can't have chocolate though, they're poisonous, isn't it, to dogs?
I believe so.
Wright's just picked up the little white disc that is for the bowlers to use as a marker. He's just chucked it about a yard further up. I don't think he uses it at all. Comes in and bowls to Godleman, who clips this one down to fine leg for a single.
Given how precise they are, usually with a tape measure.
I know, he just sort of lobbed it, didn't he? I don't think he uses it, though. I think he's got the green spray out there, or they've had the green spray out there, and they've all marked their run-ups.
Which doesn't stop them bowling no balls, as Leicestershire have found.
Well,
perhaps if they just dragged it back an inch, the tape measure, I don't know.
Well, I heard a theory that you push it forward an inch, because when you bring it back, you're reaching, and that can force you to... I mean, I don't know. I never used a tape measure when I was marking a run-up. As Wright is in, and that was a good delivery left alone by Lewis Reese on length as much as anything, as it comes back in towards him and probably goes over off stump. No oohs and ahs though. Yeah, I mean, I used to mark it out. You almost ran your run up the wrong way, didn't you?
10 paces, heel on the line, starting backwards. That was it.
Reese waits as Wright bowls to him again, and he pushes this into the onside. Comfortably enough. There's no runners. It's fielded there by Tom Scriven, mid-wicket.
I think one of the differences with first-class cricketers from club cricketers, well, obviously other than the level of talent, is the extent to which they do use the crease. Certainly the batters stepping very deep back in when club cricketers are always sort of nervous about hitting the stumps or something like that. Yes. I think first-class cricketers are aware how much room they've actually got and will bat very deep.
Right, next delivery is left alone outside the off stump. When it was, I think it was one of the young lads from the Leicestershire Academy who's here. Left armour, floppy hair. He was bowling, but they'd put a water bottle halfway between the edge crease, whatever that's called, and the stumps, so that he had to actually bowl within that little, so he wasn't wandering all over the crease when he was bowling to try and get into some kind of rhythm pre-game. This next delivery's a fuller one from Reese, and he doesn't really time that. Goes out into the offside. It's fielded by Evans, and he punches his bat Lewis Reese not happy.
Jake Hull, his name was.
Hull.
There you go.
Yeah, he was running in from the city end when they were practicing this morning when they were warming up. But they definitely were restricting where he could bowl from. I assumed it was nothing to do with anything being damp because that's all been well covered, the square. Reese waits just the 2 slips now for right, and Reese gets right behind that one and pushes it out into the offside. Evans does the fielding, 1 run from the over. 78 without loss. Derbyshire trailing by 171.
Parkinson having a word with Scriven, who probably isn't too far away from being brought on. We approach the half-hour point.
We do.
So I might get to part way through Walker's next over before having to pop it next door.
Depends how many times Billy steps away, really, doesn't it?
Well, all right, decides to have a long conversation with his
As he's
seam bowling partner.
As he's doing at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. They do bowl their overs terribly slowly unless Parkinson. Ahmed whips through his, which is great to see. Walker is in. Godleman is defending on the back foot off stump out into the offside. Right, jogs up to pick up the ball.
Derbyshire aren't particularly quick either. I mean, we finished at 6:15 yesterday, and we lost 3 overs as well because of the light, and that was largely, almost entirely down to Derbyshire's sluggish over rate. But I think they were only -1 at the end.
Plus they took 10 wickets, which was decent. In goes Walker, bowls outside off stump. Godleman goes for the big drive. Didn't get anything on it. It was too far wide. Swindles dived away to his left, touched it with his gloves as Budden stepped away at first slip, but all he did was just divert it a couple of inches, and it runs on down to the boundary for 4 byes.
We saw a few
That's
of
a
those.
piece of
didn't we?
cricket.
We saw a few of those yesterday. Brooke Gasty's been pretty tidy all season, just struggling. I was wondering whether the ball was wobbling after it. He didn't take one cleanly in the first over, Swindles, and we saw Brooke Gasty, a few of them hit him right on the end of his glove. The ball's just wobbling after it goes past and fooling the wicket keepers.
Walker is in, down the leg side this time, and Godleman steps inside it. It was quite a long way down the leg side, but it looped. So Swindles didn't have to dive. He could run across to his right to take it two-handed. A couple of rather ordinary deliveries from Roman Walker. It's been, one has to say, a slightly ordinary start from Leicestershire. Walker is in, bowls outside off stump. Better length, but direction still awry in that it didn't require Godleman to play a shot, so he didn't. A better pop next door.
I was wondering when you'd panic. I'd have gone much earlier than you. There's nothing worse than missing a ball or two when you know you're supposed to do one, then you just arrive a split second too late. Roman Walker, 2 deliveries left of this over. He's in and bowls, and Godleman drives out into the offside. They're going to get a single here because Ed Barnes has misfielded it horribly. It's just hit him and looped away. I couldn't understand quite how it managed to get where it got, but it did. And Godleman moves on to 35 and Derbyshire to 83 without loss. "26 runs added in the first half hour as this next one is turned into the leg side by Lewis Reese. And there's no runs, so 10 overs for 15, Roman Walker. 10 overs for 36, Chris Wright. Are we going to see a change now, or Tom Scriven isn't going to come on? He's just taken Chris Wright's cap and handed it to umpire Shantry. Jay on news again this morning and this afternoon. With his silky voice. Here's Chris Wright beginning a new over from the racecourse end. It's in and bowls to Godleman, who pushes out into the offside where it's fielded by Evans. And there is no run. They are underway everywhere else in the second division. Worcestershire 195 for 8 against Middlesex at New Road. Glamorgan 243 for 4 in just 48 overs and 5 balls against Sussex at Hove. And Notts at 289 for 3 against Durham at Trent Bridge. Right is in again. No run. And they've made a very good start to the morning, Jay of Derbyshire. 83 without loss. They've added 26 runs in the first half hour. Lewis Reese has moved on to 36. Billy Godleman on to 35. Leicestershire in desperate need of wickets here because Derbyshire's plan will be to bat all day today and into tomorrow, I imagine, and only bat once in this game. It was all set up by the career best 5 for 51 from Sam Connors yesterday as Leicestershire were bowled out for 249. Derbyshire in reply, 83 without loss, trailing by 166. All done and dusted for another half an hour. We can get back to the rhythm of the game. If indeed there is a rhythm. It's slightly too stop-start for it to be rhythmic. 83 without loss is right. Runs away from us and bowls to Godleman, who leaves alone. Outside the off stump, ball goes through to the keeper. Ed Barnes warming up at mid-on. Just keeping himself warm, possibly. Still contemplating that remarkable piece of fielding a few minutes ago where he got down into the long barrier and it seemed to bounce and hit him on the shoulder. No idea how the ball got there. But it did.
But he did manage to get something behind it.
Yes. Just about. Could have been his teeth. It goes right and bowls to Godleman, who leaves alone outside the off stump. We've got people in various states of dress, really. There's I don't know if it's a steward or just somebody in a very bright green jacket underneath the old scoreboard. He looks like he's got all his clothes that he owns on. And he's standing next to a man who's just wearing just a blue top.
Well, down below us, I think if you're out of the wind and in the sun, there's a few shirt sleeves down there. So, yeah, absolutely. It can happen. Did a game at Welbeck a couple of years ago. One side of the ground were in shirt sleeves, the rest in.
Right, bowls to Godleman, who turns this one into the leg side, up towards Barnes at a wideish mid-on. It's the end of a maiden over from Chris Wright. His first, 11 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 36, and Derbyshire remain 83 without loss.
You may have played that Welbeck colliery ground.
Yeah, nice, isn't it? EU money. There'll never be another. No, Derbyshire played a one-day game there. 17, possibly. Made their highest score they'd ever made against Nottinghamshire and lost by 100. Usual drill.
Yes. Yeah, we've been there twice, lost the toss both times. Got bowled out for not very many. It was all over by sort of 4 o'clock.
Pizza for lunch, though, I remember.
Yes, stone-baked. Stone-baked.
Yeah, very nice. It's funny how that stands out more than the actual result.
Yes, the one pleasant aspect of the day.
It's a strange place to get to as well, isn't it? It's sort of down a lot of country lanes, and it's in the middle of nowhere.
Absolutely.
But pleasant enough. Not been to Grantham.
No.
Where they've started playing again, Nottinghamshire. I think they're playing Durham there.
Despite it being in Lincolnshire, Grantham, isn't it?
Yes. Yeah.
Eddie Barnes is coming on to replace Roman Walker at the City end, and he's going to hope he'll be bowling a better first over than he did last night. Round the wicket he comes to Lewis Reese, and that one is a delivery that is going to concede runs because it's on the legs of Reese. Just tucks it down off the back foot towards Scriven at long leg. Scriven has to come running in a good 10-15 yards to get to the ball to prevent a cheeky second.
Nick's back from his holiday. He's been in Spain.
I think they had a bit of bad weather over the last day or two, but I'm told it's much better there
Elvira.
now.
He was. I don't know whereabouts that is. He arrived back in Manchester at 9:30 this morning.
Elvira, wasn't she the wife? That rings a bell. Lady's name as well. It was in. Wasn't she a witch? In goes Barnes and clipped in the air for a few feet by Godleman out to mid-wicket. It was full and on his legs. Bounced a good 2 or 3 feet short of Lewis Hill. Took it neatly two-handed low to his left at mid-wicket.
If only I had a way of finding these things out. Oh, the internet.
I can't do two things at once, but there was definitely a TV character, Elvira.
Cassandra Peterson played her.
Oh, there you go.
The horror hostess character Elvira, Mistress of the Dark.
There
What have you
go.
been watching?
No, I'm just saying, it's I think it's quite old, that. In goes Barnes and bowls outside off stump. Big stride forward and a big leave, as ever, from Godleman.
It appears to be on the Costa del Sol.
There we go. Okay.
It's Elvira,
Ah.
which is why that isn't the reason I'd never heard of it. He said he can't believe how cold it is after 30-degree heat in Spain. Let's hope that Derbyshire get a good score today. Look, yes, indeed. Looking forward to coming to the county ground tomorrow. Might need my overcoat. Yes, overcoat and possibly 2 jumpers.
Yep.
It'll be good to see you, Nick, if
Wrap
we
up
bump
warm.
into each other.
Wrap up warm. Barnes is in. Bowls from very wide, very full, and driven away by Godleman to extra cover for 4. It was a half volley. It was in the slot. Didn't have to put in a big stride. Billy Godleman timed it nicely. And he picks up 4. Moves on to 39. That highest score of the season, very much now within reach. And in fairness, he's played rather nicely.
Yeah,
this
he's done
morning.
okay today, hasn't he?
Once you get past the sort of little idiosyncrasies and irritations from the fielding side's point of view, he's timed the ball very nicely. Right, as ever, slows things down. Everybody stands waiting while he polishes the ball, the bottom of his sweater, before tossing it back to Barnes, who, again, conceding runs in his first over of the day. 5 of them so far. He is into Godleman, who's going to pick up more runs there as he turns the delivery off his legs out towards deep backward square. Scriven has to come running in. He has a long way to run, though. He gets there, and he gets in a good throw, but Godleman judged the second perfectly. He moves on to 41 now, within 2 of that best score of the season. 90 without loss, Derbyshire.
This is now his second best. He got 40 down at Glamorgan. Something to build on for the next game, I suppose. Whatever that is.
Yes. Oh, Lewis. Barnes. Longish run, staying round the wicket. Bowls. That's better. Straighter. At least brings Godleman forward in a solid defensive shot. Even so, 7 runs off the over. Reese 37, Godleman 41. Looking for an over rate on the board, but at the moment it seems to be level. At least it's blank anyway. Leicestershire's bowling coach Alfonso Thomas walking around with an inscrutable expression upon his face. I suspect he won't be over-impressed with what he's seen so far this morning.
No. He's been engaged by those Derbyshire fans. Chris says he was at Welbeck a couple of Sundays ago with his son. Even more delightful as he had to be at Spondon at 9:30 for an under-19 final, which was 100 balls aside, which I can't say I approve of. Then at Welbeck for 1:30 for a 40-over game. Chris Wright's going to continue. Lewis Reese on strike, 90 without loss, Derbyshire. He's on 37 is Reese, and he leaves the first delivery of the new right over alone as it passes through to the wicket-keeper. All the usual ways to get in touch. I can't remember them, but they, you'll know what they are. You'll have heard us rabbit on about them enough. Fox's Cricket 22.
At Fletch Sport.
Yeah. FletchCricket@gmail.com. They're all there. Any other way. Give us a ring. This next delivery is left alone outside the off stump by Lewis Reese. That'd be good, wouldn't it, if we had the ability to actually put callers on while they were watching or listening.
As long as we had a bleep button.
Yeah. What did you make of that last over? Well, be like Colin from Portsmouth off the Exploding Heads. As long as you finish with love to the family, I'm happy. That's about my favourite thing on social media at the moment. Reese waits. In comes right, bowls outside the off stump. Reese leaves it alone and it goes through to the wicket keeper. Again.
Yes, mine is probably the sort of daily highlight from Alan Partridge.
Yes, there have been some belters just recently, haven't there? In his list yesterday of crank callers.
Don't stop me now.
Is it B. Oddie? That's Bill Oddie. He's not a crank caller. Where's he on the list? Here's Lewis Reese waiting for right, and he cuts it straight into the ground, and Rian Ahmed at backward point does the fielding.
He'd had a full English breakfast this morning. I'd like to have that 3 times a day, but I'd be dead. He said.
It is magnificent. 90 without loss.
You can gather that
Nothing's
events
happening.
are fairly uneventful out there at the moment. It looks fairly straightforward.
Right, he's in. Bowls to Reese. At least he makes him play it. And then as the ball goes back towards Chris Wright, he kicks it. And it actually lands on the back of Billy Godleman's leg. And he bends down and picks it up and gives it to him. Of course, he doesn't keep it. He gives it to Parkinson, who I think has just told somebody that he's going to be bowling the next over at the racecourse end, but I didn't see who it was.
I guess Scriven.
You think? Yeah.
I think it would be nice to see one of the spinners just have a try.
I'm not sure if he was pointing to Ahmed. It comes right and balls. That's driven, but straight to Sam Evans in the covers, and it's the end of a second successive maiden over from Chris Wright. 12 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 36. His figures are now Reese has 37. Godleman has 41, 2 away from equalling his high score of the season. Derbyshire 90 without loss, trailing by 159.
Out comes the helmet. A helmet for Harry Swindle. So Barnes is presumably going to continue.
Yeah,
so
he's
he's going to
taking his
stand up to
sweater off.
Barnes, is he?
Yeah, that's an insult. No, he's not.
Oh, is it going to be for a short leg? No, it is going to be for Swindles.
No. But Barnes, Barnes is putting his sweater back on his
so
ball,
maybe he's
one
going
over.
to change ends, something like that.
Yeah.
And Parkinson. He's going to have a go from
That's
the city
That's
end.
what he was saying. You come down here, and I'll go over there.
To hold now from the city end, Callum Parkinson.
There we go. Oh, they've changed their mind.
Yes.
Oh no, they haven't.
I think he ought to offer an opinion. I'm not sure that's the right thing to do. However,
Don't give my ideas.
yeah, why not? In his last match, as on the mic, is that? Am I right?
What?
The gentleman,
John
the
Brown.
announcer, John. It's going to be his last match.
I believe
on the
so.
mic.
I believe so.
Surely a little bit of leeway would be granted in the circumstances. Parkinson's going to go over the wicket to the left-handed Godleman, just 2 away from that best score. In he goes and bowls. He's forward. It's too full, and he can just work it towards point and jog a single in that curious sort of stuttering, pigeon-toed run of his. He does. Moves on to 42, 91 without loss. Kimber is at slip. Ahmed is at short-ish mid-wicket. There for the clip in the air by Reese. as Parkinson goes in, tosses it up outside off stump, not taken by Swindles, bounces off his knee out towards Walker, who is on the 45 on the leg side. But it does so quickly that there's no chance of a bye being taken. Parkinson is in, played firmly on the ground past Ahmed, but only as far as the relatively conventional mid-wicket, who's a little bit wider, a little bit deeper. Barnes behind Ahmed. He's got a deep square on the boundary. Scriven. Parkinson is in. That is down the leg side, taken at the second attempt by Harry Swindles. Bounces up and out of the gloves, but into the air. He's also got a sweeper on the offside. Long on is back as well. It's actually a sort of semi-defensive field as Parkinson is in better line and length. Reese is forward, getting to the pitch of it, just defending it out into the offside. Evans, who's in the covers, comes into field. Parkinson, sun glinting off his tonsured head, bowls on the legs of Reese. He works it out into the leg side, but only as far as Walker on the 45. Parkinson, having bowled that last ball of the over, then immediately signals to the pavilion, I think, for more pads. So whether Ahmed might get a bowl as well. It's going to be interesting to see who bowls now. It will be Barnes, so they have swapped ends.
That would have been a bit cruel, wouldn't it? Thanks, Ed.
Yeah, seen enough.
2 last night, 1 this morning. That's no.
Take a rest.
Yeah. Lewis Reese has got some fresh gloves brought out to him by Matty McKeon. Keaton Jennings is out. 199.
Oh.
He made. He's on to 1,233 runs for the season. May not bat again. Who knows?
Say unlikely to
May not bat again.
Really. So how many does Wayne need if and when he comes in
Well, that
today?
would involve me doing maths.
Sorry.
No, you're all right. 52 behind Jennings, I think.
All right. I wonder if he's aware, do you think?
Oh, Wayne will be aware.
Will he?
I think so. Here's Barnes in and bowls to Godleman down the leg side. He's feathered it through, has he? No. I thought for a moment Godleman was walking. He's certainly walking towards square leg, but merely to lean on his bat, and Jack Chantry was unmoved by the appeal. It wasn't a full-throated. He's definitely hit that kind of appeal. It was more of a, please, please, we've been playing for 50 minutes and we haven't done anything yet. Can we have a wicket? He would have been thoroughly hacked off Godleman had he got out for 42, I'm sure, as he has a wild swing at that one outside the off stump, misses it, goes through to Swindles, but that could have led to disaster as well. There were only 2 slips there, but he was reaching an awful long way for that ball. No real need for it. Yeah, Lancashire 459 for 6 against Surrey. I can't imagine for a minute they'll be wanting to bat again. But if they do, of course, Jennings will open the batting, so he does have power to add. This next delivery from Barnes is short of a length and dealt with quite well by Godleman. He pushes it down into the point region where Rian Ahmed does the fielding. He's got 2 slips, a third man who's quite wide, point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a long leg. There's Ed Barnes. Getting plenty of encouragement as well. As he's in to bowl to Godwin, who leaves alone outside the off stump for it to go through to Swindles. Again. 91 without loss, trailing by 158. Yeah, 52. I keep doing that maths now because I'm never 100% sure. Good innings from Keaton Jennings. Perhaps he should play for England, who knows? Or Compton or Hamid. Next delivery from Barnes is left alone. It moves away of the pitch. It's taken well low down to his left by Harry Swindles. So if they picked players on form, Manoj Dal would be in the frame, but he won't be. May go on an A tour. If he doesn't, it would be a travesty. It's only my opinion, of course. In goes Barnes again, and balls to Godleman, who's beaten outside the off stump. That was a good delivery from Ed Barnes. Squared him up through to the keeper. He's been a little unfortunate there as Barnes, but he has got himself a second maiden. 4 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 26. That was much, much better from the racecourse end. I can't remember if he bowled, how much he bowled here, if he bowled anything here when he came on loan from Yorkshire. He certainly would have made his debut at Durham, but it chucked it down the entire night. So they didn't play. That's when I interviewed him, and the next thing is he was gone. He must have played here, but I don't recall.
A young man it is quite impossible not to warm to as an individual. It's a really lovely chap.
Ed, oh yeah.
But, it's not been a great season for him. He had a good season last season. Season with a certain amount of promise shown. You'd have to say he's probably gone a little bit backwards this season. Hasn't played as much as he would like, and he's a sort, I think, who needs an awful lot of overs in him. In goes Parkinson, bowls, goes back. Reese fiddles it rather out into the offside, a little uncertainly. No great turn being shown as yet for Parkinson. There's a little bit of bounce there for him, though, which is something. Staying over the wicket, of course, to the left-hander he is in. Reese is forward, turning his wrists on the defensive push out into the onside. He heard the call of no as he saw it going past Ahmed, but more or less straight to Barnes. Ahmed might be worth, it will be surely worth a try at some stage if there's a bit of bounce. In goes Parkinson, tosses it up a little bit too full though, so Reese going forward can get to the pitch of it, clip it past Ahmed out towards long on. Lewis Hill is out there. He's been in conversation with Alfonso Thomas, and having fielded the ball walks back to continue said conversation. All change for Godleman. Will be on strike for the first time, so Budinger goes much squarer at a proper short leg. Parkinson brings Hill in 10 yards or so, then goes in and bowls. Godleman just gets a delivery on his legs. He can go back to and turn past Budinger down towards long leg. Scriven has to run around from deep square to field, and a comfortable 2 taken by Billy Godleman, who now has, hurrah, his best score of the season.
And the next target is a first half century.
And I think I will be greeted with genuine applause.
I think delirium from down below us.
In goes Parkinson and bowls down the leg side to Billy Godleman, who steps inside it, not taken cleanly by Swindles. Budinger picks it up. He stopped it. Swindles, that is. Parkinson is in and bowls a quicker, flatter delivery, almost a seamer outside off stump. And it was too wide, and Godleman can lift his bat over the line of the ball, and it does. He remains, well, supremely untroubled so far this morning. We're an hour into play, just about. 94 without loss, so really solid start again from the Derbyshire openers, and this is now a very, very promising platform for the home side to build an imposing first innings lead. 94 without loss. Barnes' hair sort of a shock of short blonde mob.
Scruffy, isn't he?
A little, everything a little bit.
He is scruffy. Beautifully scruffy. So he's way in and bowls to Reese, who pushes it out into the offside. He fancies a single. Sam Evans comes around to do the fielding. There is no run. If he needs a lot of overs in him, the high performance review won't do him any favours then if he's going to play ultimately, as I think eventually it'll happen, won't it, at some point, not immediately because I think it'll get voted down, but less cricket isn't going to be good for a player like Ed Barnes.
Well, he doesn't play white ball.
He's in and bowls, and that one's pushed out into the offside by Lewis Reese, and there's no run. He doesn't look like a white ball cricketer though, does he? When he walks like one of the Gumbies, as I've said before. If you don't know who they are, I think it's Gumbies. That was Monty Python. There'll be an update soon, yeah. As Barnes is in again and bowls. That one is pushed out into the offside by Lewis Reese. There's no run. That one. Started the day on 57 without loss. Moved on to 94. So just the 37 runs added so far today. Few alarms though, as he's in again, Barnes, and it's pushed out into the offside, fielded by Evans again. He's seen a lot of the ball, Sam Evans, this morning. As the two left-handed Derbyshire openers have pushed the ball into the covers on numerous occasions, certainly from the racecourse end. Deficit down to 155 now. Barnes is in and bowls, and that beats Lewis Reese with an extra bit of bounce. Lifted nicely and through to the keeper. That was a good delivery from Barnes. He's bowled a couple from this end so far in this spell. It's only a second over from the racecourse end this morning, but he's yet to concede a run. And he turns at the top of his mark. 30 yards or so. The run up for Ed Barnes, who's in, and Reese drives, but straight to Evans again. And it is back-to-back maidens for Ed Barnes. 5 overs, 3 maidens, 0 for 26. His figures now. Derbyshire with Reese on 38 and Godleman on 44. And 94 without loss. They trail by 155. The two batsmen have a chat in the middle of the pitch. Worcestershire 225 all out against Middlesex. The innings break at New Road. Glamorgan 279 for 5 now against Sussex, and Nottinghamshire have gone beyond 300. 309 for 3 against Durham at Trent Bridge in the second division. As Parkinson is in again, and Godleman just dabs that down towards the vacant third man area. He's thinking about coming back for the second, but thinks again as the ball is fielded by Louis Kimber. Godleman moves on to 45. It's been a pretty good morning so far. First hour done and dusted. Derbyshire moved on to 95 without loss. They've added 38 so far this morning. Lewis Reese 38, and Billy Godleman is on 45. That's his high score of the season, remarkably. He's yet to get a half century this season, which is staggering for a man who just 2 or 3 years ago got 2,000 runs in all formats. He's had a pretty wretched time with the bat, but he's got his high score of the campaign. And Derbyshire are, well, they're looking to bat all day and into tomorrow. Derbyshire currently 95 without loss, trailing by 154. Parkinson bowls, turning to the leg side by Reese for a single. 96 without loss. Reese moves on to 39. I don't think Billy Godleman will have been involved in a century opening stand this season in the Championship. I don't have those records, but that would be my feeling. As Parkinson is in again and bowls a full delivery that Godleman just guides out into the offside. And he moves on to 46. They are the Gumbies I was thinking of. I've done that before. I've looked up Ed Barnes before in relation to that. It's just the way he walks. It's in no other way does he resemble a Gumby. As Parkinson bowls and back into his crease goes. Reese pushes it out into the onside where it's fielded by Roman Walker. He was in quite close at mid-wicket, straight mid-wicket really. Parkinson's next delivery is a full delivery that's swept. He didn't have full control of that, Reese, and probably 10 yards to the right of Sol Budinger. He's eventually fielded down there by Tom Scrivener. They get through for another single, and Reese pinches the strike. He's on 39, Godleman's on 46, Derbyshire 97 without loss. Going along very nicely indeed, not at any rapid rate. They don't really need to. They seem confident that the weather's going to be okay. As am I.
Well, having had a quick look behind us from the other side of the building, it does look fine out there. So looks like certainly we're going to get a full morning's play in. We've been extraordinarily fortunate so far. Eddie Barnes, no longer known as the coat hanger, which a nickname he acquired last season. Barnesy.
Very round shoulders.
Indeed, slightly. In he goes and bowls to Reese into the pad. It doesn't miss leg stump by very much as it comes down and trickles down towards Swindles behind the stumps. No run, of course, 98 without loss. Just 151 behind. Now Derbyshire with 10. All 10 first innings wickets in hand. Barnes kicks up his heels, runs in and bowls full-ish, straight, and Reese looking to get on the front foot. There's a fraction late on it and plays it firmly down into the ground, bounces out into the offside. Budinger now out in the covers. Is the fielder running across to his left in front of Parkinson. He's in discussions with Chris Wright, mid-off and mid-on, before Wright returns the ball to Barnes. Very steady this morning for Derbyshire as Barnes is in, runs there for Reese, worked out towards deep mid-wicket, and the applause, of course, is for the 100 as the sweeper runs across. It's Evans out there, underarms the ball to Wright, and again a very straightforward couple for Reese. He moves on to 40, the 100 is up.
2-3 overs quicker than Leicestershire, who had lost 3 wickets by this stage.
Barnes is in, bowls. Again, it's full grunt of effort and dug out, rather, at the bottom of the bat, inside part of the bottom of the bat by Reese. Barnes swinging away to his left in his follow-through, completes the fielding, hands it to Wright and marches back towards his mark. Bright, bright sunshine. Floodlights have been on since the start. We've had bright, bright sunshine since about 10 minutes after the start, it feels like. So slightly, well, arguably premature decision to put the lights on, but in goes Barnes, bowls short of a length this time. Great puff of dust comes up from his feet from the follow-through, which is absolutely grassless out there. Looking at the pitch when I went out there, grass in the middle, but none at all around the creases. It's just baked earth, essentially, or rolled earth.
It's breezy though, isn't it? Looking at the trees away to our right, the poplars. Only 4 of them left.
Beautiful though, aren't they? Huge things. Barnes is in, bowls too wide, outside off stump, and Reese just steps forward but leaves his bat raised. End of Barnes's over, his 6th, none for 28. So 28 off 3 overs from Barnes, because 3 maidens as well. 100 without loss. Derbyshire after 33 overs. So a very solid county championship start, really, essentially.
You take old Ed Barnes' first over out of the equation from his figures. He's bowled 5 overs, 3 maidens, 0 for 9, which is decent. That first over was an absolute horror show for him. Successive no balls and flicked to the boundary a couple of times, 19 runs off it. Callum Parkinson's going to continue. Billy Godleman 4 away from the first half century of the season. Turns this one into the leg side a little hurriedly. It's fielded by Rowan Walker. And there's no run. I say a little hurriedly. That's just how Billy is. Ben Aitchison, Sam Connors. So Godleman defends this next one up towards mid-off, and Alex Thompson, I nearly didn't recognise him with his haircut. Well, you can't, he's got his hood up as well, which makes it tricky. There we go, he's just showing his haircut down there. Look to the supporters, it's horrible. Absolutely horrible. So 3 of Derbyshire's bowling attack having a walk around the boundaries. Godleman guides this one down towards third man. There might be a couple of runs for him here. There won't be, because that's good work by Sam Evans to get to the ball quickly.
Yeah, it's sort of peaky blinders, but with that weird,
Tail.
as Brunty said, Davy Crockett hat tail.
I don't know, I'm not a big fan, but hey, he didn't ask me for advice. Why would he? On hair. He seems to like it. Connors and Aitchison far more conventional, as this one is turned into the leg side by Lewis Reese for a single. Parkinson thought he got through there.
He loves his faster ball, but he doesn't really do that well. But, he likes bowling it.
Yes, he really whipped that one through. Reese moves to 43, 102 without loss. 45 runs added this morning as Godleman fiddles this one out into the offside, and there's no run. I would say that Aitchison and Connors had very sensible haircuts. Alex Thompson, not so much. This next delivery has Godleman going back into his crease. It's pushed out into the offside, where it's picked up by Rian Ahmed. And it's the end of the over. 102 without loss. Godleman 47, Reese 43. Derbyshire trailing by 147. You don't often see first-class cricketers doing laps of grounds during the game. You see coaches and potentially 12 men and all the rest of it, the management staff and the backroom staff. But to see 3 bowlers going around, they're, I think he probably bat at 8, Thompson. Very confident he's not going to be required.
Barnes is in, bowls outside off stump to Reese, who lets it go through. Yes, I think it's a comment in a way on the comfort with which Godleman and Reese have played this morning. No chances given. 1 or 2 early plays and misses, as you'd rather expect. But essentially, they've been relatively untroubled. 102 without loss.
I like to see them walking round.
Barnes in, bowls slightly short on the body of Reese. Godleman slightly slow to react. He was back on his heels. Yeah, said Reese encouragingly as he charged towards him. Godleman eventually responded, and he was right to do so, because it was going quite slowly, and the fielder was right at mid-on, who is not the quickest of the Leicestershire fielders to get to the ball, bend down, pick it up and throw. And he didn't even bother throwing. Reese on to 44, 103 without loss. Godleman a blow away from his first 50. Gets a delivery from Barnes that he does look to square drive, but unfortunately for him, he picks out Ahmed at point. And the 18-year-old fields competently and cleanly. Again, discussion
like a committee, isn't it? It's like a committee
yeah.
meeting. Come on, boys.
They don't delay things by too much on this occasion. Barnes walking between them to his mark, getting the ball turning and running in, bowling to Godleman, thick inside edge as he looked to drive that one fairly straight, and I think it went, well, no, it went down towards deep square leg. It may have gone between Stumps and his body, so to speak. A long, long, long way from the Stumps, of course it was. He got good thick inside edge on it, but certainly not where he was looking to play it. He picks up one, moves on to 48, 104 without loss. Again, Barnes hands the ball to Wright, who slows things up by polishing the ball on the bottom of his sweater, continues to do so. Eventually throws it to Barnes, who's ready to go now. Runs in and bowls, line and length, straight, played back into the stumps by Lewis Reese. Back down the pitch it goes. Nobody gets a hand to it. Bails come off, and by Chantry bends over and puts them back on. Certainly one of the more obviously competent new breed of umpires coming into the game. Good to see, former player.
Absolutely.
Barnes is in, a little bit short this time. It's straight, and Reese is on the back foot, turning his wrist on it, defending it out towards mid-wicket. Barnes quickly moves across the field, and there is no run. End of the over. Talked to Nick Cook about what he was going to do after at the end of the season. Oh, all sorts of plans, mate. All sorts of plans. Some of them involve a certain amount of racing, and he likes his horses. Going to keep watching cricket. He says, I'm only an hour away from London, so they'll be going down there if he's going to enjoy himself.
See the sights.
Yeah.
He's at New Road, I think, for his final game. I think it was New Road. I saw somebody tweeted some photographs that formed a guard of honour. He was here for the last Derbyshire home game. Callum Parkinson begins a new over from the city, and his first ball is turned into the leg side by Billy Godleman. 2 Barnes, and there's no run.
Leicestershire presented him with a cap with his number on it.
Oh, okay.
I think they're up to about 590, something like that. But Nick's was 234, I think it was.
Parkinson balls. Godleman goes back into his crease, pushes out into the offside. Must be strange for somebody like Jack Chantry, who'll have played against a lot of these players that he's currently umpiring. That's the one weird thing that it strikes me would be difficult to overcome. But there's a very good career pathway opening up in front of Jack Chantry. Well, Godleman has a swing at that one. I think he's caught possibly between the knees by Swindles.
Yeah, he's a sort you can see going on to officiating international games.
He already looks like Michael Gough from this distance, so and he's got to the top, hasn't he? Another very approachable umpire. As this next one is turned into the leg side and straight into Budinger, who's fielding at short leg by Billy Godleman on the bounce. Sort of chests it down. Godleman waits. Parkinson bowls a full toss that he just bunts away, and that's going to be his 50. It's going to go all the way, I think, to the mid-wicket boundary, is it? It's not quite. It's going to be hauled in, but he's going to come back for 3. And Billy Godleman has his first half-century of the season, remarkably, in the final game of the campaign. He acknowledges the applause of the supporters. He's done it from 101 balls and with just 7 fours. And it is the 67th time that Billy Godleman's got to 50, and on 22 occasions He's gone on to make 100. I think 21 of them for Derbyshire, from memory.
Fair few of them against Leicestershire, probably, as well.
Parkinson is into bowl to Reese now, turns this one into the leg side. And he moves on to 45. Parkinson's not happy with himself or anything really at the moment. 45 to Reese, 51 to Godleman, 107 without loss, Derbyshire trailing. 108 without loss, Derbyshire trailing by 142. 107.
Came from 101 balls and included 7 fours.
There you go. That's by magic. He gets a second round of applause and his name shouted out once again.
Ed Barnes is being taken off after
He's done all right, really. 4 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 4.
Yeah. Tom Scriven, as you probably just heard, is coming on to replace him. Well, 2 overs yesterday for 9 runs. Got a little bit of movement. We'll be hoping for rather more today, but there hasn't been any obvious real. Sydney hasn't done as much as it did yesterday, that's for sure. Whether that's down to the prevailing conditions, the ball, or the quality of the bowling. Probably a slight combination of all three, but I suspect largely the latter. The Derbyshire seam attack got more out of the pitch, unless you have managed so far. Parkinson directs traffic. He wants long leg Barnes to go out to deep backward square and Ahmed to go, no, beg your pardon, he's bowling to the left-handers. He's going from third man to deep backward point, and Ahmed is at sort of deepish gully. A cut in the air perhaps. In goes Scriven. Is it me? Outside off stump? Yes it is, because you were doing Parkinson, weren't you? Outside off stump and allowed to go through.
So I was just looking up at an article that David Griffin read sections of out to me earlier on. It was very good. Jonathan Leo in The Guardian today. It's about the review. It's about the review. It is a sensationally written piece, whether you agree with it or not. Some of the writing is exceptional, and I would urge you to go and look at it in The Guardian.
Oh, I shall tweet a link. Scriven is in outside off stump. It is cut, but cut successfully by Reese down towards wide third man. Barnes has to run back where he'd come from, 10 yards or so. Picks up, gets his throw away. Reese picks up a couple, moves on to 47, 110 without loss. The thrust of the article being, are you able to summarise?
Yeah, it's a lot of old nonsense, and Strauss believes that an opinion is something that other people have, whereas he actually tells it exactly how it should be, that kind of thing.
Scriven is in, bowls straight to Lewis Reese, middle and leg-ish, and Reese is just careful, pushing it firmly back down the pitch on the onside towards Chris Wright. I shall tweet that during the luncheon interval.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find one of the sentences he read. I have to remove one of the words, but I shall attempt to read it out. I thought it was excellent. Got it.
Scriven bustles in and bowls outside off stump, allowed to go through by Reese.
He actually talks about the fact that you only get massive highs. If you have a massive high in any sport, clearly either side of it are some lows, which is just the very nature of it. If something's reached the top and it's the high, there are some lows. But he talks about the creed of high performance. The description of high performance is magnificent.
Scriven in, bowls outside off stump, too wide, goes back. Reese gets ready to cut, doesn't do so, lets it go through.
It's a lucrative sealed world. This is high performance. A lucrative sealed world of self-help books and technocratic BS. An endless treadmill of task forces and finger sandwiches. Just look at some of the experts appointed to the panel. Dave Brailsford, who at British Cycling built an utterly joyless winning machine that traded medals and glory for the dignity and well-being of its participants. Simon Timpson, who at UK Sport oversaw a culture obsessed.
Scriven is in slightly short on the legs of Reese, who waits on the back foot, turns it out towards deep backward square. It'll be just a couple as Evans runs round from long leg to field. So Reese on to 49, 112 without loss.
So Simon Timpson, who at UK Sport oversaw a culture obsessed with Olympic medals that indirectly allowed numerous abuse scandals to go unheeded. What do they know of high performance who only high performance know? Read it,
yeah,
people. I mean, the problem that we have is that we're preaching largely to the converted, and I understand that, but it is a very well-written piece by Jonathan Liu.
Yeah, it does. There's such fundamental questions, aren't they? I mean, what is the point of sport basically in the country? Really, is it just about producing a winning national side? Is that international side or national side? Is that? If that is the only point, then okay, you make the changes, but it surely isn't the only point, is it?
Well, no.
But
no.
I don't know.
112 without loss here. Parkinson begins a new over from the City end, bowling to Billy Godleman, pushes it out into the offside. He fancies a single for some reason. It's gone straight to Rian Ahmed. Sent back by Lewis Reese. Yes, participation and engagement and, I don't know, short leg in place. He turns it towards that short leg. He sort of got away with one there, Parkinson. Ball goes into the ground.
Missed out there, didn't he?
He just pulled it straight to the mid-wicket boundary and he got 4. There is a mid-wicket, it's Ed Barnes, but he's a little straighter because of the short leg. There's a deep backward square leg as well as Parkinson bowls. That's better. Goes back into his crease, Godleman, and pushes it out into the offside. The clouds have obscured the sun for the time being, largely, as we approach midday. And Parkinson is in again over the wicket. This one's pushed out to Ahmed at cover. 1 or 2 unpleasant-looking clouds. They're sort of to the south, really, where there appears to be a little front. But I don't think that's going to affect us too badly. The front to the right probably is, as Parkinson is in, and Godleman turns this to the shorter of the 2 mid-wickets. Reset Roman Walker. And again, there's no run. I have trouble standing up when I've been sitting down for a long time. My knees are completely shot now. Years of, I was going to say professional sport, but overeating probably. That one is turned into the leg side by Godleman. Walker again does the fielding. It's the end of the Parkinson over, his 6th. He's conceded, it was a maiden over, his first. He's conceded 14 runs and Derbyshire remain 112 without loss.
Which reminds me, I've got to find that netball video, the video of you playing netball.
Yes, well, you haven't got
or being taught netball, was it a sort of...
Yeah, it was that kind of thing, yeah. I mean, when you watch top-class netball, elite performance netball...
Oh, yeah, it's very...
It is quick. I couldn't possibly... the women from Belper Netball Club, who I trained with one evening, were far, far too good for me. Far too good for me. There's a lot of rules or laws in netball, the way you can move and where you can't move. And
crossing lines and
that
sort of thing.
I never quite understood why there were so many laws, but good sport.
Gets good exposure as well, doesn't it? National TV. Tom Scriven in from the racecourse and bowls to Lewis Reese. Bowls outside off stump. Reese steps across and leaves his bat raised as the ball goes through to Swindles. 112 without loss, so almost doubled their score. 57 without loss at the start, with Reese 26, Godleman 25, now 112, Reese 49, Godleman 51. Very, very satisfied. 38 overs into the Derbyshire innings. And not explosive as Scriven is in outside off stump. Reese plays it firmly down into the ground, and there is a single to be taken as running across. Budinger can't get there, and that is the single that Reese needed for his 50 and joins his captain in passing that particular landmark. But unlike his captain, it is not his first of the season.
No. I couldn't tell you how many it was off the top of my head. Not a huge number. Lewis Reese, in fact, it's his 4th. Let's see, he has yet to get a century this season in the championship either. Is today going to be the day?
127 balls. It came off.
Just 4 fours.
Slightly slower than his captain. He's watching at the other end now as Scriven is in bowls to Godleman. It's a little bit tangled up, bat in front of both pads, bit squared up, but again, plenty of bat on it, pushes it out to mid-off.
David McArdle says you have to wonder how different the season might have been if Billy had been in any sort of form. Absolutely. If they'd have had him and Shan Masood at the top of the order at the start of the season, they'd have scored thousands of runs. They've scored plenty. And Gary Charles was just got here. He says he's wearing long trousers for the first time this season.
Scriven is in, line and length delivery, stays on the back foot. Godleman works it defensively out towards the covers where it's picked up by Sol Budinger. The pads very prominent underneath his whites, but they aren't the mustard yellow as sported by Derbyshire yesterday. Why were they mustard yellow? Were they the colour of the pads? You didn't wear those in T20. They weren't mustard yellow, were they?
No. I don't. I think I've seen them before, but
Scriven is in, brings Godleman forward with again length delivery on Midland off, pushes it out into the offside. Budinger again the fielder.
I don't know if anybody spotted the pink tops that Derbyshire were warming up in yesterday. Special kits they were. They've got sort of pink and purple. It's part of organ donation awareness, and they are going to be auctioned off in a blind auction. I think you go to the Derbyshire website, you can have a look at the what you can bid on.
Scriven is in, looking to drive and playing it firmly is Godleman, but again only as far as Budinger in the covers. Signed, I would imagine, the shirts. And
I'm sure if they're not, you could get them signed quite comfortably.
End of the over, 113 with that loss. It's the top of the hour, midday, noon, high noon.
Soon comes round. Yeah, it was at Derbyshire and the University Hospitals of Derby and Burton joining together for this special training top. Update coming up in the news fairly shortly. I'm trying to see, if you go to the Derbyshire website, you can find all the information there and pop in a bid. If you fancy one of those tops, blind auction, which I assume means everybody bids and whoever bids the most gets it. Here comes Callum Parkinson continuing from the City and bowling to Lewis Reese, who clips this away into the leg side for a single. He moves on to 51, joins Billy Godleman on 51 indeed. And Derbyshire move up to 114. Without loss, trailing by 135. Next delivery from Parkinson is short and it's guided very nicely. Fine, down towards fine leg. Fielder gets around Scriven to do the field, and Godleman comes back for a second run, and Derbyshire moved to 116 without loss. Godleman on to 53. Parkinson comes in, Billy Godleman steps away. $127 balls, it says here. Perhaps I've got that wrong. 126 balls it was. Godleman now then, he's hit that long and hard and high, and he's been dropped out in the deep. I was going to say brilliantly caught out in the deep, but he's been put down by Sam Evans. Comes back for a third run. It would have been a sensational catch had it been taken by Sam Evans, but he just couldn't get there. Parkinson is in again, bowls, and that one is pushed out into the offside by Reese. There's a little bit of hesitation initially, but they go through for the single as Reese moves on to 52. Some ominous looking clouds coming in from the west now. Don't like the look of them. Might get through to lunch update coming up. Yeah, they're in a stronger position now, Wesley. They've moved on to 120 without loss, having started the day on 57 for no wicket. Billy Godleman and Lewis Reese both going to half centuries. It's for Godleman is his first of the season from 101 balls, and Lewis Reese his fourth of the campaign from 126 balls. Neither have got a century this season in the Championship. Derbyshire in a very strong position there. 120 without loss, trailing by 129. Final ball of the over was pushed into the offside. There's no run. And at Derbyshire are, as I just said, 120 without loss. Reese 52, Godleman 56. I'm trailing by 129, but it has got appreciably gloomier in the last 5 or so minutes as the dark clouds have rolled in from what we believe to be the west.
Did he get his hand on that? Did he actually get his hand
to
it?
I think so.
Technically a chance.
It would have been a magnificent catch had he taken it. I was ready to call it actually as a catch, but I put it down as a drop, which is harsh. But
I'm afraid, yeah, he got there. Just about. Scriven is in and bowls to Lewis Reese, who just steps across and lets the delivery go through.
When he covered, what did he? He must have gone 40 yards. Running with the ball in the air, coming over his shoulder, and then put the full-length dive in and still managed to get his hands to it, which is a fantastic effort. He looked disappointed, didn't he? Not to have taken it, but what a catch that would have been.
Yeah. Having just about got there. Might have stuck. It didn't. In goes Scriven. Bowls outside off stump, just outside. It came back in a bit, but Reese, it was a little bit short. Reese went back and cut anyway, hard down into the ground, wide of Ahmed reaching to his left at backward point, and it's Barnes coming in from the point boundary who completes the fielding. Reese takes one, moves on to 53, 121 without loss. Clouds, as Dave said, building a little ominously. But every chance of getting through until lunch, which you might not have expected, driving to the ground from Leicester this morning, certainly. Scriven in, bowls outside off stump, full, inviting the attempted drive. The invitation rejected by Godleman. Lets it go through. 56 remains his score. A little quartet of 3 Derbyshire players and 1 Leicestershire back member of the backroom staff. Can't quite see who it is over there in front of the pavilion. Clearly familiar with each other. Scriven, shirt hanging out of his trousers, is in, finds the thick outside edge of Godleman's bat, runs along the ground through about 4th slip down to the 3rd man boundary for 4. That's how things are going this morning for Leicestershire. Not that they've created, well, any chances other than that one that Fletcher just described to you, and that arguably wasn't a created chance. I suppose it was, in that he didn't quite hit it as far as he wanted to, Billy Godleman, did he?
As hard as he could have done.
No, and it was in the air, one of his very rare, but nonetheless occasional rushes of blood he sometimes has.
Isn't it many in the air, Godleman?
No. Scriven in to him again. Straighter this time. He covers up, having picked up that slightly lucky 4 off the last ball. Pushes it out into the offside. Budinger is the fielder, into the 60s now. Relief for the first time this season.
Didn't strike me before, but the three Derbyshire players who were Thompson, Aitchison and Connors look like John Cleese and the two Ronnies in that sketch about I look down to him, look up to him, but down on him. Oh, from the Frost Report, I think. Well, that was the week that was. One for the kids.
Scriven is in, full-ish, straight-ish, slightly thick inside edge from Godleman as he looks to get forward and drives. Punts it out towards Chris Wright at mid-on. It's the end of the over. Scriven's 5th, none for 19. His figures. Budinger takes off his cap as he walks past Parkinson and scratches his head, and I would imagine Parkinson is probably feeling much the same. What can I do to make something happen? Because at the moment, the Derbyshire openers are in something of a comfort zone. Darker. It's getting darker.
It's horrible, isn't it? Yeah, you can't imagine that it's not going to rain at some point soon. Glamorgan have got their second batting bonus point. Is it second or third? I can't remember. Second. 305 for 5. I was struggling with bonus points. After 62 overs against Sussex at Hove. Parkinson begins a new over from the city end over the wicket to Lewis Reese, who just pushes it out into the onside. Barnes does the fielding, and there's no run. Middlesex have lost their first wicket in pursuit of Worcestershire, who made 225. They're 30 for 1. But they're only in the 7th over, so going along nicely. This next delivery is turned again into the leg side by Lewis Reese from quite a long way outside off stump Roman Walker Fields. And Nottinghamshire 360 for 3 in the 110th over, so Durham are only going to get one bowling bonus point. As Parkinson bowls, that one is tapped again into the leg side, but this time he's managed to find a bit of a gap, Lewis Reese, so he picks up another single to move to 54, 126 without loss.
I mean, a draw is fine for Notts, isn't it? If
oh, yeah, yeah. I mean, they're virtually assured anyway, I think. And we shall all wave them a fond farewell for one season.
It's a nice place to go, it's Trentbridge. It's convenient and get to eat in the canteen.
Yeah. Any other plus points you can think of? Parkinson, I got locked in there last year.
Did she?
Yeah, turning the ball into the leg side. They make you park a million miles away.
I park in the streets now.
Yes, I do. But then lock all the gates within 5 minutes of the close of play, so you've got to walk in the opposite direction to the direction you want to walk in. This one is turned into the leg side by Godleman for a single. Down towards backward square leg. Scriven does the fielding, 127 without loss. Godleman on to 61. There are so many negatives about Trentbridge. That one's turned, the final ball of the over, turned into the leg side by Lewis Reese. The run one, he wants two. Godleman says no. Scriven fields. There was only one there. He moves on to 55. And Derbyshire 128 without loss.
Guy Swindles, who was standing in for Kevin Hand for BBC Radio London when we played Middlesex last week, made me smile. I think it was his first visit to Grace Road, and he wasn't sure whether he'd be able to get in to the car park, so he parked in the streets alongside, then walked into the vast acres of the empty car park at the end. I said, "You'll be all right tomorrow, mate. You'll be okay. I think they'll let you in. Okay, there may be space." One of the biggest car parks on the county scene at Grace Road. Tom Scriven to continue from the racecourse end is in. Bowls to Reese, who goes back and plays firmly off the back foot, very straight down towards mid-off. Parkinson moves fairly smartly to his left to make the interception, and then continues, having thrown the ball to Chris Wright, has a quick word, but looking a little bit bereft of ideas. Leicestershire at the moment, 128 without loss. Reese 55, Godleman 61. They've played in exactly the same way throughout the entirety of the morning, these two. They haven't, with one, let's say, brief rush of blood accepted, as in goes Scriven, and driving, thick outside edge slightly from Lewis Reese, squirts it out towards deep point. Barnes comes into field, he takes one. They haven't looked to accelerate. They've accumulated and done so very, very effectively, and probably broken a few sort of Leicestershire hearts in the meantime. There really is a great base from which Derbyshire can hope to bat only just once in the game. Put Leicestershire under pressure, perhaps sometime, depending on the weather, tomorrow morning.
Thursday
maybe
afternoon.
Maybe a bit later. Yeah, depending on the weather. Scriven in bowls. Godleman defends. Not prettily, but effectively, which probably sums up much of Billy Godleman's career.
Indeed. Well, we'll be hoping that play continues after tomorrow evening, because there's a members' forum at 7 tomorrow night, which is part of the high performance review reaction.
Have Derbyshire issued an official statement?
I don't think they have, but I've heard both chairman and chief executive speaking about it.
Scriven is in line and length. Godleman, everything nicely close together as he walks into his defensive push out into the offside.
The two things that struck me about what they both said, speaking to Radio Derby, Ian Morgan, the chairman, said that it wasn't up to those who, not necessarily opposing it, but it wasn't up to the counties to defend the status quo. It was up to other people to prove that a change would be beneficial.
Scriven is in, defended on the back foot this time by Godleman, back down the pitch towards Parkinson at mid-off. How do you prove, how would they do that?
Well, they don't have to prove anything.
No, I get that, but how would the people who want change prove that that would be the best thing? Do you know what I mean? Without the change having been made.
Well, they haven't proved it, though, so they can't prove it. They can't prove it, really. They
yeah,
can't.
it's hard to...
But the chief executive, Ryan Duckett, was interviewed by Kevin Howells on Sports Extra when he was here a long time ago now.
Scriven in, bowls, full on the legs, clipped neatly off his toes by Godleman, down towards deep backward square. Evans is in pursuit, puts in the slide, drags it back about 2 yards inside the ropes. The speedy Reese turns for the third, running to the danger end and makes his ground more than comfortably. Godleman moves on to 64, 132 without loss. And it's the end of the over.
And Ryan basically said very candidly that when asked directly by Kevin Howells that, yeah, if there were fewer games of cricket, there would be redundancies out there on the pitch and in the back room, you know, in the office. So clearly, huge repercussions for certainly for the smaller clubs. But members can voice their opinions tomorrow evening at 7. We're going to see Rehan Ahmed for the first time in the 44th over. One of the brighter prospects in English cricket. Do Matty Potts and play for England, playing for a second division side. They put on 75 this morning so far, Derbyshire, with around about 15 minutes to go until lunch, or less time if it rains. It doesn't look great to the west, and now the lights probably are needed. He's going to be bowling initially to Billy Godleman. He's in and bowls a full toss. That isn't the way he would have wanted to start, but it often is with leggies. That's bunted up to mid-on, and Godleman goes to 65, and Derbyshire to 133 without loss. They only trail by 116 now. Lewis Reese very carefully marks his guard. And Ahmed bowls. He's clipped into the leg side for one, possibly two. They are going to come back for the second. The throw comes in from Barnes, and Reese just about gets back in time. It was a toss-up between Scriven and Barnes as to who was going to pick the ball up. Barnes got there just fractionally ahead of his teammate. The batsman got home just fractionally before the bails were removed. by Harry Swindles, and Reese moves on to 58, 135 without loss. Ahmed is in again. That one is defended into the leg side by Reese, and there's no run.
Best opening partnerships of the season. Well, we can look that up for Derbyshire, but imagine that.
Oh yeah, I would think so.
It must be fairly high up there.
I'll do it. This one beats
He's got
Lewis
a good
Reese. Yeah, that was the googly. Turned away from Lewis Reese. You'd want to bowl at right-handers, of course. You can't always have what you want, clearly. Otherwise, I'd be in Spain as well. As this next deliver somewhere warm anyway, turned into the leg side by Reese for another single. He moves on to 59. 36 without loss. I wouldn't. I can think of nowhere I'd rather be. It's not strictly true. Right, it's very easy to find these things out, isn't it? This next delivery from Rian Ahmed is played off the back foot, pushed out into the offside by Godleman, and there is no run. I'm sure you can. There we go. Nice partnership this season for the first wicket. That was 161. I hadn't realised why I'd forgotten this. I've no idea. 161 between Harry Kame and Lewis Reese. Harry is an opening batsman by trade, but bats down the order, or is batting down the order at the moment. That was here in that hottest day of the year game against Notts, where Notts scored 450 for one on day one. And it was raining by the end of the game. The next three stands of 158 for the second wicket, 292 for the third, and 129 for the fourth, all involved Shan Masood, unsurprisingly. In fact, one of them was against Leicestershire, when Matty McKinnon made his century, his maiden first-class century.
Parkinson has swapped ends. He's replacing Scriven at the racecourse end. Bowls over the wicket, slightly flat, played firmly off the bat foot by Reese, but carefully as well. An element of caution about that. Only 10 minutes until lunch. Puts it straight out towards mid-wicket along the ground all the way to Chris Wright. No, it's not Wright. Who is it out there? In goes Parkinson and drops that one short. Very poor delivery and misses out there. Reese went down on one knee to sweep it, and especially with no long leg or fine leg, it was there to be just helped around the corner. He didn't get anything on it, taken by Swindles. Parkinson jogs in and bowls. A leave, bounces off the pad down towards third man, obviously, because it's left by Reese. No run can be taken.
That really was a desperate appeal, wasn't it, that one?
Yeah. Wouldn't have hit another two sets of stumps, I don't think. Parkinson is in. That one is swept by Reese. Connects very cleanly, but he's picked out Evans down there on the deep square boundary, so it'll be just one. Budinger takes his helmet off, heads to mid-wicket. Just the slip, therefore, in for Billy Godleman. Long gone Barnes is coming up 10 yards or so. He's going to say, try and hit me over there again. Parkinson is in. Godleman isn't going to try with that one because it's a decent delivery. Goes back. Maybe a merest suggestion of turn back into him. Plays it off the pitch back down to Callum Parkinson. Looks a little haunted to me at the moment. Goes in and bowls. That stays a fraction low, but it's a little bit short. Godleman goes back, just dabs it around the corner. And Lewis Hill makes something of a Horlicks of it, coming in and picking up, throwing almost as he falls, and throw misses by a long, long way. Just didn't quite coordinate himself there, Hill. Godleman picks up one, moves on to 65, 137 without loss. And a session without losing a wicket beckons for Derbyshire. They'll be chuffed to bits with that. 90 or 100 without losing a wicket off the session. Just perfect.
Yeah, absolutely. When Harry came and Lewis Reese put on that 161 against Notts, neither went on to make centuries. Reese made 86. Harry Kane made 70. They were following on. Bowled out for 318 in reply to Nottinghamshire's 618 for 8 declared. Double century from Ben Duckett, 196 from Hasib Hamid. As Rian Ahmed begins a new over from the City end, and the ball is swept by Billy Godleman down to Scriven. He picks up a single. I forgot that Hamid had got 196 as well, so that was close to yet another double century that I've witnessed this season. Too many, really. Ahmed is in. Oh, it strikes the pad. That's it. Well, it's off the leading edge, and Ahmed makes a terrific attempt to try to catch it. Diving forward. I thought it was just off a pad, but clearly the way that Rian Ahmed went for that ball, it looped up into the offside. Had to dive forward as well, which is always tricky. It remains 139 without loss. Ahmed in again and bowls, and Reese just guides that down to Budinger at short third man.
Yeah, clean leading edge.
Yeah. Went too far really to come off a pad, didn't it? Thinking about it logically.
He was about a foot short as he dived forward.
Good attempt. This one's driven by Reese very, very pleasantly indeed out towards extra cover. They're going to come back for a second. They get back comfortably enough as well. And Reese moves to 62. And Derbyshire up to 141 without loss. 84 added so far this morning, with possibly a couple of overs left. Although they started early, so they might finish early. You never know. Jack Chantry's just jiggling his legs about. I think he's starting to feel, or is it the wind ruffling his trousers? He looked quite chilly there at square leg, at point actually. Ahmed bowls a quicker delivery, and that one's clipped into the leg side by Reese. Fielded by Barnes, no run.
A real turn for either Parkinson or Ahmed.
Ahmed bowls his final ball of his second over. It's turned into the leg side by Lewis Reese. It's the end of the over. 141 without loss, Derbyshire. Godleman 67, Reese 62. They trail by a mere 108 now. Custard creams are, yes, I get it.
Appropriate.
I get it. Thank you very much indeed. Very good. It just says Fletch.
I might pinch one or two of those for the boys.
Yeah, no question. Somebody has brought some custard creams.
Did you manage to fish out that article?
Oh, I could forward it to you now while you describe the next over, couldn't I?
Which I shall read with interest and make sure is
Factually correct.
Mr. Custard Creams. A little bit of a delay. Well, Lewis Reese, as he quite often does, that reties his shoelaces. He's struggling a little bit. Over the wicket goes Parkinson and bowls to Godleman. A little bit short, bit of bounce, but he plays it well, goes back and cuts in front of point. Scriven has to move to his left to field. Godleman takes his single, moves on to 68, 142 without loss. An ambulance goes into that big sort of huge roundabout, actually, with a huge set of stumps and a cricket ball on it, which marks the spot, so to speak, as Parkinson bowls. It stays a little bit low that time on leg stump, turned out towards square leg.
That'd be me.
And there's no run.
Pentagon Island.
Pentagon Island.
Yeah. I believe it's 5-sided.
Parkinson jogs in and bowls. See him trying to put extra revs on that one, but didn't really turn. Reese just pushed it back out into the onside, picked up by Budinger. Over 8 level with all these overs of spin. Parkinson blows on his left hand, then goes in. Gives it a little bit more air. Reese goes back and doesn't play. thumps into the pad, well outside off stump, and loops up. Kimber steps across from slip to field. No appeal on this occasion, thankfully. Parkinson in, bowls, a bit straighter, and Reese does play thick inside edge, and pad may have been involved to a certain extent, pushing it out into the offside. Ahmed fields. A bit inside edgy, implying there was a touch of turn. Parkinson jogs in and bowls back. Goes Reese, playing from deep in his crease again. There's no real turn. Plays it out to mid-wicket, fielded by Budinger. And there's no run. 142 without loss after 47 now. And again, relatively untroubled. Derbyshire continue to accumulate and draw in on that Leicestershire first innings score.
It's an apology. I can't thank anybody who sent me those biscuits, because there's no sender's name on them. Much appreciated, though, and very amusing too. County Cricket Matters magazine for more details of custard creams. Here's Rian Ahmed bowling from the City end, bowls to Billy Godleman, who turns it into the leg side. He picks up another single. Derbyshire moved to 143 without loss, and Godleman up to 69. 2 minutes until the lunch interval. You can tell because Ben Aitchison, Sam Connors and Alex Thompson have suddenly sped up their little journey around the boundary. They're almost at the bottom of the steps now. Gary Charlesworth, thank you. Thank you, Gary. This one is guided. I was going to guess, Gary. Guided down to a short third man by Lewis Reese, who picks up 2 more, 145. Without loss, Reese on to 64. He's faced around about 4 overs more than Billy Godleman. There's Ahmed bowls at one that's on leg stump, and Reese can do no more than clip it into the leg side straight to Ed Barnes. No run. 3 deliveries left. And now it's almost ground to a halt. I wonder if they're keeping an eye on the clock on the big scoreboard that says 12:29. 3 deliveries to go. They probably don't want to bowl another one. They'll go back into the changing rooms and regroup, having not taken a wicket so far in the morning session. Reese wants to make sure that that remains the case, and he clips this one into the leg side for another single as Derbyshire move to 146 without loss, and Reese on to 65. 89 runs added this morning. They trail by 104, so at that rate they should be able to wipe out the deficit by tea and then start to build a lead. Godleman waits. 2 deliveries to go. Ahmed bowls to him. He turns it into the leg side. No run. Morgan 328 for 6, approaching lunch at Sussex. Nottinghamshire 390 for 3 against Durham, as this next one is defended by Billy Godleman, and that will be lunch with Derbyshire on 146 without loss. It means they've added 89 runs this morning. Billy Godleman is on 69, and Lewis Reese is on 65, and they need another 15 runs to equal the highest first wicket stand of the season. That was Harry Kane and Lewis Reese against Nottinghamshire in the game here at Derby, and at the moment they look relatively untroubled. Godleman with his first half century of the season, and at lunch, as I say, Derbyshire 146 for naught. They trail by 103. We will be back in around about 40 minutes' time. balls to Reese. In and 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 bowls 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 to Reese. in and balls 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 to Reese. balls to Reese. In and balls to Reese.
The first over of the afternoon session to be bowled by Chris Wright.
Welcome back to the Incora County Ground, where they're about to start play. Bronte's brought his dogs up, which is why we're a bit late. Magnificent. They're all tucking into, well, they're all over the floor at the moment because Richard Ray couldn't open a packet of biscuits. The dogs are enjoying some custard creams. Excellent. The first delivery after lunch is bowled by Chris Wright, and it's defended out into the offside by Lewis Reese. And there is no run. What magnificent dogs they are.
Aren't they? They are marathon runners, each, and, well, not Norm yet. Norm is still a little bit too young and is still coming into his own, but Freddie's done a few. Bertie did one on Saturday.
Brunty's left knee looks a bit bandaged up there, doesn't it?
Yeah, but it's seen him through 100 marathons and 13 Ironman triathlons, and so it's entitled to be a little bit sore, I suppose.
Alex Thompson, who is very much a dash-on kind of person. There's a run scored here, incidentally. Lewis Reese has just pushed that one out into the offside. It's been fielded out there by... we've got the dogs on. Yeah,
the dogs are on air. The dogs are on the stream at the moment. So
brilliant, as they should be.
There we go.
As they should
Much
be.
more interesting than us.
And the cricket, really. Sam Evans did the fielding there. 147 without loss, 1 run added. Since the lunch interval, that shower that it came at lunchtime, the pitch was covered and we cracked on as normal. Right bowls to Godleman, who defends this out into the offside. And there's no run. Yeah, Tomo's got, Alex Thompson's definitely got dash-ons.
Well, he's a dog man, and we had the 32 overs in the morning session, and we fitted them all in, courtesy of however many overs of spin.
That's good.
We had 3 from Ahmed, and I think 6 from Park, possibly 7. But it made a difference. Such a meeting their requirements.
Exactly how it should be. Wright is in again and bowls. That's wide of the off stump, left alone by Billy Godleman to go through to the keeper. With a light reading at lunch there, wasn't it?
Brunty's brought me a book about the 1941 tour of Spain, which might feature some areas with which I'm familiar, but 1941 was an odd time you would have thought.
Well, I'd imagine that
it was new.
General What's-His-Face
Indeed.
would have been keen for things to run as normal as possible as Wright is in. And Godleman is struck on the pad as an appeal, too high. And we haven't had many appeals.
No.
Over the course of the day so far.
It was straight enough, wasn't it? But definitely too high. He was jumping a little bit as well, and it hit him fairly high, I think. Flexes his left knee.
Even David Griffin's enamoured by the dogs. Are still there. They look very excited to be somewhere new. Yeah, go on. Very exciting. Don't give them all away, though. There's a... knee. Something to the knee. Next delivery is down the leg side. Godleman tries to flick it away. There's a pretend appeal by wicketkeeper Harry Swindles. It's the end of the first over. 1 run from it. 147 without loss at the end of the over. Derbyshire trailing by 102 now. This is only the 4th century stand between Lewis Reese and Billy Godleman, which I find absolutely staggering, because they've opened together fairly consistently until Shan Masood arrived since 2017, and it's only their 4th century stand.
Could be steering them towards a 4th victory of the season, though, Derbyshire. Certainly.
And first here at Derby.
Yeah, just 102 behind with all 10 first innings wickets in hand. Rehan Ahmed, who was turning his googly quite nicely, if not the leg spinner, has been taken off after just the 3 overs, none for 11 before lunch, and it's going to be seamed from both ends. Roman Walker.
I can see 5 sides on that, David. David Leicester sent me a photograph, an aerial picture of the Pentagon Island. It's got 5 roads coming from it.
he sent you it on the basis that he didn't believe it
Well,
was.
I don't know. He put 5-sided question mark.
In goes Walker, bowls to Reese, who is leaning forward carefully into that straight delivery, pushing it out towards Evans in the covers, and there's no run.
None taken anyway.
Just the one slip now. Louis Kimber, who has his hands plunged deep in his pockets. The players can't get out of the wind, and it is pretty chilly out there. Brunty's in his shorts still, along with David Griffin. As Walker runs in and bowls and bowled, and Reese was already stepping away in mid-delivery there. Harry Swindles doesn't look too impressed. It really was a late step away there, and although Hassan Adnan is making the signal for no delivery, it was as late a step
Strange
away
one,
as
wasn't
I've
it?
ever seen, frankly. He was literally...
Oh no, he's bowled it. He stepped away after he's bowled it.
That would have been interesting had it hit the
That happened at
stumps.
Birmingham in the T20, and the Birmingham player stepped away and was bowled, and it wasn't given out, which was a disgrace.
Walker is in. Reese is defending on the back foot, dropping it out into the offside. I'm just wondering why he stepped. Did somebody... You never quite know. It might not have been something in his eye. It might have been somebody shouted something or said something, in which
Perhaps
case...
a bit of
it's
dust in his eye or something.
possibly,
I don't know.
Yeah, possibly.
Deacon Paul O'Connor says the highlight of his day has been me watching me fail to snap open a packet of biscuits. Hashtag Charles Atlas.
We both struggled. It goes Walker and bowls. Reese is driving very pleasantly, very straight back through the offside out to the long off boundary for 4. Lovely shot. It was over pitch, but put away really nicely by Lewis Reese. 150 is up for Derbyshire.
Brunty's
151
going for a
without
walk
loss.
with the boys. He's just waving goodbye. Yep, there he goes. It was.
Reese on to 70.
It was Liam Livingston. David Griffin corrects me quite correctly. It was Liam Livingston who was bowled by Mark Watt, but he stepped away after the ball had been delivered. You
Right.
can't do that. You can't do that. He should have been out.
And it was signalled no delivery.
Signal dead ball. Yeah, yeah.
Reese overtakes Godleman for the first time for a little while. In goes Walker, bowls to him again. It's straight on the legs, tucked away into the leg side, down towards deep backward square. In comes Scriven to field. Good throw from the young all-rounder. And it is just a single to Lewis Reese. Moves on to 71, 152 without loss. What are you shaking your head?
Burton Albion's game at MK Dons on the 3rd of December. It will now kick off. It's a Saturday at 12:30 at Stadium Plastic. That's not great.
Is it no longer the Pirelli Stadium? Is it
Oh, this
still-
is away. No,
sorry,
it is.
MK
Yeah, it is
at,
the Pirelli. It's at Stadium Plastic. Yeah.
Is it open? Is
MK.
Do they open both layers? Is it finished? That
Oh
stadium
yeah, it's
now?
finished. Yeah, it's too big
It's massive.
for
Isn't it?
Milton Keynes.
National Hockey Centre it was for a while. Round the wicket goes Walker outside off stump, and Godleman steps forward and leaves outside off stump.
Yeah, it's huge. And for reasons of balance, I can't read this out, Drew, but I agree with you. I'll let Richard read it and then see if he agrees that I can't read it. Really, I'd love to read it, but I can't.
You could read some of it.
No, I'm not going to read any of it because it loses its full effect, doesn't it? I think it's a very good tweet.
But is it? Yes, I completely
Yes, I thought you would.
agree as well. In goes Walker, bowls very wide, and even so, Godleman steps out, tries to crash it away through the offside, can't reach it essentially, and it goes through to Swindles. Well, that was an extraordinary over, one way or another. Things happened in it. Scoreboard certainly moved on to 152. There was a lovely shot from Lewis Reese, the delivery after he'd stepped away with Walker pretty much having delivered almost delivered the ball. There's no way Walker could have pulled out at that stage.
No, he'd killed it. He'd have injured himself, wouldn't he?
But the 150 came up, and now less than 100 runs separate the two first innings scores.
David Hobbs reflecting what I thought about the Jonathan Liu piece as he retweets it. He says, a definite wish I'd written it moment. Yeah, absolutely. It's a sensational piece in The Guardian this morning.
We have now the usual discussion involving Parkinson Wright, and in this case, Buddinger's got a something to add to the general conversation before Wright's ready to go.
Yeah, he was always going to be ready at some point, though, and he is now, and he bowls to Lewis Reese, who turns this into the leg side for a single. Roman Walker does the fielding, and Reese moves to 72, 153 without loss. That deficit down to 96 now. Will be wiped out before tea.
Even at this run rate. Which is not spectacular, but it's solid enough.
The one thing somebody pointed out, we're never happy, are we? We are never happy. Anuj Dal needs 74 runs to get to 1,000 in first-class cricket, and he might not get a bat. Brooke Guest needs 117. He might. He'll be in next. Liz Deploy needs 200. There's absolutely no chance of that happening in this match. Now, I wouldn't have thought. As Wright goes in and bowls to Godleman, who's he's hit in between his legs, just above his pads, with both legs together. That will have smarted, I'm sure. A bit lower than a bullseye, but high enough to be unpleasant. Very nasty. He didn't flinch, of course. Never does, but he doesn't flinch. I don't think I've ever seen him go down hurt, from memory. I'm sure he must have done at some point in his career. He's batted for so long as he tries to drive this out into the offside. It goes straight to Budinger and there's no run. The lights remain on. It's brighter than it was immediately before lunch. After the players left the field, we had a shower, the pitch was covered, and then the ground staff got to work on the footmarks and that kind of thing. But remarkable that we've had as much cricket as we have had so far. As Wright is on his way in once more. Bowls to Godleman, who turns that one into the leg side. There's no run. Fielded there by Sam Evans. Poor old Ed Barnes almost falls over trying to catch the ball as it's returned to him.
Apologies to Martin, I missed your tweet earlier. Any chance of a breakthrough soon, or shall I crack on with the hoovering?
Yeah,
crack on.
Well, it must be spotless by now, I'd have thought.
That's good.
Yeah. We'll let you know. It's raining in Birmingham. As, Billy Godwin has a wild swing at that one. No foot movement again. That's been his downfall this season, a lack of foot movement. Just sort of reached for that one outside the off stump. Waved his bat in the general direction of the ball.
Just the sort of general demeanour of both batters, actually, although Reese has been rather more controlled, is that the sort of feeling among the Derbyshire, perhaps in the dressing room, was that we need to crack on a bit this afternoon. Weather might yet be a factor. See if we can increase the scoring rate a little.
But they've got to be careful because they do still trail. That one's pushed out into the offside by Godleman, and the over 153 without loss.
51 over, so even we can work that one out, can't we? Exactly 3 and over.
Oh yeah, I couldn't have worked it out actually.
You would have got there in the end. Listen, we couldn't deal with a packet of biscuits between us, but in fairness, we should add that the biscuits had sort of been, they had a piece of sort of plaster tape on one side of the packet with Fletcher written all over it, but they did kind of seal it together, didn't it? It did make it.
Yes, it did. No, it did. It did. I managed to stab it with a pen, and off we went. We were all over it then.
Packet of custard creams proved beyond us.
I think it's good that custard creams have such good security.
We broke into them in the end, and the boys benefited. In goes Walker, bowls, and Reese is taking his bottom hand off the bat as that one perhaps bounces a fraction more than he thought it was going to. Didn't look to obviously climb at him, but clearly did something slightly unexpected. He managed to push it back down the pitch on the on side. Looks slightly askance at the pitch before taking his guard again. Just the one slip, as I say now. Kimber with 2 sweaters on, it looks like to me. Claps his hands together, takes his hands out of his pockets. Walker, short sleeved shirt, bustles in, bowls outside off stump. Good lift, carry, taken round about chest high by Swindles. slightly to his right, so a little bit of swing back in after he'd been allowed to go through by Lewis Reese.
If our mathematical ability is ever brought into question, which it is almost on an almost daily basis, the boys in the TV control room, when they said there are 4 dogs in the commentary box, I came in, there was definitely only 3. And they were moving about a bit.
Unless they were being rude at one of our expenses. I don't know. In goes Walker, turned off his legs by Lewis Reese, down to Eddie Barnes at long leg. Barnes forms the long barrier, though. It wasn't going particularly quickly towards him, across one of the better outfields now in county cricket.
I find the best thing to do with dogs is count the heads rather than the legs and then divide it by 4, though. So
they're over there now by the old commentary boxes.
Using it for what it's worth.
Discussions between Walker and Parkinson.
Of course.
Of course. Well, the over rate at the moment is, well, it says +1 on your scoreboard in here, but it says -1 up on the orange.
No, the minus is a plus.
Oh, okay.
I can, yeah.
It's missing
they can't do a plus.
the downstroke, is it?
Yeah, if it is minus, there's another little dash thing next to the 1. It's yeah.
Minus. I remember doing maths.
2 minuses make a plus,
plus,
don't they?
yeah.
Yeah, I think, yeah, that's right.
Walker is in, short, pulled around the corner and pulled very cleanly and successfully by Billy Godleman. There was the long leg out, Barnes. There was Scriven out at deep square. Neither really moved, whether they didn't pick it up or whether it was just hit so cleanly. The 3 Derbyshire bowlers who are still perambulating around. They've spotted the dogs,
Well,
so they're going to go and say hello now.
the one who fielded it was Alex Thompson, who's already met the dogs.
Okay.
And he's taking Matty McKiernan and Sam Connors to see the dogs, which is nice. It'd be nice for Bronte as well.
Yeah. They're very pleased.
Good lads. The dogs are very excited to be meeting everybody, though, aren't they?
Walker is in again to Godleman. Fuller, maybe a little bit quicker as well. Be nettled by that. Walker, the way that Godleman dealt with the previous ball.
What kind of spaniels are they?
They're Welsh Springer Spaniels.
Welsh Springer, okay.
Yeah. They have
Bertie's
long pedigrees.
Bertie is a Cocker Spaniel.
The other, that's
the one
Twiggy's
at
dog.
Twiggy's dog, yeah, Bertie.
Not sure what they did. Do they look very different? Cocker's
Smaller,
very
he's a little smaller.
Okay.
Yeah.
Walker is into Godleman again, tucked him into the leg side. Walker himself feels, but he's running away to his left. He throws at the stumps at the striker's end. Reese had long since made his ground. The throw was a gesture as much as anything. And Godleman, I think, is looking to be more positive, definitely post-lunch than pre-lunch, when they did a really good job, these two, unparted. And they are now beginning to increase the scoring rate. They both have 73, 158 without loss, coming up to half past.
Yes, I've got Rainbow Since You've Been Gone in my ears, after which I will be on. Saw Rainbow several times back in the 80s. Saw them once at Queen's Hall in Leeds. Richie Blackmore the night before had walked off stage because the taxi company's radio was coming out through the loudspeakers at the same time as he was trying to play his guitar, so he walked off. But there were no dramas when we saw them.
I've had Ultravox and ELO, and so it's all been of an era this morning.
Yes. Oh, yeah. Saul Budinger is keeping himself warm out there by doing some fancy dances. As Chris Wright begins a new over from the racecourse and bowls to Godleman, who drives a little uppishly to Budinger. And if it had been a yard and a half further or closer to the bat, he might have been in line for a catch there. As it is, it dropped in front of him. And Derbyshire remain on 159 without loss. Godleman has 74. Reese has 73, and they've added 102 so far today, having put on 57. Obviously, last night. That wasn't a very tricky sum, was it? Come on. Graham Bonnet. In goes Chris Wright and bowls. That's turned into the leg side by Godleman for a single. Derbyshire move on to 160 without loss, and within one of the highest first wicket stand of the season, which was Harry Kane and Lewis Reese against Notts here in the hottest day of the year game, back when it was warm. Reese back on strike. Right bowls to him and he defends it straight back to the bowler, who kicks it. Going very well. I was struggling to concentrate listening to Rainbow, though. Very good. Yes. I'm trying to work out how many tens of years ago it was when I last saw them. Derbyshire are doing very well here. They were on top this morning. They're even further on top, if that can be possible. Now, they're 160 without loss. They only trail by 89 now. They put on 103 runs this morning of Lewis Reese and Billy Godleman. Reese is on 73, Godleman on 75. His first half century of the season, which is quite remarkable for a man with such a good record of run scoring. He's had a fairly lean year as the Derbyshire skipper. And at the moment, they're one shy of the highest first wicket stand of the season. In fact, they've just got it with a no ball. They've added 2 runs, so they've moved up to 162 without loss. 161 against Nottinghamshire, Harry Kane and Lewis Reese, back in the hottest day of the year game. You remember back when it was hot? Well, it's anything but. It's anything but now. Derbyshire going nicely. 162 without loss, trailing by 87. And no ball takes them to the highest first wicket stand of the season for Derbyshire. And Chris Wright will have to bowl that delivery again, which he does. And it's pulled around the corner by Lewis Reese. And where's it going to land? It's going to land in between a couple of fielders, beyond the man on the edge of the square and not anywhere near the man coming in from the boundary. Lewis Reese picks up a single. He moves to 74, 163 without loss. A Rainbow. Richie Blackmore's Rainbow. That was the Graham Bonnet era, of course, but the Ronnie James Dio era. Rainbow Rising and the live album as well. Absolutely terrific stuff. If you ever get a chance to listen to it, one of the original members of Deep Purple. And goes right again and bowls to Godleman, who's rather hurried by that one, pushes it out to Budinger in the covers, and there is no run. 163 without loss, 75 to Godleman, 74 to Reese, trail by 86, and these two have the highest Derbyshire opening stand of the season, courtesy of that no ball bowled by Chris Wright.
Did you say it was you'd had Rainbow since you've been gone?
Yeah.
So just had that on, literally just had
I
probably
bet,
similar.
I bet what you've got, and what they do a thing called flashback, don't they?
Yeah, for half an hour it was, yeah.
Yeah.
So it was probably the same.
Be the same,
playlist,
same stuff, yeah.
Not illogical.
Well, it's the precursor to joining all the radio stations together, I think.
Well, yes. East Midlands hub. Potentially. Who knows? Roman Walker. I think compulsory discussion with Chris Wright before the start of his over Parkinson to maybe looking to slow things down a little bit, really, because much more aggression being shown by these two Derbyshire batters now. In goes Walker, bowls to Reese, who clips him very nicely away through straight mid-wicket. Parkinson's in pursuit. He's not going to drag it back. 4 runs off the first ball of the over to Lewis Reese, who's played a couple of cracking shots post-lunch. A beautiful straight drive in Walker's previous over, and that very neat, very straight clip away through mid-wicket. 4-4 in this over. He's moved on to 78 now. 167 without loss. Trailed by just 82 now as Walker in again to Reese. Its length is dragged back a little bit, but it's 2-leg side again, and it's turned off his legs off the back foot by Lewis Reese down to Ed Barnes, who's got patches of red all over his kit at the front and on his trousers as well. He has polished and polished. To no effect so far, it would appear.
It doesn't appear to have done anything, does it?
No.
One of the lads in the media room was saying that he thinks that Derbyshire's has been the flattest pitch of the season that he's seen all season.
This pitch.
Yeah,
This particular pitch. Walker is in, tucked off his legs by a hurried Godleman, but he so often looks hurried, manages to get an inside edge on it. I think Pad was involved as well because it rather trickled out to square leg. Just behind square, Budinger fields. Well, didn't look too flat yesterday. I mean, it was a lot of swing as well in the conditions, but they did very well.
I think he meant actually all the pitches. They've just been so flat.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. The square.
Yeah.
So it's been a flat square this season. Again, discussions. Again, the over 8, therefore, is slowed down, and indeed it has gone to +2. Not happy with his field, somehow. But I'm not sure that fiddling around with a leg side field. They stand, Parkinson and Walker, in conversation. They contemplate Barnes at long leg and Scriven at deep square. And the consequence is that the short mid-wicket, Budinger comes out and goes back to first slip. Kimber moves to second. And Scriven comes in to a fairly conventional mid-wicket instead. Walker is in, bowls to Reese, who's driving, but not really timing it as well as he would have liked. There probably was one in there, given Wright at mid-off had to move to his right a good few feet and then wasn't able to field cleanly, but got 4 off the over already. Not inclined to take any chances. The triumvirate of Derbyshire bowlers have, after a long stay with the boys, Bertie, Freddie and Norma moved on. In goes Walker, bowls, driven again by Reese. This time he has got it out wider into the covers. Hill goes scampering back, puts in the slide, isn't able to pick up the ball cleanly, so Reese is able to turn for a second. Moves into the 80s now, on to 81, 171 without loss, just 78 behind now. Thus far, a nigh on perfect day for the home side. Walker is in and bowls. Better delivery in that Reese isn't able to get it away. It's a little bit straighter, a little bit of bounce, but he's comfortable enough defending it on the back foot. Out into the offside. End of the 54th, I beg your pardon, over of the Derbyshire innings, 171 without loss. Again, the sky is filled in a little bit, although it is a little bit lighter.
There's confrontation going to happen at the far end. 3 Derbyshire players walking towards 3 members of the Leicestershire backroom staff, and ooh.
Could have been newsroom versus newsroom there, couldn't it?
Yeah, they've walked past each other and ignored each other steadfastly. There was no hint of animosity, by the way. 171 without loss. Chris Wright to begin a new over. His 16th, 0 for 42 so far. Bowls to Godleman, who defends it straight back towards him. He tries to guide it onto the stumps, but Lewis Reese was just leaning on his bat, with his bat over the crease. There is no Wright with a smile on his face. Looking away to the west from where that last shower of rain came. It's starting to fill in again. We'll get all the way till tea before it rains the next time. It seems unlikely, but it seemed unlikely that we'd get to lunch, so in comes Wright and bowls, driven by Godleman. Good half stop by Budinger. Got both hands to it. That was absolutely moving, and it's eventually hauled in down below us by Callum Parkinson. The batsmen get through for 3 runs. So he's managed to save, well, they've managed to save 1 between them there. Parkinson's now holding his left side and grimacing, which isn't a good sign.
No, it isn't.
At all. Well, it's the last game of the season, but there's a man who should be on an England A tour. Budinger, well, he's currently got both his hands under his armpits because that would have stung. Score's moved on to 174 without loss, incidentally. There's lots of waving. What do they want? They want Ed Barnes 4 steps away from straight and goes right and bowls, and it's driven straight up to Callum Parkinson, who goes down. Footballs again. And he looks okay again now. Ish. No, he's not 100% happy with himself at the moment, which is a shame.
I would agree with you about an 8, or certainly last season when he took 50 wickets. This season, he's a little bit more inconsistent. Sort of partly a reflection of the way the side has played as a whole, I think.
Next delivery from right. He's left alone outside the off stump by Reese. Goes through to the keeper.
He was the top England spinner, if you know, in terms of wicket taking.
Yeah, England qualified, absolutely.
Qualified spinner, but no hint of.
Well, when Leach was replaced, the concussion replacement, the like-for-like replacement was the left-arm spinner, not the leg spinner who actually got called up.
Not his twin brother.
He got called up on sympathy, as far as I'm concerned, because he'd been dragged around the world by England, as that one's turned into the leg side by Reese. They've run the first one quickly. Ed Barnes gets to it. They think about coming back for the second. Barnes has picked up, and they settle for a single. Reese moves to 82, 175 without loss. But I've said it before, and I'll say it again. I say it in private. I say it in public. I think that Callum's a better cricketer than Matthew. He can bat. And at the moment, Matt Parkinson's having a horrible time. He doesn't seem to be able to do anything, which is a real shame. I think it's partly because he hasn't played enough cricket while he's been travelling around the world. This one is pushed out into the offside by Godleman, although some would have it that he should play less cricket. 175 without loss at the end of the over. 74 the deficit now. Reese 82, Godleman 79. But I think a spinner likes to bowl a lot of overs, which is why it's even more alarming that when Leach isn't playing for England, they stop him from playing for Somerset, which makes absolutely no sense at all. I'd do away with central contracts personally, but I don't think they've helped us in any way.
Foxy Phil points out there's a good chance that Yorkshire will now go down.
Really? A good chance?
So he says.
Oh, excellent. I'm going to check the table.
So something's gone on that has excited a certain amount of interest.
Oh, Shan Masood signs for 2nd Division Yorkshire would be splendid, wouldn't it?
Walker is in from the city end, driven by Reese, and that's going to run away 4-4. Hit it hard down into the ground, but it gathered a little pace, accelerated away. And although momentarily Hill thought he might be able to chase it down, all he could do was pursue it to the boundary. And Reese continues to look in a pretty good nick post-lunch. He's moved now on to 86, 179 without loss. Just 70 behind.
Well, I'm not sure there is. Gloucestershire 6 for 1 in their second innings, leading Yorkshire by 13.
That sounds fairly level then, but...
Warwickshire 157 for 2, and it's still raining.
Yeah.
I mean, Warwickshire are going to get a draw out of that game with Hampshire, aren't they? Which would probably wouldn't be enough either. No, Yorkshire can't go down. Got me overexcited for absolutely nothing there. They had to overhaul 15 points.
Walker is in, bowls a horrendous delivery that is a no ball because he banged it in short, pulled it down. It went well down the leg side, and by well down I mean at least a pitch and a half wide of the stumps. And Reese, who stepped back, watched with interest as it looped down, not towards Swindle. Swindle's had to run 10 yards away to his right to clean it up. So nothing much going right for Leicestershire at the moment, and it is signalled no ball on. Well, wouldn't it be wide?
I'm not sure.
Anyway.
I'm not sure it pitched on the cut strip.
No, I don't think it
which
did.
would be which would be a no ball. But he's given a no ball.
He has.
Yeah, I don't know.
The scorers look slightly bemused. 181 without loss as Walker is in, bowls, he's driven handsomely, but only as far as cover by Reese. This time the falling Evans out there, it might be. Is it Scriven out there now? He's usually on the other side, but it is Scriven out there now. So they changed positions, and he made the stop. Barnes is starting, not particularly enthusiastically, to warm up at long leg. My turn to labour away, is it? Looks that way. 56th over coming down. Walker is in and bowls down the leg side again. Reese gestures at it, no more, as he steps inside it, taken by Swindles. It's all looking a little bit, I don't know, not hopeless as such, but certainly lacking in belief, Leicestershire here. It feels as though they're going through the motions and not very well. Directionless?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, it is drifting, isn't it?
It feels that way. Walker's going to go round the wicket. Bowls outside off stump, very wide again, and this time Reese lets it go through outside off stump. Umpire Ahmed comes down, but it's just to have a chat to Billy Godleman, it would appear, rather than the umpire.
Did he go around the wicket that last delivery?
He did.
Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. I was trying to do the maths on this relegation. Warwickshire have got to win. They've had 52 overs in the game at Edgbaston so far, and it's still raining. There's no way they can win that game. And if they don't win that game, they are down.
Unless, as Walker goes in and bowls and is defended, it's a straight ball. Hurrah. Pushed out into the offside. Unless there's some sort of, we'll declare, we lose our second innings, you lose your first, or whatever, that sort of arrangement.
Yes,
between the captains, it could be manufactured.
There's nothing in it for Hampshire, though, is there? Because they can no longer win the title. If they could still win the title, you could see that game being set up. But Surrey already claimed the title.
Well, Hampshire, well, they could drive a hard bargain then.
Yeah.
Potentially. In goes Walker, bowls. Again, that's straight and is defended on the front foot by Reese. Back down the pitch to Roman Walker, end of the over. 181. Without loss, just 68 behind now, Derbyshire.
Yeah, Warwickshire started this round of matches 14 points behind Kent, who are certainly doing enough to draw or better against Somerset. They're 176 without loss in reply to Somerset's 202. And they're 15 points behind Yorkshire, who are pretty even with Gloucestershire. And Warwickshire themselves can't get on the field, so that's not doing them any favours at all. So sadly, it looks like we're going to have 4 nights in Birmingham, which is never ideal. And it's such a soulless place, Edgbaston. Not my favourite ground.
Just about commutable for 4 days.
Yeah, no, I was stopped there. It's Chris Wright, 17th over, 181 without loss. He bowls to Godleman, who leaves alone outside the off stump. And it goes through to the keeper. A couple of things, if you're a Derby County fan, and I know there are Derby County fans listening, Paul Warren's press conference is live over on BBC Radio Derby at 3 o'clock. He's introduced to the media. He started the job yesterday, replacing Liam Rossini, who was interim manager. And Derby County have just tweeted that Liam Rossini has left the club following discussions yesterday. So he has left the club, Liam Rossini. It always felt like it might be difficult for him to work under the new manager. As Wright is in and bowls and Godleman drives straight. Coming through for a single. It's a shy at the stumps, which misses, of course, because they always do. And they get through for a single. And Lewis Hill with the shy at the stumps, with a very large red plaster, I think, on his right hand. Or is he just... Are they collar? No, the collars of the... Or the cuffs, rather, of the shirts aren't red, are they? Are they? He's got something red poking out the bottom of his shirt.
Lewis?
Yeah.
Oh, so he does, yeah. Oh, it's a bandage.
Is it
that's
a bandage?
On his
damaged wrist?
Yeah, on his damaged hand.
Okay.
Twice this season he's been hit on it. And the first one, he did have a fracture. And the second one, it just swelled up horribly. Yeah. And he missed it. He's missed 3 or 4 weeks as a consequence. Noticed it before.
Here's Wright in again. Bowls this time to Lewis Reese, who leaves alone outside the off stump. Godleman's moved up to 80. Reese has 86, 182 without loss. I've got an email from Nick Buxton.
Must be a Derbyshire supporter with it.
Yes, he's from Nottingham now.
Oh.
Last game, he says, who are your red and white ball players of the season? Then he goes on to tell me who they are. Red ball has to be Anush Dal. Yeah, or Brooke Guest, or Shan Masood. White is probably Wayne Madsen. These are his choices, by the way. I don't have choices. That one's pushed out into the offside. I do. Wayne Madsen, although George Scrimshaw must run him close. Well, George Scrimshaw had a sensational T20, and no one who was here will ever forget the final over that he bowled against Lancashire. Derbyshire were dead and buried, and he'd already conceded 48 runs off his first 3 overs, and he managed to defend 11 comfortably, mainly thanks to Tim David taking a single off the first ball of the over and watching all the nonsense happening at the other end, which I thought was poor from an overseas player. That one is pushed out into the offside. But I'm not a big Tim David fan anyway. That was pushed out into the offside by Lewis Reese. I think there's a certain amount of... what's the word I should use without being sued?
Selfishness?
No. It's sort of... I don't think he's as good as everybody thinks he is. And certainly I don't think he's as good as he thinks he is. Honourable mentions to Messrs Connors, Aitchison and Guest, as he says, who've all had good seasons. They have, although Aitchison's only had a good half a season, really. As Wright is in again and bowls. That was way wide of the off stump, and Reese has nothing to do with it. Makes you wonder, he says, what might have been. We always wonder what might have been at the end of a season, don't we? What might have been. Had Suranga Lakmal avoided injury, yeah, his elbow fell apart alarmingly, and he pulled out the game against Nottinghamshire at Trent Bridge, and we never saw him again. He's bowling again now, I understand. He had an operation. He is bowling again, and he's contracted for next season. On to next season, he says, with a smidge of optimism. Thank you, Nick. Anybody else has got any views, you're more than welcome to send them through. No, Greg's already done that. Greg, who wrote a very good article in County Cricket Matters, of course. He says, hi, Dave, I'm sad that the season's about to end, as apart from not being able to watch Derbyshire. Yes, okay, I'll read that. I won't be able to hear the updates on the state of the kebabs in Britain. Have you thought about introducing an annual award for the country's best kebab shop?
We could write a good guide to places to stay around county grounds and eat and have a lemonade.
Good to see Billy pass 50, better late than never, says Greg. Good to hear from you, Greg. Terrific piece in the County Cricket Matters.
It was. I enjoyed it very much. I read it during the luncheon interval, trying not to throw up. No, it was wonderful. Fully deserved. Round the wicket comes Ed Barnes to bowl to Billy Godleman. Straight, and Godleman, as ever, twitches slightly on the back foot as he manages to guide it away down towards Rehan Ahmed at backward point. No run. The heavier grey cloud was over the ground, has begun to drift away, and it's a little lighter behind it. Scriven looks like he's warming up now at deep square, almost mid-wicket. Barnes made a better start to this spell than previously, is in and bowls, and that's another good straight delivery, which is defended by a jumping Godleman on the back foot. Out into the offside, Budinger in the covers, picks up. Barnes turns. It's a longish run for the young Yorkshireman. Very straight though. Holds the ball quite high, comes in and bowls, inviting the drive, receives the drive and is driven for 4. Half volley. Godleman stepped out, drove it squarish, but in front of point between Sol Budinger and Rehan Ahmed, neither of whom stood a remote chance of getting across to cover. And it's Budinger who jogs back to pick up the ball in front of the Performance Centre, as it seems to be currently called, rather than a pavilion.
Well, I call it the Players' Pavilion. They can call it what they want, can't they? People know where it is. With the little grandstand in front, it was the old grandstand of the racecourse, of course. That's where it was situated. Finishing line, of only 5 straight miles in the country.
So it was a flat race course. It was just
Yeah.
for
Yeah.
the sprinters. Leicester race course.
I mean, there was a start somewhere to our right. I think it was a complete circuit. If you look at the aerial shot of where the ground is and the park behind us, you can see the whole shape of the race course. England played international football just over there where the car park is. It wasn't a car park then, of course. But, FA Cup final replay, all that kind of thing.
Delay was because you guessed that Chris Wright was talking to Eddie Barnes, who is in, tucks up. Godleman slightly with that delivery, but Godleman more than equal to it, pushes it back down the pitch to Barnes. That forward took Godleman on to 84. He and Reese have never been more than a few runs apart, one way or another. 186 without loss. Just 63 behind now. By T, if not before. Rebuilding that first innings lead. Sun threatens to come back out as Barnes is in on off stump again. Godleman was jumping into his defensive shot. Slightly angled bat, sees the ball squirt out to Ahmed, who is casting a shadow. Sun does come back out. We have been extraordinarily fortunate with the weather.
Thought it looked threatening coming from the west.
Yeah.
All it's done is the clouds have parted and the sun is shining. Remarkable. It is remarkable, really.
Given what's been going on at other grounds. Barnes is in, bowls, tucked off his legs, slightly short of a length and misdirected from Barnes down to Rishi Patel, who finds himself on at long leg. Leicestershire's acting 12th man returns the ball. Godleman picks up one, moves on to 85, 187 the score, 62 behind now. Continue these two to look supremely comfortable. There was one chance, and a difficult one, given by Godleman on 54. Stepped down the wicket, tried to whack Callum Parkinson over long gone. Managed to whack it over mid-on. But Lewis Hill, who was at a deep-ish mid-on, running back, the ball falling over his shoulder, just about got his hands on it, but could not hang on. Otherwise, there was the Reese chance last night, wasn't there, at 15 on at third slip.
Yeah.
Buttinger off Scriven. So they're both given a couple of fairly difficult chances, but only the one in their innings. Innings.
Tom Scriven's coming back. You may have heard John Brown in the background telling they could have gone around and told them individually, really. Telling everybody inside the ground.
It's not that bad. There's a few more in there.
It's all right. I'm not sure I'd come if it was this cold, but there we go. We're behind glass and other windows open. It's chilly in here. Here is Scriven, in and balls to Billy Godleman, who leaves alone outside the off-stump. Ball goes through to the keeper. Coming up to 2 o'clock already. Would you believe it? And as a result, we shall have various updates to do. 130 runs added today. Around about 38 overs or so. The overall run rate of the Derbyshire innings is 3.2. Scriven is in again and bowls Godleman down the leg side, which he can't tickle away. And it's taken moving across to his right-hand side by Harry Swindles. So yeah, the glorious prospect of Yorkshire being relegated. They are back out at Edgbaston, remarkably. They're now into their 55th over of the match. This is the 58th over of Derbyshire's innings. 171 for 2 Warwickshire. They would have to contrive something. Gloucestershire lead Yorkshire by 30 at 23 for 1. Scriven goes in and bowls, and Godleman goes back before going forward to defend that one. No run. Surrey a 38 for 2 in reply to Lancashire's 512. Kent 191 for 2, so lost a couple of wickets in recent times. They still trail Somerset by 11 at Canterbury. Essex Northampton, they haven't started yet today with Essex 220 for 7 at Wantage Road. I'll give you the second division scores in a moment. Scriven is on his way in and bowls to Godleman, who defends this one out into the offside. And again, there's no run. So Glamorgan piling on the runs, 392 for 6. They're going to have to try to bowl Sussex out twice and hope that Middlesex lose. No. Hope that Middlesex don't win. Middlesex got 3 bowling bonus points after bowling Worcestershire out for 225. They're currently 74 for 2 in the 25th over at New Road. And Nottinghamshire 440 for 4 against Durham at Trent Bridge. As Scriven goes in again and bowls to Godleman, who pushes it out into the offside. And again, there is no run. Are we about to see a double century opening stand? Will be the second double century. Oh no, there could have been more, couldn't there? Of course. Don't say things before you need to, Dave. Don't say things before you need to. Goes Scriven, bowls to Godleman, who gets whacked on the hand there. He whipped his bottom hand off there. That one spat up a little bit. I'm not sure whether he did get hit on it or not. Either way, it hurried him up. And we're into the news, I think. .88 without loss. That was the end of the Scriven over. 7 overs for 24. Ed Barnes. Balls to Godleman, who turns it into the leg side. And there is no run. Working wonders for Billy Godleman's batting average, which currently is up to 20. Still not where he would want it over the course of a season. High score of the season for both of these now. That one is turned into the leg side by Billy Godleman, who moves on to 87. Lewis Reese has 86. I'll take a notice of what Lewis Reese's previous Marcus has given me some stats on opening stands. Here comes Barnes again, a short delivery. It's hooked out into the deep, but it drops short of Rishi Patel, and he picks up another single. Lewis Reese moves on to 87. This is in the 3rd week of September. Warwickshire's opening partnership of 129 was their highest of the season, and Kent's opening stand of 179 was their highest of the season. It asks if this is Derbyshire's highest opening stand of the season. Yes, it is. Playing in sunshine now, remarkably. Comes Barnes and bowls. That's defended. Yeah, they've moved on to 190 without loss now, the highest opening partnership of the season between Billy Godleman and Lewis Reese, who both got their high scores of the season. Godleman and Reese each on 87. It means that Derbyshire trail by 59 with plenty of time left in the match, and remarkably the weather has hardly affected the game. There was a shower at lunch but no rain during play so far, which is good news, and Derbyshire 190 without loss, trailing now by 59. As Barnes comes in again and bowls to Godleman, who drives him for 4. out to the cover boundary. Glorious shot by Godleman, who moves into the 90s. 91 to Godleman now, 194 without loss. Derbyshire, this is also Lewis Reese's high score of the season. 87.
Parkinson's going to have to go back to spin, isn't he?
He's got to get some control.
Yeah.
And try and build some pressure, because at the moment there is precious little pressure on the Derbyshire batsmen. They're trailing by 55 now.
The scoring rate has notably increased post-lunch, as you would kind of expect, both being very much in.
Final ball of the Barnes over. Godleman defends it out into the offside. There's no run. 6 off that one. Godleman 91, Reese 87. 194 without loss. Derbyshire trailing by 55. They're gunning for the highest partnership of the season fairly soon. For Derbyshire, that is obviously not. I'm just going to find out what it is. I know it was Wayne Madsen and Shan Masood. But I can't remember what it was. Clearly. And I don't keep mountains of records, or indeed any records. Sadly.
Tom Scriven about to bowl his 8th over of the innings. This time from the race course end. Bowls outside off stump to Lewis Reese, who just lets it go through. Leicestershire very much on the defensive now. There is still a slip. Louis Kimber. Hope he's got thermals on under there, because he hasn't had the opportunity to do any running really so far.
Talking nonsense, of course. Me, not you. Carry on.
In terms of the partnership,
Yeah,
they've got a while to go, have they?
Well, the highest is 292.
Well, less than 100 to go. In goes Scriven, bowls again outside off stump, and again Reese wants nothing to do with it. Lets it go through.
It's the 5th highest partnership that Derbyshire have had this season. They've had 4 double century stands. Shan Masood and Wayne Madsen against Sussex here. Brooke Guest and Wayne Madsen against Glamorgan here. Brooke Guest and Leicester Ploy against Durham at Chester Street, and Shan and Wayne Madsen against Leicestershire at Leicester. And then this one.
Scriven is going to go around the wicket, so he isn't deliberately bowling wide. Goes in and bowls. Reese turns him neatly off his legs out towards mid-wicket. In from the leg side boundary comes Sam Evans. Throws over the stumps. Single taken. Reese on to 88, 195. The score.
I'm not saying it's been a batsman's summer, but even Mark Watt's been involved in a century stand for the 9th wicket at Hove against Sussex. A game that Derbyshire lost, which I'm not going to rake over old coals, but why they didn't enforce the follow-on, I'll never know.
Scriven is in, forces a defensive shot from Billy Godleman. Pushed back down the wicket on the offside. Parkinson picks up. You feel that that was a victory that was thrown away, potential victory that was...
Well, for the only time in Derbyshire's history, they declared twice in a match and lost. They chased the thick end of 400 on the last day, Sussex. Yeah, it was awful.
Scriven back over the wicket. Godleman defends. Straight delivery. Out into the offside. Budinger runs across the field in front of Parkinson, as much, I think, to keep himself warm as anything.
He's been doing all sorts out there. Very entertaining to watch.
Now Scriven's going to go back around the wicket. Another change. Bowls straight to Godleman, who is fiddling it out into the offside. Pretty much getting to the pitch, but it was fairly straight and slightly angled back. Pushes it out to Budinger again. Sun comes out more strongly. Parkinson takes Scriven's sweater course, he's in the middle of his spell and throws it to Leicestershire strength and conditioning coach to take back to the pavilion, to the dressing room. 195 without loss. A decent over from Tom Scriven, just the single conceded from it, I think, in the end. Reese has 88, Godleman 91.
Ed Barnes is going to continue his 10th over, 41 runs conceded in his first 9 after 19 in his first 1, so his next 8 haven't been too bad. But we are having a lengthy discussion down at the far end of the ground. He's going to be bowling from the city end. And he'll bowl at some time. He'll bowl at some point this afternoon, I'm sure. Absolutely ludicrous amount of chat. Yep, now we'll move a fielder there, which we put him. We've got one slip. That's Louis Kimber. He's been at slip the entire time.
It is ridiculous.
Moving a man, there's nobody. Well, there'll be one person because the conversation included Roman Walker. He's going to field at wide, mid-off, and there's a point, and apart from that, there's nobody else on the offside. And he bowls a short delivery that's going to go for 4 byes. Well, that was awful. That was awful cricket. 199 without loss. Yeah, dreadful. I don't really know how else to describe it. It was down the leg side. It was short. It gave Swindles no chance. Reese wasn't interested. Barnes is better than that. The man, Lewis Hill, has now gone a little straighter at fine leg, just in case he does it again. I mean, Derbyshire against Glamorgan last year had a, I think it was last year, it might have been the year before. It was sometime recently. Had a backstop. Had Logan Van Beek bowling short deliveries, but there's another shortish ball, and it's up in the air, and it's gone for 6. I thought for a moment it was going to go up in the air to Lewis Hill, but he's hooked it around the corner. He's got it quite fine as Lewis Reese. The 200's up for Derbyshire, and Reese moves into the 90s. He's on 94. Hill was interested for a moment, but it ended up smashing into the advertising boards down below us to our right. 201 without loss. Derbyshire trail by 48 now.
Yeah, you couldn't say that Reese was in any sort of control of the shot, but
no, I lost the flight of it.
Enough
if I'm
of a
entirely
top
honest
edge
with you.
as it flew down towards us to clear Hill. So in a way, the plan sort of worked. A bouncer, and he went for the hook. 3 men out.
Think he'll do it again?
And it was a top edge, but it flew so far that it flew over Hill for 6. Well, as I say, it kind of worked. He might. But anyway, 10 off the first 2 balls of the over.
Comes in and bowls. That's a short delivery. Wide of the off stump this time. Reese has nothing to do with it. It's clearly a plan.
Trying to buy a wicket with a hook.
I think the thing is, at least there's a plan.
Trying something, but yeah. And he's within a blow of his 100.
Yes, another uncontrolled blow.
One of those. He wouldn't mind.
It's the first 6 of the innings, to go with only 18 fours in the 201. Barnes is in again around the wicket, bangs it in short. That one doesn't bounce. Reese manages to shovel it into the leg side where it's fielded by Tom Scriven. And there's no run. Bit of chat down below Lewis Hill and the backroom staff, enjoying a little conversation. There's Barnes is on his way in again from the city end, bowls to Reese, and this time again he tries to pull out of that shot, I think, but he managed to turn it round the corner to Sol Budinger. Straight to Leicestershire's #1. As a result, there's no run. taps his bat, then looks over his left shoulder before getting himself ready, and that's a short delivery that's pulled around the corner. Chase on here for Hill. He's not going to get there, and Reese moves on to 98. He was in control of that one, all right. Lewis Reese hit it very hard indeed. Derbyshire move on to 209 without loss at the end of that rather expensive over. 14 runs from it in the end. Reese has 98 and Godleman has 91.
Well, they tried something, but I think it's safe to say it didn't work. I suppose it kind of did in a way with that top edge one that flew for 6, but high-risk strategy in terms of conceding runs anyway, and Reese took it on. And suddenly, within 40.
Yes. Yeah.
Scriven won't bowl bouncers, hasn't really got the pace to bowl bouncers, so...
Not sure Ed Barnes has, really.
No, not...
But the greatest of respect to Ed,
Yeah.
who I do like.
Scriven waiting for his square leg to go out to the boundary. There is a square leg and a deep, wide, long leg. Bowls a length delivery to Billy Godleman. Defends it out to Budinger in the covers. No spin post lunch.
No.
And Parkinson 27 off 10, Ahmed 11 off 3. Well, they've been relatively economical compared to some of the seamers as well. Scriven, he's only gone for 3 and over, I suppose, so I'm not quite sure. In goes Scriven, bowls, tucks Godleman up a little bit, but on the back foot defends it back down the pitch towards Parkinson at mid-off. If you're going to try and buy a wicket, you might be better bowling Ahmed with a few men out.
Yeah.
Get the odd one to bounce a little bit, but...
Well, Ed Barnes has been the most expensive, hasn't he? Over 5 and over. Walker.
Yeah,
3 and over, right 3-ish. That's just less than 3, in fact.
Scriven in, round the wicket again. Decent delivery and played back down the pitch to him. Or not to him, but towards him. And he leaps across, grabs it with his left hand in mid-pitch, and then makes sure he's on his toes. He doesn't want to upset the umpire as he goes right across the pitch.
Leicestershire's problem is the 249 they scored in the first innings.
Yeah, I mean,
Not really the bowling. They've had nothing to bowl at, really, have they? And that makes it very difficult.
Lack of first innings runs
Yeah.
has been an issue all the way through the season. In goes Scriven. That was a little bit leg side, and Godleman probably missed out a little bit, turned it towards mid-wicket instead of that fraction squarer. Hill out on the deep square boundary. Dot ball. Yeah, obviously they're missing Finan from this game, who's emerged recently as a potentially important wicket-taking bowler going forward for Leicestershire next season. Extra little bit of pace and movement. Scriven is in. That one is tucked through square leg by Godleman. It was even more leg side, and he wasn't going to miss out on that occasion. Parkinson is starting to warm up now. Ahmed is sort of swinging his arms, but I suspect hopefully rather than because he's had the word. 210 without loss. Reese on 98. Are you so inclined to see him through?
I'll give it a go. 98 to Lewis Reese then, as this one strikes the pad. It's going down leg side. Even from here you could see that. I don't think there was much of a decision for umpire Chantry to make there. A hopeful appeal at best. And the end of the over, 210 without loss. Derbyshire trailing by 39. Scriven's bowled 9 overs for 26. So he's been economical, and here comes Callum Parkinson again.
So the Barnes over of bounces was a one-off.
Shame, really. Enjoyed that.
There was an entertainment value to it, wasn't there? Really? But,
particularly like the top edge 6 that Lewis Reese moved into the 90s with.
The ball now from the city end, Callum Parkinson.
There we go. They're not going to change their mind, so... So it's the there's something I could have said. Couldn't I? 1, 2, 3, 4, the 5th double century stand of the season for Derbyshire. 3 for the 3rd wicket. 2 involving Sean Masood. All 3 of them involving Wayne Madsen, unsurprisingly. By some distance, the best first wicket stand for Derbyshire. Bettering the previous high by almost 50 runs now. Both openers haven't scored centuries all season together. In fact, neither of these two have got a century this season. Parkinson bowls to Godleman, who leaves this one alone in the most extravagant manner you've ever seen. He almost turned around to face the wicket-keeper by the time he'd left that one.
It's probably slightly startled Harry Swindler.
If he'd have said boo at the same time.
Literally was facing the wicket-keeper as he leapt to the left, following the ball.
Godleman waits, in comes Parkinson again. He goes back into his crease, Godleman, and cuts it, but it's nicely fielded by Sam Evans at point. They're doing their best out there, the Leicestershire boys, to keep their spirits up. Parkinson in, bowls to Godleman, turns this one into the leg side this time. Again, there's no run. Buttinger does the fielding. Marcus is asking which of 3 openers will get the highest score in this round, as Godleman pushes that one out into the offside. Rob Yates is also doing well. 400s opening the innings for Warwickshire. Last year, they dropped him to number 3 this year, as that one is turned into the leg side by Godleman, who moves on to 93, 211 without loss. Back at the top of the order for this innings, apparently. Alex Davis arriving from Lancashire, of course. So, Lewis Reese on 98. Parkinson comes in and bowls to him, and he turns it into the leg side. There's no run there, as it's fielded by Tom Scriven. It's a very alarming photograph of what a picture of a goose, one of our travelling companions. That's the end of the over, incidentally. 211 without loss. Travelling with Chesterfield on the way to Rangers in 1980. That is some haircut. Well done, Goose. He'll probably be in the ground, so he won't be able to hear me.
Was he new romantic or something?
I think it was more power ballad.
Wow.
Yes. 1980.
Buffon.
Yes. He's approaching retirement, bless him. He may have told you, but you wouldn't have been able to understand a word he said, because I still can't. He's good fun on away trips. Fall off his chair at Durham.
Sure, Leicestershire are having too much fun out there at the moment. Tom Scriven is in from the racecourse and dug out by Godleman. Runs out to Buttinger in the covers. Right, never short of something to say, but you would have thought he might be running out, given Leicestershire have bowled 64 overs and 1 delivery without managing to take a wicket so far, creating only 2 chances in so doing. A few leg before shouts, I suppose, there were yesterday, which they might have hoped one might have worked. In goes Scriven, cut away nicely off the back foot by Billy Godleman for 4. So both batters are now within a blow of their century, and I can sit back and eat one of Dave's custard creams and let him get on with
just
it.
take it easy.
Suits me. Might just take one blow.
215 without loss. Derbyshire trail by 34 now. I'd wait for confirmation from David Griffin, but I think it would be Billy Godleman's 22nd Derbyshire century. 23rd in total. Lewis Reese heading towards his 7th of his career. Godleman is ready. He's on 97. Scriven on his way in from the racecourse end around the wicket. Bowls to him, and it's brilliantly taken down the leg side by Harry Swindles. Godleman does his best to keep his balance. Just had to make sure he didn't topple out of his crease there. Excellent bit of work by the Leicestershire keeper. Derbyshire, of course, now on to 4 bonus points. They picked up their first batting bonus point. Another 30-odd overs in which to collect the rest of them. Godleman inside half of the bat, out into the onside, fielded by Roman Walker. And there's no run. Richard catching up on some correspondence. 215 without loss. Reese 2 away from a century at the non-strikers end. Billy Godleman 3 away from a century on strike. Scriven is on his way in again. Bowls, and Godleman gets rather wrapped up by that one. Goes out into the leg side. There's no run.
It implies there was movement to that one, but I don't think there was much, to be honest. Kimber might be having a bowl. A little bit of off-spin, but he's usually quite a good purveyor of such off-spin, but why Ahmed hasn't just had the 3 overs is slightly baffling.
Yeah. But they're left-handed batsman, but he does possess the googly, doesn't he? Scriven in and bowls to Godleman, who drives this out into the onside. He's got 1. They're not going to come back for the second, and now both batsmen are on 98 with 3 minutes to go until the update. Come on, boys, get a shift on. 216 without loss at the end of the over. And it might not be, my update might be slightly later than that anyway, but Richard might as well go for his update now because he's not going to get on air for a while. Not through my choice, you understand. 98 apiece. The 2 batsmen, and Louis Kimber continues to warm up at slip, windmilling his arms. We are, I think, going to see him, you know. What if he's got a golden arm? 2-1-6 without loss. Reese 98. Godleman on strike 98. Callum Parkinson, the Leicestershire skipper, is going to bowl around the wicket. It's a fairly straight run. Thank you, Matt. Going to get an update fairly shortly. Might even get a century live on the radio, who knows. Here's Parkinson in again. Bowls, and that's defended by Godleman. They're taking their time, these two. In comes Parkinson again, bowls to Godleman, who pads this one away. There's a big shout for leg before wicket. Not out, says Hassan Adnan. Here we go. Here comes Parkinson. Pushed out to the onside by Billy Godleman. Well, it's going quite remarkably, really, Sally. It's 216 for no wicket, Derbyshire. Both openers on the brink of their first championship centuries of the season, both on 98 not out. Lewis Reese and Billy Godleman, and Derbyshire trail by just 33 runs now. That's the fifth highest stand of the season for Derbyshire. Shan Masood and Wayne Madsen have featured in plenty of them, but neither of these two had up until today. In fact, Billy Godleman hadn't even got a half century until he got to his 50 this morning. He's on 98, Lewis Reese is on 98, and Derbyshire 216 without loss, trailing by 33. Always positive, but you know that. You know that. We are going to see Louis Kimber bowl for the first time in the match. Don't forget, in around about half an hour's time over on BBC Radio Derby FM, you can listen to Paul Warne's press conference as he's introduced to the media and to the supporters the new Derby County head coach. He has replaced Liam Rossini, who the club have now confirmed has left Pride Park for good. He was interim manager for the early part of the season, built the squad. But he has left the club. He's put out a very nice message thanking everybody on social media, I notice. And the Paul Warne era has begun. 216 without loss here under the Mickey Arthur era. Fifth highest partnership between these two. And Lewis Reese is on 98. Louis Kimber bowling for the first time in the 67th over. And he is in now around the wicket, bowls to Reese, a wide delivery that he cuts away, but he's only going to get a single, I fancy. He's run the first one quickly. He is only going to get a single because it's well fielded out there in the deep by Tom Scriven. And he moves on to 99. Of 204 deliveries. Godleman 98 off 199. Nothing between these two. These two left-handed openers. Billy Godleman now has the opportunity to get to three figures first. Kimber around the wicket, bowls to Godleman, who goes back into his crease, cuts it away. They're going to go through for the single. Budinger picks up and throws at the stumps. And now both batsmen are on 99. So the very next run off the bat will bring the first century of the match. Previous high score in the match was Tom Scriven's 53. Around the wicket comes the bowler, and Reese pushes it out to the offside, runs, scampers through for the single, and he gets to a century. He punches the air with delight. It's his first century of the season in the county championship. He raises both arms aloft, having removed his helmet. He's 100 off 205 balls with 8 fours and 1 6. And Lewis Reese has taken Derbyshire to 219 without loss with a century. It also means that Billy Godleman will be on strike for the next delivery, and he is also on 99. It was Lewis Reese's 7th first-class century. And Kimber is in to bowl to Godleman, who cuts out into the offside. There's no run there. A single off each of the first 3 deliveries has helped Reese get to 3 figures first. Billy Godleman is just 5 deliveries behind Reese. That was the 200th ball that Billy Godleman had faced. In comes Kimber again. It's an interesting action. It's left alone outside the off stump. Quite a whippy arm. In again. From the racecourse end, bowls to Godleman, who goes back into his crease, wants a single. There isn't one there. Run out for 99 wouldn't be good. And it's the end of the over. Godleman has 99, Reese has 100, and Derbyshire 219 without loss, trail by 30.
Yeah, perhaps even Billy, with his experience and the number of times he's been in this position. few extra nerves, especially without a century to his name this season.
I think having not even reached 50 this year, it would be rather foolish to get out now, wouldn't it?
He would. Callum Parkinson. I can do this one, can't I? Because it's to Reese. Yes, I can.
Yes,
He's going
yes,
to come
you
around the
help
wicket
yourself.
to the left-handed Reese. He is in and bowls outside of some, dabbed cleverly away down towards third man. Kimber, having stood for so long, legs it from slip in pursuit down towards third man. So it's all happening for Louis Kimber out there as Reese picks up a couple. Had to bowl an over, and then he's had a run as well. So that'll get the blood flowing a little bit more quickly, hopefully, from his point of view. Parkinson stays round the wicket to Reese, who is pushing that one out into the offside and taking the one that will give him a single and bring his captain on 99 back on strike. Custard cream stand for me.
There won't be any left between Richard Ray and the dogs. Gary Charlesworth's custard creams going down nicely in the press box. Here's Callum Parkinson. Bowls around the wicket to Billy Godleman, who turns this one into the leg side. They go through for the single as Buddinger does the fielding, and Billy Godleman has got to 3 figures. Again, for the first time this season, it's come off 204 deliveries for Godleman and included 12 fours. It's the 23rd first-class century of Billy Godleman's career. And, well, he's accepting the applause from all the supporters around the ground. Doesn't remove his hat. Blesses himself with his left hand. And Godleman moves on to exactly 100. Derbyshire 223 without loss.
Oh, well batted. In goes Parkinson, bowls down the leg side to Reese, who steps inside it, tries to fend it down to fine leg, doesn't get anything on it, and it's taken by Harry Swindles. The umpire Hassan Adnan is a bit annoyed about something, and he's talking to Callum Parkinson. He's giving him a little bit of a lecture. Parkinson puts his hands on his hips in response. There's a lot of pointing and gesturing going on out there. Not quite sure what the issue is, and I'm not sure Parkinson is.
The most amusing thing about it all is that Billy Godleman, who's never far from controversy, it always seems he's just leaning on his bat at the non-strikers and enjoying every moment of it.
Don't know what that was all about. Parkinson jogs in and bowls a quicker, flatter, annoyed delivery. But on the back foot, Reese pushes out towards short, straight, mid-wicket, where Ahmed is the fielder, but Swindles had sort of gestured. Don't know what sort of is going on out there a little bit. Parkinson almost brushing the umpire as he bowls outside off stump around the wicket, dabbed down towards third man again. Kimber is in pursuit. This time it's deep backward point who's running around to field, and a very unhappy looking Parkinson takes his cap and sweater from Hassan Adnan.
Well, Hassan Adnan has stayed at the far end just staring to see what kind of reaction was going to come, and it looked like Callum Parkinson had a quick word with, or the other way around, Jack Chantry had a quick word with Callum Parkinson, I'm sure.
Was it about running on the line in some way, given that there are two left-handers out there, but I'm not sure what all that was about, really. That's the only thing I can think of. He's quite a, I'd say, mild-mannered umpire, is Hassan Adnan, but as we both said, he's become sort of increasingly, perhaps assertive.
Authoritative, yeah. Louis Kimber's going to continue. It's his second over. First one went for 3. Comes in and bowls around the wicket, and that one is flicked away by Godleman to backward point. And there is no run.
Toss that one up nicely.
Derbyshire trail by just 24 now, with 10 first innings wickets intact. Kimber bowls, Godleman leaves alone outside the off stump. Going to dig in for his second century here.
Foxy Phil, this is beyond embarrassing. A chap who's not scored a run all season gets 100 against us. It's too easy.
And he comes again, Kimber, and Godleman pushes this one out into the offside. There is no run. Yes, he hasn't. He's been in dreadful form, Billy Godleman, this season.
Well, he'll go into the close season with a little bit of encouragement.
This next one from Kimber is pushed out into the offside by Godleman. There is no run. He's on 100 exactly. Billy Godleman, having come into the game with 310 runs in the championship. Kimber bowls, that's left alone outside the off stump.
One possible suggestion is that the umpire was concerned about deliberately negative bowling, sort of leg side bowling, but very early in proceedings.
225 without loss, I'd be quite negative. This next one is pushed out into the offside by Godleman. He'll pick up another single. He moved to 101, 226 without loss at the end of the over.
Another great cloud of dust, this time from the feet of Harry Swindles as he meant to field that throw that came into him.
There are some horrible clouds knocking around.
Building up a bit. But again, they're skirting
they're
around
sort
the
of to the
ground.
south, the ones that we can see.
Somewhere's going to get a soaking.
Yeah. Trent Bridge, I think. Oh dear, what a shame, never mind.
Should be said in Windsor Davis's voice, shouldn't it?
It's raining in Worcester again.
Parkinson is staying round the wicket to Godleman, past umpire Adnan. He goes, bowls, and played forward into the offside by Godleman on the back foot. Again, sort of fiddling it out into the offside. Will they both now explode into a big hitting before tea? I don't think so, as Parkinson is in back again into his stumps goes Godleman, defending on the back foot. This time even squarer out onto the offside, quite late on that one. Parkinson, who did appeal for a delivery that was left by Godleman in a couple of overs ago, but it'd have to come back at almost a 45-degree angle from around there, wouldn't it? In, he goes, tosses it up a bit, goes for the drive, misses it. So gave that one a little bit of air. But again, umpire Adnan is annoyed about something. He's coming out. He's saying he's walking on the line of the stumps, isn't he? He's saying he's 1 foot when he delivers the ball. He's going onto the line of the stumps. It's not about where the ball is going. It's about the delivery stride. In some way, his follow through. Umpire Adnan feels he's going on the line of the left-handers off stump. Parkinson is in and bowls. Back goes. Now that's one warning. He's had a warning.
Yes,
He's now had an official warning from umpire Adnan. One warning for going on the line of the stumps. And given that there are 10 wickets left to fall, they can't lose Parkinson from the attack, you wouldn't have feel. He is in and bowls. But it's so, you can see his right foot coming across as he sort of braces himself, having bowled his delivery. And it does seem to be going in front of the left-handers off stump when the bowling is from this racecourse end of the ground. Just watching him now, Parkinson. But it is relatively close to the stumps, but he's taking his sweater and his cap, and he may have to, again, umpire Adnan has got his arms folded belligerently.
Like a
it's almost a
nightclub
standoff.
bouncer. Did he say the way he removed that sweater as well from his from the holder that he's got it in? Umpire, I don't think I've seen.
He's such a mild-mannered man,
confrontational
but now
as this between
he's standing umpire Adnan, isn't he, with
Yeah.
arms folded, legs akimbo, and he's not going back to his position at square leg. He looks really unhappy.
He does, doesn't he?
So maybe somebody said something or something. Now he's stalking off to square leg, looking back daggers at Callum Parkinson.
It's funny you should say Legser Kimber. That's got to be this bowler's nickname, hasn't it? Legser. Louis Kimber.
Oh, I see. Yes.
I'd
Very
have
good.
thought. Yeah, thank you very much. He's in around the wicket bowls. Lewis
I think
Reese.
that's been beyond the Leicestershire dressing room.
Leaves alone outside.
Who know him just as Kimber, basically.
Yeah, he'd be called Legser if I was in charge. That's Rayan Ahmed is warming up now, or windmilling his right arm.
He claims he was briefly known as Melman, the giraffe off Madagascar.
Oh, right.
Because he was so tall as a teenager.
Right.
But I'm not sure. I've never heard them shout well bowled Melman or well batted Melman.
He comes around the wicket, Melman, and that one is pushed out to the offside by Lewis Reese, and there's no run. 226 without loss. The deficit 23. It has been an interesting day. Kimber again around the wicket, left alone by Lewis Reese.
Tends to be sort of Kimber, as in like timber, so that it tends to be sort of pronounced as a tree is falling. Kimber, and all that sort of thing. But no, I've certainly not heard the legs are.
Disappointing. And comes Kimber again, bowls. That one is defended by Reese.
It's an expression that's slightly fallen out of fashion a bit, isn't it?
Yeah.
Just old folks like us use it probably.
It's raining in Birmingham.
Of course it's raining in
It's
Birmingham.
unbelievable, isn't it? They've had 58 overs at Edgbaston. We've had 70 overs in this innings. That one's left alone by Lewis Reese, and another innings on top. A maiden over from Louis Kimber. 226 without loss it remains. Reese 105, Godleman 101, and I'm hoping that Callum Parkinson's going to continue to bowl here.
Because it's going to end in tragedy.
Well,
one
it's
way or
going to
another.
end.
He's taking his cap off.
I think I don't think he'll take himself off now. It's almost like the two, what are they called, rutting stags who are refusing to back down. He's given his sweater and his cap to Hassan Adnan, who's just...
This could be really interesting.
Couldn't it? I'll let you describe it
because he's had one official warning. If he does it again, he can't bowl again in the innings. But he's staying around the wicket. He's going to be bowling to Billy Godleman. Jogs in, bowls. Godleman is forward. Now he's to umpire Adnan. No, he gave a thumbs up sign there.
Yeah.
Now whether he gave it to, I'm not sure who he gave it to. I think it was to umpire Chantry. Parkinson jogs in. Bowls. Back goes Godleman. Works it around the corner. He's neatly found the gap between mid-wicket and backward square. Scriven picks up and the single is taken. And now Parkinson is going to go over the wicket.
Disappointing.
Billy Godleman must be slightly nonplussed by all this. There's controversy going on out there and he's not in the middle of it. He's out there, but it's nothing to do with him. But
Yeah, he'll give him some tips later.
Parkinson is in over the wicket and he bowls a long hop down the leg side that goes down on one knee, Reese, and just helps around the corner and it runs down to fine leg for 4. That will improve Callum Parkinson's mood.
Yeah.
Not. Reese moves on to 105, 227 without loss, just 22 behind now. Parkinson is steaming out there, ticking is Chris Wright's expression when he's feeling a bit miffed. I think we can say Parkinson is definitely ticking out there. Tom Scriven, there was a sound of his spikes you could hear on the concrete below us, the ball having run over the ropes.
Barely said I won't have a 3 o'clock.
Parkinson is in and he's been swept for 4 again, drifting onto the leg side, and it's very much wheels off time as far as Leicestershire are concerned. And Derbyshire in complete and total control now, are dominating this game.
Parker needs to go around the wicket, doesn't he?
He might just have to take himself off here, really, because he gets a sort of consoling pat on the back from Chris Wright. Reese moves on to 113. Scriven goes back to long leg. Parkinson stays over the wicket, jogs in and bowls. Again, it's down the leg side. This time, Reese content just to work it down to long leg, just help it on its way. Scriven comes into field and only 1 is taken this time. And Reese asks Parkinson, which side of the wicket would you like me to stand? Parkinson indicates in words of very few syllables, that he's going to go around the wicket again to Billy Godleman. So it's something to, it kind of is something to do with Godleman in a way, in that he's convinced it's a way of tying him down. Parkinson is in, bowls 2, Godleman works it off his legs into that gap at square leg and takes 1. So horrible over for Callum Parkinson, who avoids the eye of umpire Adnan, looking away as he takes his cap and sweater from the umpire, who again stands momentarily at the stumps before walking away towards square leg. 237 without loss. 8 overs remain until tea, so assuming that most of them are bowled by spin, we might not be far off. What's that, 20 minutes away? Over 8 back to level.
Louis Kimber from the racecourse end bowls to Billy Godleman, who goes back into his crease and cuts that one away out towards the point boundary. They go through for a single. Godleman moves to 104, 238 without loss.
You had 2 consecutive sessions without losing a wicket this season.
Almost certainly not, I would have thought, but I couldn't tell you. Next delivery, I could barely remember the last game at Glamorgan. I was pushed out into the offside by Lewis Reese, and there's no run. Mark says maybe the first to say, I told you so. Hearty congratulations to Billy and Lewis, and some very kind words, which I appreciate greatly, as this one is pushed out into the offside, beaten out into the offside, really, by Lewis Reese. Just saying some nice things. I don't read stuff that I know some commentators do, but
there might be a few more vodka martinis, if that's what it means.
Here it comes again, does Louis Kimber. That's left alone by Godleman outside the offside. Yeah, Godleman. It says Reese on the scoreboard. Always
First time I was horribly drunk as a...
Oh, yeah.
Was on vodka. Since when I've not been able to touch this stuff.
Well, that's a shame. Next delivery is pushed out by Godleman into the offside. He moves on to 105. Reese is on 114. The scoreboard's ground to a halt. I think it's 240 without loss, but it might not be. If it is, the trail by 9. Around the wicket comes Kimber again. That's a horrible ball. Real straight arm, sort of the whole body jerking round the corner. And as a result, it wasn't. The result ought to have been a big shot off it, but it was just defended by Lewis Reese. He's on 115. Godleman has 105, I think. Derbyshire 240, possibly.
3 boards I'm looking at have 239.
Yeah, it could be 239.
But we're behind. I'm 2 balls behind. Well, the stream itself is up to date, but the scoreboard on the stream is 2 balls shy of a full
It's gone
over.
back to 238 now, the scoreboard, from 239.
This is what we want from Leicestershire point of view. Runs will be deducted.
It's gone up to 200. There we go. 240. I was right. Derbyshire trail by 9.
Well done. And it is
Get in there.
Rehan Ahmed. It's a triumphant day for Derbyshire.
I've been doing it all season. I've been doing it all season, trying to work out what the score is.
Parkinson talking to Ahmed, who does feel as though he's being introduced as a little bit of an afterthought here. There are 7 overs until the new ball becomes available. And happily, from Leicestershire's point of view, or not, as the case may be, they'll have tea to think about it, because there are 7 overs until tea. Ahmed round the wicket to Godleman, who goes back, fiddles the delivery out towards backward point, where Scriven is the fielder. That was a curious episode. Ahmed is in, back again, Godleman. Working it out into the offside. I keep using the verb working instead of sort of playing, because there's so much movement involved when Godleman is defending into the offside. Well, he's defending at all, that the bat is sort of continually in motion. He sweeps on that occasion, gets it fairly fine, getting across, and a really good stop by Budinger, except it isn't, because he got two hands to it, but he could not slow the momentum sufficiently to prevent it crossing the ropes down there at long leg. It trickles over them and he picks himself up to see it a foot over the ropes instead of a foot inside them. Godleman on to 109, 244. Without loss, just 5 behind. Ahmed is in. Godleman goes back and off stump into the offside.
I'm sorry, I've got a feeling that there's going to be an early news because of that press conference that starts at 3 o'clock. It won't start at 3 o'clock, the press conference,
give
obviously.
Me the word,
so,
then,
yeah.
if you want me to shut up. In goes Ahmed and bowls, sweeps Godleman down towards long leg. Budinger, who runs a little bit like Gavin Griffiths, up on his toes. Gavin, who only ever seen now in posts from some exotic location in the Far East, with a attractive-looking young lady on his arm.
Has he packed in?
I don't think he'll be playing for Leicestershire going forward.
Oh. Right.
As far as I'm aware. I think he's been released. Nothing official from the club.
He was. He came up and joined us, didn't he, a few years ago? I remember.
Yeah, he's always good company.
Yeah.
And again, Lewis Reese needs longer laces or something, because fifth time today, he's had to stop in mid-pitch and refasten his shoelaces.
He always does it in the middle of the pitch, though.
He does, and always slows the bowler up. He never does it between overs. In goes Ahmed and bowls. Godleman goes back, and you would have thought that one had turned square by the way he played it, instead of just bouncing straight on and pushed back up the wicket to him. 246 at the end of the over, just 3 behind. 115, Lewis Reese, 111. Billy G.
Billy Godleman is absolutely determined to get a drink. He's furiously signalling to the change room. He's now removed his helmet and his gloves and his inners and everything, so he's not going to carry on anytime soon. He is going to have this drink, and the 12th man is going to get a bit of a talking to here, I fancy. It doesn't look like Matt Parkinson. It looks more like Adam Sylvester. I can never remember his damn name. Whoever it is, anyway, he's brought the drink out and he's barely taken anything out of the bottle, and now he's ready. And
it was the merest sip,
wasn't it? Yeah, that was almost a complete waste of time when we're only 5 overs away from tea anyway. 6 overs away from tea, I beg your pardon. Lewis Reese is in discussion. I don't recognise the Leicestershire player there, I'm afraid.
They want to take, I know it's reasonably proximate tea, but they want to take advantage of these overs. The new ball available after it, they might as well try and get 30 runs from these 6 overs, with the old ball, mightn't they?
Yeah, get yourself a little lead and then...
yeah, absolutely.
And then go for it. Louis Kimber is going to continue from the race course, head in and balls to Lewis Reese, who leaves that one. That wasn't far away from the off stump. It's Katrina and the waves in my ears at the moment. They're walking on sunshine, which is apt because the sun is out at the county ground. I have no idea how we've escaped the worst of the weather. Mainly because it's been in Birmingham by the sound of it. That one's defended into the offside. I think they're back out at Edgbaston again. But they're not out at New Road, where Middlesex 111 for 2, trailed by 114. Glamorgan 431 for 7. This next delivery is pushed out into the offside. Here's Kimber. Around the wicket bowls. Reese leaves alone. What is the largest single living organism? Nearly. As in comes Kimber and balls. That one is pushed out into the offside. It's a worm, isn't it? Oh, yes. Yeah, no, it is. It's a mushroom. Seagrass. Next delivery is left alone outside the off stump by Lewis Reese. It's through to the keeper. There's no run. Derbyshire 246 without loss. Nottinghamshire 520 for 4. Glamorgan 435 for 7. There is a news bulletin. I'm going to listen in just in case. But the Paul Warne press conference is about to start. That ball is pulled around the corner. There is no run. .246 without loss. A bit staggered up I was in this one. That one is pushed out into the offside. Rian Ahmed bowls, turned into the leg side by Godleman. He moves to 112, 247 without loss. Just 2 behind now, Derbyshire. Reese 115. Ahmed in again. That was turned into the leg side by Reese. There might be 2 here. No, there'll only be 1. 248 without loss. Reese moves on to 116. Rian Ahmed bowls. Godleman pushes it out into the offside and he moves on to 249. Derbyshire, and the scores are level. Godleman moves to 113. It is now the 3rd highest partnership of the season for any wicket. A big cry of no from Godleman as that ball is pushed into the leg side by Lewis Reese under the over 249 without loss. Louis Kimber's going to continue with 4 overs left until the tea interval. I don't think I'll be in it. 249 without loss. Kimber bowls, it's pushed out into the offside. Another single for Godleman, who moves on to 114. The 250's up for Derbyshire. 250 without loss. Kimber. Reese on 116. Kimber bowls to him and he gets one to turn. Potentially. Certainly Reese thought it had turned. That press conference for Paul Warne is now on BBC Radio Derby if you want to listen to that. Dominic Dietrich, the our MC. This one is pushed out into the offside by Lewis Reese, and there's no run. 250 without loss, the third highest stand for any wicket this season. Oh, I suppose we ought to look at the records as well, haven't we? Thinking about it. Reese waits and lets that one go past the off stump. Kimber in his 6th over has conceded just 8 runs. It's not a bad effort for a part-time spinner. Against 2 batsmen as well set as these two, and he goes back into his crease. Does Reese and pushes it out backward of square on the offside. It's the end of the over. Derbyshire remain 250 without loss, with Reese on 116 and Godleman on 114. Sun shining brightly here at the county ground in Derby. Dennis Smith, 233. In fact, this is the highest partnership for the first wicket for Derbyshire against Leicestershire. At 1937 at Chesterfield, the record was set.
Good Lord.
Albert Alderman.
Ahmed round the wicket to Godleman, who's forward defending. So highest ever opening partnership.
Yeah, for Derbyshire against Leicestershire. Dennis Smith and Albert Alderman. Chesterfield.
Ahmed is in, worked off the back foot through the offside by Godleman on that occasion. Scampers the first run quickly, but Evans is in sufficiently quickly to prevent them turning for a second, and that was in 1937 at Chesterfield. Thank you. Another little piece of glad tidings for the Leicestershire public. Next on BBC Radio, Leicester, oh, caught and bowled. Well, after all that, Reese has given it away. He went back to a delivery from Ahmed, sat up a little bit outside off stump, trying to work it, I suspect, wide of mid-on, ended up bunting it back in the air at a comfortable height to Ahmed, who took it two-handed to his right. So they have finally taken a wicket. And it's Rehan Ahmed who does so. But well batted, Lewis Reese.
251 for one. He acknowledges the applause of the supporters inside the ground. 10 fours and a 6. 235 deliveries. And together with Billy Godleman breaking that record for Derbyshire against Leicestershire. And here comes a man who's already got 4 centuries this season, wicketkeeper Brooke Guest, who will be very keen not to be after the Lord Mayor's show.
Tricky one with 2.5 overs or so to go until...
It's about the worst time to come out, isn't it? Brooke Guest with 883 runs this season, so 117 would see him to 1,000, which would be a remarkable achievement.
Did look a little bit tired, that shot, didn't it?
Yeah.
Understandably enough from Lewis Reese, who's been batting for the best part of 3 sessions, really, if you're including last night. It was a long old session last night, half of last night. So, boy, has he done a good job for his side now, in the company of Billy Godleman, to actually overhaul Leicestershire's first innings and really put Derbyshire in a good way towards batting just the once in this game.
Derbyshire lose their first wicket, leading by 2. Reese's average for the season then, 32.6 now. That would have helped enormously in that innings. 1 century, 3 half centuries. 3 sixes this season, including 1 in his century today. Brooke Guest and Billy Godleman, who, despite the fact that Brooke Guest has played in every single game and has batted 3 in every single game, they've barely batted together. Guest has batted quite a lot with Shan Masood and Wayne Madsen and Leicester Ploy. But not so much with Billy Godleman.
Ahmed in over the wicket to a right-hander. Now Guest is forward driving, but only as far as mid-off.
Look at you, tweeting?
No, I'm not tweeting. I was trying to get a replay of the
right.
dismissal, to be
Okay.
quite honest, but the stream is doing strange things, or the website is doing strange things, as
you
that
go.
one is worked to mid-wicket, and no run is taken, as Walker is quickly onto it and
That isn't
throws
it.
at the stumps.
That isn't it. Forget that. Ignore that. That's rubbish. Oh,
No,
that's
when
the 250 stand.
When
beg
I
your pardon.
clicked on it, the website did some strange things. In goes Ahmed, bowls, and Guest is working it into the leg side. Again, Walker, this time running the other way to his right, picks up and throws, and there is no run. So, Rehan Ahmed, the only wicket taker of the Leicestershire innings. 1 for 21 for him from 6 overs, 251 for 1.
It's a bizarre dismissal, because if you look at it, he's not really doing anything. He's just playing it straight back
No.
to him.
It
It's
was
not
catching practice almost, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Just a little
Returning to ball.
loss of concentration, I suspect.
Yeah, I think you might be right. So Callum Parkinson is going to come on from Jack Chantry's end, which might be wise. Well, he'll only get 1 over, won't he? 2 overs until the second new ball's available. 2 overs until tea. The first delivery from Parkinson's pushed out into the offside by Billy Godleman. They go through for a single. Sky are covering the Paul Warne press conference as well, but the microphone that's very much in evidence is Dominic Dietrich's BBC Radio Derby microphone. Well done, chaps. In comes Parkinson and bowls. That one is defended by Brooke Guest out into the onside. It's fielded by Ed Barnes. There is no run. It's all about the branding, I imagine. Next delivery defended off the back foot this time by Guest, who clearly has tea in mind. And why wouldn't they? David Griffin's tweeted something about both openers making centuries. This one is pushed out into the offside. It's the 99th partnership of 200 or more in first-class cricket for Derbyshire. As Parkinson is in again, and this one is down the leg side. The bails are whipped off. Guest hadn't moved his back foot. Both openers scoring 100. It's the 16th time that both opening batsmen have scored a century in the same innings. It's the third time that Reese and Godleman have done it. They've only got 4 century stands, so when they go big. Parkinson bowls to Guest, who defends it back to the bowler. Equals the club record set by Kim Barnett. Peter Kirsten, 2 fairly formidable run getters in Derbyshire's past. End of the over. 1 to go until tea. 252 for 1 Derbyshire. Guest happy to have seen that over out. He is yet to get off the mark. Who's that at the far end just practicing? Is that Louis Kimber? It is. Louis Kimber has just done some... Oh no, it was Chris Wright. Chris Wright's just done some batting visualisation. When does he think he's going to be batting again? Not soon, I wouldn't have thought. What's he doing? Come on, you've seen the batsman do it. Doesn't mean you've got to do it yourself, Chris.
Rehan Ahmed, meanwhile, is in and bowls to Godleman. Little yelp of frustration from Ahmed there as Godleman works it off the stumps. Securely enough towards square leg. There isn't a square leg. Hill is the first fielder to get to the ball from mid-wicket, and 1 is taken. Godleman on to 117. Well, he may only have passed 50 once, but he's making the most of his opportunity, having done so. That one spun past the outside edge, I think, of Guest's rather limply proffered bat from the leg spinner. So perhaps a little bit of turn for him away from the right-hander. He's in again. That one is drifting on towards the legs of Guest, and it's worked, but only as far as square leg, where Evans is the fielder. Little extra spring in Ahmed's step, perhaps, having taken that wicket. Goes in and bowls, tosses it up nicely. Played out to mid-on by Guest. Slightly across the line, but very much on top of the ball. Pretty much getting to the pitch. Ahmed is in. Goes back this time because it's a slightly shorter delivery. Plays it firmly out towards mid-wicket this time. Walker is the fielder. We are going to be about 4 or 5 minutes late going into tea, as Ahmed is in, and it spins back in. There's an appeal for leg before. No, says the umpire, but that might have been the googly turning inside his defensive bat, and it was a decent appeal on the part of Leicestershire, but umpire Adnan, I suspect, not inclined to be particularly sympathetic towards the Leicestershire cause, given the... No, I'm sure that that had nothing to do with his decision. But a little bit of hope for Leicestershire towards the end of what was unquestionably another session that belonged almost in its entirety to Derbyshire, who will take tea on 253 for 1, leading by 4.
And we will be back in 15 or so minutes' time on Derbyshire streaming on the BBC Sport website. Not quite been broken, but David Griffin's got very excited at tea. Unsurprisingly.
Jake Hull is out there at mid-off for Leicestershire as Parkinson goes in and bowls to Godleman, who works him away through square leg, takes one. But, you know, it's strange, as I looked up and just saw him with his back to me at mid-off there with the sort of blonde hair coming down the back, and I thought, Tony Gregg. He looked, he had that sort of tall, with this blonde hair sticking out the back.
Alex Thompson myself.
Round the wicket goes Parkinson to the right-handed guest who is leaning forward. Oh yes, says Louis Kimber and Harry Swindles at that straight delivery, which is played comfortably enough by guest out towards Barnes at mid-wicket. So first time on the field in Leicestershire Whites for the first team for Jake Hull. In goes Parkinson bowled, driven hard down into the ground. And a crowd catch. Had there been a crowd to see it.
And Sol Budinger.
Budinger sort of swiveled, didn't he, oddly? He's at short leg at the moment. Perhaps he was turning away. At the moment the ball hit the ground, Parkinson goes in, bowls to guest, back down the wicket on the on side. Hull isn't actually, I'm assuming it is Jake Hull, but he's not actually registered, I don't think so.
I thought he had darker hair when he was bowling.
Goes Parkinson, bowls, forward goes guest.
He might have his fielding hair on, who knows?
there's no one else, you know, Rishi Patel, who was doing
it's not Rishi
sprints.
Patel.
No, it's not. Who was doing sprints during the interval with the health, strength and conditioning coach.
Health and efficiency.
Another generational reference. I don't know, it might still be going. In goes Parkinson and bowls on off stump out into the offside. It is played by guest. End of the over. That's the one from it, 254 for 1. What's it? That was...
Yes, wasn't it?
I take it for the...
I think it was a naturist
it was.
magazine more than the other sort, but...
I take it for the articles on history.
Yes, I read it for the letters page. Yeah. 254 for 1. I didn't realise there was any words in it till a couple of years ago. Who knew? Guest yet to get off the mark. He's faced 18 deliveries. Can be a... Well, Lewis deploys a slower starter than Brooke Guest, but...
Rain at Worcester.
Might be in Birmingham soon, won't it? You'd have thought.
And they are actually on the field at Edgbaston.
Won't be for long. Those grey clouds are coming in again. It's gone appreciably darker. The lights still on, as they have been since 10:30 this morning. And Rayan Ahmed is coming into bowl to Billy Godleman, who goes back into his crease and turns the ball into the ground towards short leg Sol Budinger.
We should remark upon the fact that they haven't taken the new ball.
You're right. We should. Now we have. Ahmed bowls, and that one is guided by Billy Godleman off the toe end of the bat down to a backward point region where Sam Evans finds himself now. He's been all over the place, Sam Evans.
Presumably on the basis that
the new one will go all over.
Yeah, the soft one will be harder to get away. I don't know.
Oh, they just want to get through these 32 overs and go home.
Home being the Travelodge over there.
Yes. So that was completely refurbished a few years ago because Pakistan used it as this next delivery is pushed out by Billy Godleman to the offside. Now then, there might be a problem here as the throw goes to the non-striker's end from Roman Walker. Billy Godleman was very hesitant there, and Brooke Guest committed to the run very early, but the throw missed anyway, and Godleman moves to 121, 257 for 1. Next delivery is clipped by Brooke Guest up to mid-on, and he's off the mark. 257 for 1. There may or may not be an update now because that press conference is finished. I'll let you know. I don't think there will. Nobody's told me.
It's an interesting appointment.
There isn't. It's a new order. recognise that start to a song anywhere. Goes back into his crease, Billy Godleman, and pushes that one out into the offside and picks up another single. 122 to Godleman now. 258 for one. He does have double centuries to his name, or a double century to his name. Billy Godleman scored down at St Helens against Glamorgan a couple of years ago, perhaps more than that now. Alex Hughes got a century in that game as well. This one is guided off an edge, not guided at all. He drives it and it's off an edge and it's going down to the vacant third man area, and it's going to be hauled in now by Lewis Hill. It is, and they're going to come back for 3. Excellent work by Hill, who lost his cap, very much in the style of Sam Connors when chasing after the ball. Guest moves on to 4. Godleman has 122, and at the end of the over it's 262 for 1. And we're at that point in the day's play where the lead just seems to grow and grow really quickly now. It takes a long time to get level, and then once you're level, it just explodes, even though the run rate doesn't change.
Martin Barry, any positives from this season's County Championship campaign, he asks me?
Must be some from the season, surely.
I mean, you know, there are days here and there, for example, Ackerman and Mulder's record-breaking stand at home against Sussex. In goes Parkinson, bowls to Guest, who goes back slightly riskily, playing deep in his crease, and manages to come down on the ball in time, pushes it out into the offside, and there's no run. But, you know, they've been pretty few and far between really enjoyable days in that respect. Parkinson is in forward, is Guest this time. There have been some very good individual performances. Azad century to save the game against Worcester. Louis Kimber's century also at Sussex. In goes Parkinson, bowls, turned out through the leg side. Nicely timed by Brooke. Guest should pick up a couple, might be 3 actually. There might be one for the throw, but no. Going to settle for 2. Mulder's 2 centuries. Lewis Hill's at the start of the season. Otherwise, not many. Finan with the ball in recent games has looked promising. In goes Parkinson, goes forward. Guess very correctly back down the wicket. It goes to the Lancastrian. Parkinson has wheeled away. He's going to be the top wicket taker again, almost certainly, as he goes in and bowls back to him by Guest firmly. Ahmed making his first-class debut, and clearly a player a lot of promise. I am concentrating on the county championship. I mean, obviously we had the run of white ball wins, which was great. In goes Parkinson, a little bit short that time, and Guest is able to chop it away through the offside, well in front of square, out towards deep-ish extra cover, and there was a sweeper out there, so taking 1. But not so many.
Should I do mine?
When we've got time. When you've lost 9 games and potentially going to lose 10 and drawn 4 out of 14. And the draws, none of them have been winning draws, so to speak. You know, they've been match-saving draws. I suppose you could say, well, even Sussex, they saved the game very, very comfortably indeed. And so, not many, Martin. Hey-ho. Over to you, Fletcher. Grinning or sniggering.
Well, Derbyshire have had quite a season, really.
Yes, they have.
Here's Rian Ahmed bowling to Brooke Guest, one of the big successes of the campaign, with 4 centuries. Pushes it up to mid-on, and there's no run. Shan Masood getting to 1,000 runs in 7 or 8 innings, whatever it was. Magnificent, absolutely magnificent. Couple of double centuries in there as well. The next delivery is defended by Brooke Guest. Anuj Dal. As Chris has pointed out, did anybody think that Dahl wouldn't reach 1,000 runs this season because he wouldn't get a bat in the final game? Well, I certainly didn't contemplate that. But he probably won't. And it certainly probably won't get to 1,000. That was turned into the leg side by Brooke Guest.
I get pushed up the order, do you think, and to whacker?
No, he's not a whacker, though. He's not a whacker.
Okay.
He's a nudger and as his name suggests, a nerdler. The next delivery from Ahmed is defended by Brooke Guest, who again isn't really a bash it out the ground merchant. Wayne Madsen with 1,000 runs. 48 wickets for Sam Connors, and a selection for the England Lions as this one is pushed out to the offside. George Scrimshaw getting into the Lions white ball team to play against South Africa. They've stopped even looking now, haven't they? The ball has been thrown by Harry Swindles to Assault Budinger, who wasn't even looking, and it just hit him in the fielding pad and dribbled away. Need to concentrate here. Guest plays that into the leg side. And there's no run. And they're just the ones I can think of off the top of my head. Good to see Nick Potts come in and make his debut and make contributions. Saranga Lakmal was a slight disappointment, but through no fault of his own. I mean, he suffered the injury and had to depart, but he picked up a fifer. Ben Aitchison's return after injury, he's been terrific. Ben Aitchison, if he can stay fit for a full season, a lot of the injuries haven't really been down to him, but if he can stay fit for a full season, he and Sam Connors, along with the 4 games that Zach Chappell will play in between the injuries, and Saranga Lakmal, they'll have a decent bowling attack next season. Will Derbyshire? It's been fairly decent this year.
Parkinson goes in defended. He's going round the wicket to the left-handed Godleman still. I thought Chappell was... Is he not with you now then?
No, they tried to get him on loan as
okay.
like they normally do. Nottinghamshire said no because they wanted him in the Royal London.
Parkinson in. Bowles tosses it up a little bit. Godleman steps out, drives it as far as Hull at mid-off, but Hull is a little bit deep, and single is comfortably taken.
So they tried again after the Royal London, and I think Knott said no initially, and by the time he was ready to come...
As Parkinson bowls to Guest, who defends on the front foot, out into the offside.
The loan window had closed, so he couldn't come, so he played for the Nottinghamshire seconds against Derbyshire seconds last week and picked up some wickets. Bizarre.
Impress his future employers, hopefully a little bit. Hopefully he stays fit. In goes Parkinson and forward goes Guest. Back to Parkinson, the ball runs. Yes, I rather get the impression Leicester just want to get through this final session. Parkinson jogs in and bowls. Guest is forward, just working it slightly wide of backward point. In fact, it's a Walker running back from cover who picks up left-handed. Consequently, a single easily taken. Guest on to 7.
They've got to be careful though, because only 27 overs left in the day. They could have to bowl more if they keep the spinners on. They don't want to do that, do they? We'll go till 5:30.
Parkinson is into Godleman, who goes back, almost slips over and falls as he nurdles that one out towards deepish backward point, but backward point is deepish, so a comfortable single again is taken. Godleman on to 124, keeps the strike as well. Oh, no, 123, I beg your pardon, keeps the strike as well. So he's improving his
you were right
average.
the first
124.
You believed the scoreboard, didn't you?
I did. Should know by now.
I told you.
Trust yourself here.
So Rehan Ahmed to continue from the city end in and bowls to Godleman, who sweeps him, doesn't make contact in the way that he would have wanted. He might have made some contact, might have been hit outside the line. There was an appeal, not really from Ahmed though.
Springsteen is already lying by the pool in Italy.
He does right.
He tweets with amusement, thinking of a chilly derby.
Ahmed in and he sweeps Godleman and gets 4 runs for it. That was better.
Hill did not pick that up at all.
Well, it wasn't a completely flat bat either. It was almost a slog sweep, really, from Godleman out to the mid-wicket boundary. He moves on to 128. He's now 3 shy of 10,000 first-class runs in his career, Billy Godleman. Not for Derbyshire, but in his career. And he waits. Ahmed is in and he sweeps again, and this time he makes no contact at all, almost falls out of his crease. And if he is determined to get on with it now.
It would be typical of him to go to that landmark with that sort of shot, wouldn't it? And he's sort of falling all over the place, shuffling it around.
Ahmed is in. This time he goes back into his crease and pushes it out into the offside and moves to 129. 273 for 2. The lead is 25. For 2, for 1. I don't know where I got 2 from. Premonition.
14 fours. Billy has hit now.
So Ahmed is in and bowls to Guest, who turns this into the leg side, but there is a man at mid-wicket, Roman Walker. And as a result, there is no run. The man out on the cover boundary goes out. Ed Barnes. Unmistakably, Ed Barnes, as this one is clipped up towards a wide mid-on, and it's Jake Hull who does the fielding. And that's the end of the over. Guest has 8. Godleman has 129. And Derbyshire are 273 for 1 with a lead of 24.
Swindles walks back down the wicket with his arm around the shoulder of his captain, Callum Parkinson. Bit of a laissez-majesté there, I think. But they are old friends now, these two, despite being two very young men. They've been together the best part of 5 years now. Parkinson is going to stay around the wicket to Godleman. Do you want to see him to his 10k?
Not really.
Not too worried. In he goes, Parkinson bowls, and Godleman is just turning that one out towards mid-wicket on the front foot this time, quite calmly by his standards. And Budinger removes the helmet, walks, perhaps with an element of relief, away from short leg to fairly conventional square leg. Although he's a little bit closer than normal as Godleman picks up another single, working that one away through backward point. Out towards Tom Scriven, who's down there. He's there for the cut, really, but it does mean there's a simple single to be taken. Is that 9999? No, however many nines, 4 nines.
4 nines, yes. 4 nines.
For Billy. I wonder if that will be remarked upon. On the tannoy, in goes Parkinson bowls. Stays on the back foot, but guess as he defends that one, which doesn't really turn out to Hull at mid-on. Hull being at mid-on will probably confirm for Leicester supporters the knowledge that Chris Rice is the man off the field at the moment. He would normally be at mid-on. If anything, he's slightly taller than right, probably. In goes Parkinson, tosses it up. Guest is forward, playing it out to Ahmed, who's there on the sort of push almost. Probably about 20 yards from the bat. Maybe a few less, 18. With a lofted drive. And again, as he did earlier in the over to Godleman, after one delivery, Budinger retreats from short leg out into the covers on this occasion. Parkinson goes in, Guest defends on the back foot, very deliberately. Bowler and batsman look at each other momentarily. And a resigned Parkinson turns, walks back past umpire Shantry. We're set fair for the day, which is amazing, really. Parkinson is in, Guest is turning that one out towards mid-wicket. Barnes is quickly on it. And there is no run. So I suppose Leicestershire could claim they've got a certain amount of control back in terms of the run rate, which has slowed a little post T, or it hasn't exploded since T. What is that? 21 added in 7 overs. 21 added in 7 overs. So still 3 and over, essentially.
Yeah.
274 for 1.
First Christmas party invitation.
Ooh.
Exciting, isn't it?
Didn't like to see all the Christmas things in the supermarkets now.
Yeah.
Depressing.
Rian Ahmed is going to be bowling to Billy Godleman on 9,999 first-class runs. Godleman gets himself ready He's an 130 not out, perhaps more importantly from this game, and he defends this one out into the offside and ruins what would have been a very, very nice little clip. Because I'm not going to say it every time.
Janky knows.
He will say he doesn't know, but I would think he probably does. Yeah. Ahmed around the wicket, balls to Godleman, who gets a fullish delivery, and he just about gets his bat down on that.
It was the googly as well, and he didn't pick it. But he just didn't do enough quickly enough, if you know what I mean. He was able to play it off the pitch.
Next delivery is fiddled down to third man. Now, how perfect that Billy Godleman reaches 10,000 first-class runs by fiddling the ball down to short third man.
No sign that anybody in the ground is aware.
It's not for Derbyshire, though, you see, so that Grady Griffin wouldn't be interested in that kind of stat.
But it's still 10,000 first-class
Still
runs.
very much 10,000 first-class runs, 131 not out, 275 for one.
Eccentrically, uniquely acquired by Godleman. You could identify
Yeah, so easily.
very easily.
Guest defends this next delivery from Ryan Ahmed. There's no run. Takes this particular website quite a long time to update. 185th first-class match. Pulled into the leg side by Brooke Guest. That's a good shot. It's gone all the way for 6. That's a big hit out towards the mid-wicket region. It's actually bounced into the grandstand seating, and only the second 6 of the innings. First was top edgish by Reese. That one was anything but, right out of the middle of the bat. And Guest moves on to 14, so still on for all batsmen to get to double figures. I don't know. We'll
Arguably,
see.
just like his first drag down, wasn't it, there?
Yeah.
Coming to the end of his 11th over.
He's in again, and that one is just defended by Brooke Guest out into the onside. It's fielded by Roman Walker, and there is no run. It's the end of the over. Guest has 14. Godleman has 131. And Derbyshire are 281 for one, leading by 32.
Just wondering whether we ought to have a word with the ground announcer just to mention the 10,000.
You have to wake him up.
It does look a bit like that. Anyway, I'll go and do my update. I'll mention it. And
It's definitely there on the Cricket Info page. 131 not out, 10,000 first-class runs in his 185th first-class match. So updates coming up soon. In comes Parkinson. That one's pushed out into the offside by Billy Godleman. Next delivery is defended by Godleman again. Parkinson, good line from him. Next delivery, full from Parkinson, defended by Godleman. Next delivery, turned into the leg side. The only food that I hate, and I don't understand why there's a little bit of fruit and vegetables. That one is turned into the offside by Billy Godleman, fiddled rather. Oh man. There are some balls left in this over, but no idea how many because the scoreboard has stopped. 281 for one. In fact, there was one over. One ball left. 7 off. No, that's the previous over. Scoreboard's frozen again. Rehan Ahmed to continue. That was a maiden over from Parkinson. 21 overs, 4 maidens, not for 54. First delivery from Rehan Ahmed is pushed out into the onside. There's no run. It's Brooke Guest on strike. In comes Ahmed again. Bowls and Guest defends. Pushed out back towards Ahmed by Brooke Guest. Dark cloud up above. Plenty of blue sky away in the south. That's not going to come our way. As Rehan Ahmed is in again. Balls to Brooke Guest, who pushes this one up to mid-on. And there's no run. Hello. Griff tweeting. Yeah, 10,000 runs in first-class cricket for Billy Godleman, 6,500. For Derbyshire. 49 for the MCC, 1,600 for Essex and 1,800 for Middlesex. The next delivery is defended into the leg side by Brooke Guest. Sol Budinger goes chasing after, and it's back-to-back maidens from Leicestershire. Yeah, they're in front now, Jay. 281 for 1. The man out, Lewis Reese, caught and bowled by the 18-year-old England prospect Rehan Ahmed, the leg spinner, for 116 with a score on 251. They'd just taken the lead by that point. Only the 5th double-century partnership. Oh, it is the 5th double-century partnership of the season, which is a new record for Derbyshire. Billy Godleman's still there. He's on 131, having passed 10,000 first-class runs for his career. 6,500 of them. 6,500 of them for Derbyshire. And Brooke Guest has 14. Derbyshire 281 for 1, leading by 32. Too many numbers. Far too many numbers. As Callum Parkinson begins a new over from the racecourse end. I think it's a new over. He pushed the first delivery is pushed by Billy Godleman out into the offside. There's no run. Chris Wright is back on the field and getting ready to bowl. So perhaps they will take the new ball. As Parkinson goes in again and bowls. That one is driven by Godleman, but straight to the man at cover. Fielded by Ed Barnes. Not sure how much he put his body on the line, really, but he set his finger fielding that delivery. That one is a full one from Parkinson. Godleman just drops his bat on it, really. Pushes it back towards the left arm spinner. Here he comes again. In and bowls, and back into his crease goes. Godleman pushes this one out into the offside. And there's no run. Just the one slip. Backward point, cover, mid-off, deepish mid-on. There's a man close in at mid-wicket. There's an orthodox mid-wicket, a square leg and a deep backward square leg. And Godleman turns this one to the square leg. And there's no run. be close to the final ball of the over. If it isn't the final ball of the over from Callum Parkinson, who's in and bowls to Godleman, who defends. And that is the end of a third successive maiden over. Chris Wright was warming up. I wonder if he's going to come on soon. They'll take the new ball, but at the moment they haven't taken it. 281 for one. Derbyshire leading by 32, as they have been for about 15 minutes now. Just to repeat those, 10,000 first-class runs for Billy Godleman, 6,500 of them for Derbyshire, and about 1,500 each for Essex and Middlesex, and 49 for the MCC. Not bad. And David Griffin did tweet it, so
fair enough.
Hats off to him. That's the only reason I know the Middlesex and Essex breakdown.
For the time being, Rehan Ahmed is going to continue from the city end of the Incora County Ground. He's going to be bowling to Brooke Guest. Guest on 14. 50 balls he's faced for that 14, so no real sign of urgency as yet.
6 of the 14 runs came from one blow.
One mighty blow over mid-wicket. Ahmed is in to him. Hits his line and length. No great turn for him. Guest is forward, defending back up the pitch. Ahmed is in again. Good bounce again. It's good length. He's asking questions. Nothing much there for him in the pitch, but he's keeping Guest honest. Bounces in and bowls a little bit shorter. Horizon though, and Guest on the back foot. Defends back down the pitch. The match at the moment in something of a stalemate in the last 3 or 4 overs. I'm not quite sure why. Ahmed is in short, pulled over square leg for 4 on this occasion. As soon as he misses his length, Guest quick to punish him, especially if he misses it on the short side. And he's been waiting for that one, and it came along, whipped it away over square leg, bounces away for 4. He moves on to 18, 285 for 1. 36 now at the lead. Ahmed is in again. It's short again. It's pulled over mid wicket. I think for 4 again. So he's missed it twice in a row, the youngster. And he's bowled pretty well up to this point. He was 12.2 overs, 1 for 42. He's now 12.5 overs, 1 for 50. And umpire Ahmed is talking to Callum Parkinson and gesturing away to the west. What is going on now? The two are
They've been at loggerheads for about an hour and a half, haven't they?
And, it may be, I think it might be about the light and who can bowl. In goes Ahmed and bowls a lovely delivery, forward goes Guest. And I think he was looking up at the dark clouds away where the weather's coming from. And I think it's about who can bowl, whether he can bowl pace bowling is my guess at the moment. I don't think they're at loggerheads in that respect. That said, I think Parkinson would like to bring his pace bowlers on now, but may not be able to. They're saying if you bring your pace bowlers on, we're going off.
Would he not prefer that?
Yeah, you would have thought, because that just adds time to the game, doesn't it?
By bowling these overs, Derbyshire can score runs. Wickets aren't being taken, so bring your quick bowlers on and get them off the field.
There's lots of sort of helpless gesture signs being made. On the other hand, I suppose Leicester might feel they haven't got too much to lose, whether they're not going to win this game, though, are they?
Good effort if they did. Callum Parkinson begins a new over. Ball 1 is pushed out into the offside by Billy Godleman. I was just checking to see that. I think Brooke Guest is 3 away from 900 runs now for the season.
It is gloomy again.
It is. Next delivery from Parkinson, pushed through. Billy Godleman goes back into his crease, pushes it out into the offside. Fielded by Ed Barnes. Couldn't spot the designated clapper there, but there's definitely one out there. as Parkinson is in and bowls. That was into the ground and back to Parkinson off Billy Godleman's bat. He's on 131, Guest has 22. 289 for 1, the lead is 40. Derbyshire would just like to stay out there as long as possible. Again, he's played into the ground and back to Callum Parkinson.
The floodlights are noticeably brighter on the scoreboard.
Always look for the shadows. If you can see shadows from these floodlights, then
they're not too bad, are they?
They're not bad at all at the moment. In goes Parkinson and bowls. That's left alone outside the off stump. Comes off the wicket keeper and through to Louis Kimber, the first slip.
I'm not quite sure why Derbyshire aren't looking to score, really. I mean, if it's a bad ball, the Guest has put Ahmed away a couple of times. But
to get into Billy Godleman's head to find that out. In comes Parkinson. That one's turned into the leg side by Godleman. There is no run. It's another maiden. It's Parkinson's 6th, 23 over 6 maidens, 0 for 54. Derbyshire 289 for 1, lead by 40. There's an opportunity now for Brooke Guest to get to 900. Championship runs this season. They're the only first-class matches Derbyshire have played, of course. So they had a game against. They had a T20 against India, I think. Yes, they did. Lost, of course. I don't want them both. Sorry.
that was a high point. We had a 4-day game against India that was a lot of fun. 3-day game. Ahmed was ready to go. Guest wasn't quite ready to receive him. Steps back, now steps forward again. Ahmed is in, bowls, Guest goes back, works it into the leg side, turns it into the leg side, but only as far as mid-wicket. Walker bounces across to his right, makes the stop and holds the pose as though he was going to hurl the ball at the stumps at the non-striker's end. Ahmed is in, Guest is forward. Back up the pitch goes the ball. 18 overs, all that remains today after this one. So Leicester are going to have to be careful not to bowl any extra overs, which is an unlikely but possibility. As far as the Foxes are concerned, Ahmed bowls that one back foot defensive shot from Brooke Guest. The game is sort of kind of standing still at the moment. Ahmed is in, Guest is forward again. They are not inclined to take on the spinners. Possibly because if they hit them out of the attack, they'll...
But then there's almost no point in being out there, is there? Yeah, but
you know, they'll say, well, we will bring our pace bowlers on. In goes, on the other hand, nothing else is happening. Ahmed, and it's driven out to Scriven at extra cover, but they might as well be in the pavilion on this basis.
Yeah. Couldn't agree more. 8 runs in the last 5 overs.
289 for 1. Ahmed is in, turned off his legs by Guest down towards long leg. He's going to scamper a couple. As running around is Sam Evans from deep backward square to long leg. Guest takes his 2, moves on to 24. 291 for 1.
Just got the tasters for tomorrow's programmes on Radio Derby. Twiggy at breakfast, he's going to get reaction, obviously, to Paul Warren's, what they're calling here an entertaining first press conference as Derby County manager. He's the head coach. He'll also be hearing how crayfish are having to be separated at Kedleston Hall. It's almost worth tuning in just for that. Why would you have to separate crayfish?
There's American and English crayfish, aren't there?
Oh, are there? Oh, okay.
And the American ones are rather taking over. They're bigger.
It's a bit like red and grey squirrels. Parkinson begins.
Whether it's something to do with that?
Yeah, it could be. No, I'm going to be listening now. I'll tell you tomorrow. I won't because I'll have forgotten, but if somebody reminds me, that'd be handy. First ball was a dot ball. Here comes the second delivery from Parkinson from the racecourse centre Godleman, who leaves alone outside the off stump.
Kimber's warming up again.
Yeah, that should do it. Very strange. No new ball taken. We're in the 95th over now. Parkinson is in and bowls to Godleman, who pushes this one out into the offside. Sussex didn't take the new ball when they were here in that game earlier in the season. That was the game of 3 double centuries. Not many of those have happened. It was the first time in this country. As in goes Parkinson and bowls to Godleman, who beats it out towards wide mid-off. It's fielded by Chris Wright. They go through for a single as the swap ends. Godleman 232, lead 43 at 292 for 1. And in comes Parkinson again. Ball pushed out into the offside by Brooke Guest. There's no run. 24 of 63 balls, Brooke Guest. Taking his time. Lights glinting off his bat as he holds it up. He drives, but mistimes it up towards right again at mid-on. And it's the end of an over, which saw just the 1 run scored from it. So 3 runs off the last 5 overs or something like that. It's very slow. And the umpire's conferring about something. I can hear fireworks. I can't see them tonight, but I can hear them. Alan Parkin's coming across to see if he can earwig. They've got the light meter out, I think.
They did take a reading last night
Yes,
when they
they
went
did.
off, of course.
They
Which
did.
they always
And
do first time they go off.
He says if you bring your quick bowler on, we're going to go off, but we're all right with spinners. And Callum Parkinson says something back, and they're going off. Bad light has stopped play here at the county ground at 4:17. And it's not a surprise because it is very gloomy. Derbyshire on 292 for 1. That's a lead of 43 with Billy Godleman on 132 off 277 deliveries. And Brooke Guest unbeaten on 24, the only man out today. Lewis Reese caught and bowled by Rihan Ahmed for 116 after putting on 251 for the first wicket with Billy Godleman, the 5th double century stand of the season for Derbyshire, which is a new club record. As and when it lights, you got something. Sorry, Richard. As and when the light improves, if it does, there's lots of grey cloud away to what we believe to be the west. As and when the light improves, we will return, and Billy Godleman leads the players off, followed by Brooke Guest. He gets some applause from those who remain in the crowd, and hopefully we'll be able to bring you some more cricket. There's still a lot of time left in the day, but for the meantime, we will speak to you soon. Well, welcome back to the Incora County Ground, where the bad light has lifted, if that's what bad light does. And the umpires are back out. We're just waiting for the players now. The Leicestershire players seem to have been caught unawares. Billy Godleman was already at the top of the stairs. It has brightened appreciably. And we're going to carry on. So that break was around about 15 minutes. 4:32 return after going off at 4:17. Always good to be precise in these things. Richard Reese just sent me a message. Might be a few minutes late back. Yeah, well done. Richard Ray will be with us at some point, if he can be bothered. And I'll have an update to do with Sally Pepper in the sports news in a moment, after the weather, which I will relay to you, which I was bound to say sunshine and showers, I think. They're contractually obliged to say sunshine and showers. We got to the end of an over before bad light struck, I think. Yeah, the end of 95 overs. So Rian Ahmed is going to bowl. 14 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 52. The only man to take a wicket so far, the 18-year-old leg spinner. England prospect going off to the PSL under-19 franchise T20 league in October. Big opportunity for him now. He did play cricket in August, unlike a lot of the players out on the field at the moment. And Ahmed's going to be bowling to Billy Godleman. He's 132 not out, 24 not out. Brooke Guest at the other end, 292 for 1. And in comes Ahmed and bowls to Godleman, who goes back into his crease and pushes the ball out into the offside, where it's fielded by Roman Walker. Can't work out if there's 2 members of the backroom staff on the back row of the grandstands. This one's turned into the leg side and there's no runner. If there are 2 people who've got Derbyshire tracksuit tops on, could be either. I really ought to have my eyes tested. Ahmed bowls. That's turned into the leg side by Godleman for a single. 293 for 1. 7 away from a second batting bonus point. 3rd batting bonus point. No idea what I'm talking about. Rian Ahmed in again, bowls, and that one's turned into the leg side by Brooke Guest for a comfortable single. Walker again does the fielding, hurls it into the keeper. But they were comfortably in for the single. Guest moves to 25, 294 for 1. Which of these many, many stats I'm going to read out during the update as Billy Godleman picks up another single, guiding that one down to long leg. 295 for 1. Richard Ray's back, almost as if he'd never been away. Who jogged back?
It's remarkable microclimate we have here. Ahmed goes in and bowls turned
You carry on.
through square leg. Is it? Should it be me? And a single is taken. $296 for 1. Guest 26. Godleman 134. So Paul Warner's clearly made a good impression on the media of Derby, anyway. Derbyshire. In his first press conference. But they are continuing with spin from both ends, so the light may be much improved, but no new ball is taken. And the spin continues, so we assume it is now a matter of choice because the light is perfect. The sun is actually coming out again. And a chat to the umpires as Parkinson is in and bowls from the racecourse end. Brooke Guest, a very polite young man, gave me a big smile as he went down. Plays it on the back foot out towards Chris Wright at mid-on. No men out, everybody saving one as Parkinson goes in. Guest digs it out, plays it out to mid-on again. Just looking to see if there's a single fielder on the boundary there. Isn't everybody is saving one. Parkinson is in and bowls forward. Goes Guess and defends it out into the offside. Ahmed at short extra fields. Strange things happening. Parkinson in, bowls. Guest is using his feet, playing it into the gap at mid-wicket. Running back from mid-on is Chris Wright, puts in the slide, throws from a semi-recumbent position. Down there at deep-ish mid-wicket. By the time he picks it up. Guest takes 2. Moves on to 26. Parkinson is in. To him, he's driving, but down into the ground. Doesn't time it. Runs out to extra cover, and there's no run. Again, and not for the first time, as Leicestershire listeners will confirm, Fletch, I'm pretty baffled at the moment. Parkinson is in and bowls forward, goes Guest playing it again out to extra cover. And there's
I've seen you baffled before.
Exactly. No, but no fielders are suddenly on the boundary. Everybody it's saving one in a circle. Still got the spinners bowling. I don't
No new
quite
ball,
understand.
and
No
it's
new
probably
ball.
light enough now for the quicks, isn't it?
Very much so. The sun was actually coming out, but no sign of sort of Derbyshire going on the offensive, despite leading by now the best part of 50 runs. Or was it 49 runs? With 15 wickets, 15 overs remaining to bowl today. And I'm scratching my head a bit.
Yeah, no, it doesn't make a lot of sense.
We have 2 men out now for the leg spinner.
Yeah, Rian Ahmed bowling to Billy Godleman, who pushes it defensively out into the offside. It's almost like Billy Godleman wants to be there at this time tomorrow. If he is, he might have got 136. Who knows? He's on 134 at the moment. Ahmed bowls to him. He sweeps with very much a top edge down to fine leg. That isn't entirely where he intended it to go, but it's got 4 runs for it. And he moves on to 138, and the 300's up for Derbyshire. 302 for 6 bonus points now.
That is one battered cricket ball.
Was it? Yeah, I'm
First
not
time we've been able to
surprised.
see
It's
it up close.
97 overs old. They've scored 300 runs. It hasn't got battered by hitting stumps or anything, has it?
No. The only thing I would say is that it's still perfectly spherical. So they've definitely improved them.
Yes, I think we've got a new batch, haven't we? We've got a new batch. Ahmed is in again. Billy Godleman thought about sweeping and then plays a very strange-looking defensive shot with his legs wide apart, pushing it out into the offside. I think he fully intended to sweep that one. Decided against it at the last minute. Ended up being a dot ball. Here comes Ahmed again and bowls. That one is a full toss that's bunted up towards mid-off. And there's no run. We didn't lose any overs, because, of course, they have a half-hour leeway.
Plus with bowl 3, their over rate was +3 anyway, so
Yeah, so
we might still finish on time.
next delivery is pulled around the corner by Billy Godleman, who stands on his stumps in doing so. He's run 1. He's not going to risk the second as Hill gets there and throws it in. Godleman moves to 139. 303 for 1. The lead over 50 now. It's up to 54. They ought to have a lead of 100 or more by the close of play. And the more wickets they have in hand, the more license they have to launch tomorrow, I suppose, but they've shown no intention of launching at this stage. As Ahmed comes in and bowls to Brooke Guest, who drives very pleasantly but straight to mid-off, where it's fielded by Callum Parkinson. It's the end of the over. 5 runs from it. 303 for 1. 28 to Guest. 139 to Godleman. Partnership's gone beyond 50 as well. It's 52. And Derbyshire lead by 54. 50-run partnership in 100 balls.
Pretty much in keeping with the run rate throughout the match, really. It was only in that afternoon session that Messrs. Godleman and Reese accelerated a little bit. Parkinson will continue from the racecourse end. Will he have that same field? There's something of an end-of-term atmosphere about the Leicestershire dressing room when I went over there, I have to say. Mid on Hill comes up from long on as Parkinson goes around the wicket to Billy Godleman, who defends it back down the pitch. Rolls back to him. Louis Kimber starting to warm up, so they're staying with this spin and getting through, just basically getting through the overs as quickly as they can. Leicestershire, 14 remain. Parkinson is in. Godleman defends on the front foot, weight on the front foot. Delivery off stump.
India could play Pakistan in England. The ECB is trying to sort something out. Let's have to sort domestic cricket out first.
Parkinson drops that one a little bit short on the leg stump, and Godleman doesn't try and wipe it away. He does have a man out on the leg side now at wide long leg. It just dabs it around the corner and takes his one. It's as if there's a sort of unspoken agreement between the sides. We won't try and whack it around too much if, I don't know. Parkinson is in guest, is trying to play that firmly and does so, but doesn't quite time it as well as he would have liked. It bounces off Walker's chest at extra cover as it bounces up off one of the used pitches, but more or less straight to him. Parkinson is in, quicker delivery that he tries to work on down the leg side, doesn't get anything on it, thumps into the top of the pad stroke thigh pad and bounces back down in front of Brooke Guest, who remains on 28.
Getting gloomy again.
Am I? Sorry. In goes Parkinson, and it's defended on the back foot by Guest. Can you blame me? And,
well, no.
That is the end of the over. 304 for one. Guest 28. Godleman 140. The lead then 55.
Nottinghamshire have declared on 662 for 5 against Durham at Trent Bridge. Stephen Mullaney falling 7 shy of 1,000 runs for the season. At which point the Nottinghamshire skipper decided they'd probably got enough runs. Glamorgan have also declared on 533 for 9 against Sussex at home. They need to bowl Sussex out twice and hope that the Worcestershire Middlesex game ends in a draw. They're off the field at the moment, so still a possibility that Glamorgan could pip Middlesex and we would have both Lords and Edgbaston in the second division next season, which the ECB would clearly love.
City end, Louis Kimber.
Louis Kimber is coming back on to bowl, having bowled 6 overs for 8 runs earlier. Bowled tidily, if unexcitingly, if that's a word, which I'm not sure it is, if I'm entirely honest. This next delivery is trapping Billy Godleman right in front. Surely no. Well, that looked a pretty good shout to me. Godleman was in absolutely no kind of shape to play a shot there.
Did it just not turn? Was it going to go on? It can only have been going on down the leg side in umpire Adnan's mind then.
Looked close. In comes Kimber again, and Godleman turns it into the leg side. Going down leg?
I think it's fair enough that decision. I think it probably was.
Look close from here, but we
might have clipped leg stump, but I don't think you can give those.
Not right in line, are we? Godleman's picked up another single, got onto the non-strikers at 141.
Oh, and of course it freezes at the moment.
There we go. Yeah. Nip and tuck.
Yeah.
Nip and tuck.
I understand why it's not given.
His problem was going back into his stumps. Here's Kimber bowling to Brooke Guest, who gets one on the pad. Ball dribbles out into the offside. First time in Derbyshire history they've scored 300 runs or more in the first innings of every first-class match at Derby this year.
Fair play, that's a good record.
Here comes Kimber again, bowls. Defended by Guest, 505 against Sussex in that board draw, 368 Glamorgan. That was a really good game. 2 wickets left at the end, Glamorgan, when the teams shook hands, needing about 25 to win. Not when they shook hands, when the game came to an end. Brooke Guest pulls this round the corner for 4 runs. That was a poor ball for Kimber. He's going to bowl some. And Guest moves on to 32, 309 for 1. 565 against Worcestershire. 318 against Nottinghamshire, having been faced with a mountain to climb. 306 against Durham, and now 309 for 1 against Leicestershire. That's who we're playing. The only time they didn't score 300 in the first innings in a home game was at Chesterfield in that win over Middlesex. Next delivery, thank you to David Griffin, of course, is defended by Brooke Guest. I'm going to have to write that down, aren't I?
This, yeah, it's an awkward stat, isn't it, with Chesterfield just
Yeah.
at home, but not every game.
Six games, though. That's a decent effort.
Oh, yeah, no question. Not sure Leicestershire have done it more than a couple of times.
I've only got about a minute in the 6 o'clock show anyway, so chances of me mentioning any of these things are slim.
Parkinson around the wicket to Godleman, who sort of drives it, kind of shovels it, pushes it, pokes it, gets it away down towards deep extra cover. It's
You called it a flick, almost, wasn't it? A flick.
A flick
So,
drive.
yeah.
They're almost indescribable in every sense of the word, Billy Godleman. Some of Billy's shots, but hey, it works for him. Anyone who's got 10,000 first-class runs is a good batsman. In goes Parkinson. Bowls, he goes back and fiddles it down towards backward point. Astonishing, really. Is well, you cannot have degrees of uniqueness, can you? But he is unquestionably unique. 311 for 1. Parkinson is into him. He goes back, plays it very late. It does threaten to straighten a bit. Drops it out into the offside. Right, bouncing around. The floodlights are fairly glaring down, looking up at them, suggesting that the light is deteriorating somewhat. Plenty of blue around, but it's away to the sort of southeast now as forward goes Godleman, and he's going to pick up one there as he pushes it just slightly wide of point. Scriven picks up. That one is taken.
It's raining in Birmingham. They're off again.
As we're saying, it's what?
And
you
in,
said
and in
40
Manchester.
miles away. And they've barely gone on there. We've had best part of 2 full days. Parkinson goes in, Guest goes back, turns it to square leg, is sent back into his ground by Godleman. Both batters raise their hand to each other. One in acknowledgement, one in apology. 100 overs have been bowled in the innings now. This is the 101st. Parkinson is in and bowls. Forward goes Guest very correctly. Out into the offside it goes. Umpire Chantry, who said he was very impressed by the fact I was standing for most of the game. I said, well, that's what you do. But I said it wasn't.
Has he looked up and seen you?
Yeah, he's apparently they've remarked on it, looking through the glass. We're not. It's not one-way glass, is it? It's
No.
we can be seen from the outside.
We pull faces at anybody, they know. They've obviously prepared a result pitch at Headingley. Gloucestershire 190 and 154 for 5 against Yorkshire's 183. Gloucestershire lead by 161. Yorkshire very wary of the fact that they might have needed to have won that match, because the risk you take is losing it. As in comes Kimber and bowls to Godleman, who defends it back towards the bowler. Yeah, so no play in Birmingham or Manchester at the moment. Play everywhere else, though, which is good. Kimber around the wicket. Balls to the left-handed Godleman, who goes back into his crease and somehow plays the ball onto the onside. Not entirely sure how he's managed to do that. I'm surprised there isn't a T20 between England and Pakistan. There seems to have been one most days in recent times. There's a 7-match series out there. This next delivery, back into his crease goes Godleman, pushes it out square on the offside and scampers through for a single 145. Billy Godleman moves on to 313 for 1.
I don't know if he had anything sort of electrical or sort of, chemical to warm himself up underneath his coat. He said it's not worth it, he said, because it does get, once it wears off.
This one's turned into the leg side, so he just wears the black gloves. Guest moves to 33, 314 for 1.
Once it wears off, you just feel colder afterwards. So he said you just have several layers of warm stuff on underneath.
He's always got a discussion with a player to keep him warm. This next delivery is turned into the leg side by Godleman. Another single taken. Moves on to 146 and Derbyshire to 315 for 1. One ball left of the Louis Kimber over. Comes in around the wicket and bowls to Brooke Guest, who turns it into the leg side, and this time they don't take a single. It goes straight to Sol Budinger. And it's the end of the over, 3 from it. 315 for 1. Derbyshire lead by 66.
Maximum, well, not a maximum, but a minimum, I should say, of 11 overs remain if the light holds. Umpire Chantry is talking to Callum Parkinson, who's gesturing away towards the scoreboard at the moment. Parkinson will continue. The light is perfectly fine at the moment. Hasten to add, there's a patch of blue heading our way, so we should be all right for a while at any rate. Although Parkinson's still getting some sort of guidance from the umpire. He said something funny, or somebody said something funny. Parkinson is highly amused by something.
Still arguing that Bolton might get promoted.
It's not the match situation. Anyway, in he goes, round the wicket, bowls to Godleman, who plays it back down the pitch to him. Kimber liked that one. Louis, that is. Applauds his captain, who is into his 28th over now. None for 61, his figures goes in and bowls. Back goes Godleman with that twitchy defensive prod. Back down into the ground goes the ball. Godleman approaching 150 now, 146. Doing his average and aggregate. No end of good in what is now almost certain to be, as Parkinson goes in and he pushes that one out into the offside. His final innings of the season.
That's a bit pessimistic, Richard, isn't it?
Well, one assumes that Derbyshire will be so far ahead that they won't need to bat again. Whether they'll actually go on ahead to win the game is another thing. You can't see Leicestershire sort of getting so far ahead, or even getting ahead really to make Derbyshire need to bat again, given the lead is now 66 as Parkinson is in and bowls. Godleman is back defending again, but it's just this passage of play that just confuses. I'm just slightly confused with what's going on.
9 quick wickets, that's all they need. Yeah, no, I'm confused as well, because
why are they not pressing on?
The game's going nowhere, is it, at the moment? And it's plenty light enough.
Parkinson is in, turned around the corner by Godleman, but only to square leg. So another maiden over, and I don't know why we're getting maidens from Derbyshire's point of view. Really? I just don't.
No.
Why they're not. But umpires are having another chat. They're walking together. Are they going to take another meter reading? It's sunny.
It's light.
It's sunny at the moment.
Yeah. Whether it's quick bowlers or not, do you think it's gone up to the light where they can have a quick bowler on?
It's sunny. Oh, I see. Do you mean it's improved sufficient? But it has been sufficiently since they came back out,
Well,
I think.
I think so.
I don't think they
But
went
the thing
back
that I
out.
don't understand about not bowling the quick bowlers is that it's in Leicestershire's best interest to be off the field now and to lose the remaining overs today. So they might as well bring them on and the umpires will take them off and we can all get on with it. But anyway. So Louis Kimber's going to continue.
One of the nuances of first-class cricket that escape me at the moment.
Yeah.
On out there.
Almost 5 o'clock.
Yeah.
There's Kimber comes in. Is it you, Bobby?
Yeah.
Kimber bowls and is defended by Guest. I'm losing the will to live, really.
They are whipping through their overs, which is... Well, Chris Wright is now swinging his arms at mid-off.
Goodness for that. Be too sunny by the time he comes on. Kimber around the wicket, bowls to Guest, who defends. But they'll take the new ball. You'd imagine they would. At 104 overs. Severely delayed taking of the new ball. Next delivery is defended out into the offside by Guest. He fancies a single. It's not there as Lewis Hill comes in to do the fielding. To see who's on, I've got Welcome to the House of Fun by Madness. 315 for 1. That's the final song before the 5 o'clock news as Brooke Guest defends this back to Louis Kimber. Next delivery. Down the track goes Brooke Guest and slaps it straight back down the ground for 4 runs. A rare shot of aggression. And Guest moves to 37. Derbyshire to 319 for 1, leading by 70 now. Brooke Guest, who this season has already scored, got 6 scores of 50 or more. And on 4 of the occasions that he's got to 50, he's gone on to make a century, 4 of them in total. He's got in excess of 900 runs in first-class cricket now for the campaign. He's moved up to 920. Ball turned into the leg side by Guest for another single. 38. He has 320 for 1 at the end of the over. Godleman 146. Partnership 69. And Derbyshire lead by 71. We're going to have the helmet removed, which means we're going to see Chris Wright back on, and they may even take the new ball, who knows. It hasn't been displayed yet.
Coming on to bowl at the race concerned with the new ball.
Oh, the new ball.
Chris Wright.
We'll have a lengthy discussion. 8 overs to go, so nominally half an hour, which is about right, really. Right in conversation with Parkinson. 3 slips, who Harry Swindles goes out in low 5s, each one of them. And he'll be bowling to Brooke Guest on 38. In goes Wright, and the first ball is pushed out into the offside by Brooke Guest, who moves on to 39. 320 for 1. 2 slips only for Billy Godleman. There's also a third man and a man at backward point. Cover, mid-off, mid-on. Man on the mid-wicket boundary and a long leg. As Wright goes in and bowls, and Godleman forces this up towards mid-off and goes through for a single as it's fielded by Ed Barnes. Eight different centurions this season after centuries for Godleman and Reese today. That equals the club record, last done in 2015. Yeah, batting on here, Jay. They're 322 for 1 now. Derbyshire leading by 73. Lewis Reese, the only man out for 116. His first-class century of the season. Billy Godleman still there on 147, having passed 10,000 first-class runs in his career. It's his first-class century of the season as well. And Brooke Guest, who's got 4 of them, has joined him. He's on 39, not out. 322 for 1, Derbyshire, leading by 73 with 7.5 overs to go in the day. Right, bowls to Guest, who just turns it into the leg side. A little uppishly. I'd have had a short leg, he'd have been interested. So 8 individual batsmen have scored a first-class 100 in the championship, equaling records set in 84, 90, 96, 2007, 11, 15. There were 9 different centurions in first-class cricket in 1996 as this next delivery is whipped away down towards long leg by Brooke Guest. Just for a single, though. He moves on to 40, 323 for 1. But only 8 of those batsmen scored hundreds in the county championship, thanks to David Griffin. Once again, for the stat, he's beavering away over his spreadsheets. Just down the other end of this media centre. I like that one, though. 8 different batsmen have scored centuries in the championship for Derbyshire this season. Equals the record. That one is bowled by Wright and defended by Godleman.
Every county should have a Griffin, shouldn't they?
Well, yeah, I don't know where I'd be without mine.
A pet Griffin.
Yeah. End of the over to 323 for 1. The lead 74.
I can think of easy to look after pets than a Griffin.
Yes.
That particular Griffin.
Yes, there are times. But,
7 to go. As the sun comes blazing out here at the county ground. So Roman Walker gets the privilege of having another bash with a new ball.
Name them all off the top of your head, you're doing well. There's always one that you're likely to forget, I would have said.
The 8 centurions.
Yeah. Well, not you necessarily, because I've seen them all, obviously, but I'll give you Shan Masood. And Godleman and
that I've seen, and Matty McKiernan I've seen.
McKiernan's the one that most people, I think, would forget. But you saw that one.
Godleman, Reese. I've seen quite a few of them, actually. That's 4 of them, isn't it? That's half of them.
Yeah.
Made against Leicestershire.
Deploy Dahl.
5 centurions for Leicestershire.
Brooke Guest, and they're all centurions. Brooke Guest got 4, including 2 in one game.
Walker with a conventional field and 3 slips. Is it near the... Goes past the outside edge, he's caught behind! Walker has a wicket, his first delivery with the new ball. Guest indicates it just held its own off the seam, took the outside edge, and kind of a normal piece of cricket all of a sudden. After an extraordinary day.
Straightforward catch, wasn't it?
It was.
For Harry Swindles. And all of a sudden, Leicestershire back in the game.
1 wicket.
Derbyshire leading by 74. It's a bit disappointing for Brooke Guest. 4 fours and a 6. The nice enough innings from Brooke Guest, the Derbyshire #3, the wicket-keeper batsman. We may not see him bat again, so his hopes of getting 1,000 runs in the season have pretty much ended at 923-ish.
He'd have done well to get there, wouldn't he, in this innings, although we have seen two batsmen. I think Billy's still got ambitions in that respect. He can go and get 700.
If Billy gets to 1,000 runs in the season, we'll still be here a week on Friday. Here's a man with 1,181 of them. This is an important innings for Wayne Madsen. It's important, but it's not important, but it's a big innings for Wayne Madsen, given my list here of players who have overtaken him, not already overtaken him, who have overtaken him. I think 920. Brooke Guest's going to finish with an average of 40 for the season, which is decent for the #3 wicket-keeper batsman.
Yeah, 4 centuries, an average of 40, and however many catches, I think that's pretty good. And played every single game.
Yeah, 50 catches exactly in the championship
so far.
Yeah, Wayne Madsen with 21, unsurprisingly, is second in that list, standing at slip. How will Madsen fare?
Walker is in bowls to him straight, and Madsen is rather walking forward into that defensive push out to Hill in the covers. Taps carefully at the crease. Walks away towards short leg. Walks back as he has so many times into his crease. Looks up to see Walker just walking into his run, and takes off now. Runs in and bowls, comes back in to him, takes a thick outside end, and he's going to run down to the third man boundary for 4. Not the shot he was looking to play, just a defensive shot on the back foot. One of those little bonuses that sometimes come your way against the new ball. The irony being that Madsen, coming in at 4, might have expected to come against the first new ball, but no, coming up against the second, coming in against the second. 3-2-7 for 2. He's off the mark with that boundary. Well, no semblance of a chance for Evans at the third slip. It was along the ground pretty much all the way, but it was a genuine edge. Walker turns, runs in, bowls, comes back in again. He's taking his bottom hand off the bat as it works off the thick inside edge this time. Movement there with the new ball out towards backward square. Barnes gets there first, and 1 is taken. Godleman on 147 checks his guard with umpire Adnan.
Can't be too careful.
First time we'll be facing Walker for some little while. 105 overs for his 147. It's the 106th. Considerable feat of concentration by the Derbyshire captain. In goes Walker. Bowls to him, goes past the outside edge of his bat. Absolutely beat him all ends up there, Walker. Bit of extra pace from the Welshman as well as movement. And even on 147, Godleman is well beaten.
Yeah, good delivery. Really good delivery. But Billy Godleman tucked his bat under his arm. He played and missed at that one. Or after he played and missed at that one.
Walker is in to him again. He's filling for leg before, possibly down the leg side. Walker's absolutely convinced, but umpire Adnan has given nothing, and he's not going to start now. A few hands on heads out there. Walker was absolutely certain there, wasn't he?
Pitching outside leg.
There you go. It looked leg side-ish, but that's your first thought,
well, no, I think it was close, but right arm over, bowling to Godleman.
Yeah, swinging down the leg side for me.
Yeah.
There's a little bit of swing into the left-hander. I think that was going on to misleg stump. So again, a perfectly legitimate decision. 6 overs remain, 328 for 2.
I don't think they've got many wrong, have they?
No, I don't.
Haven't got many wrong at all, if they've got any wrong.
No, I don't.
Billy Godleman checks with Jack Shantry about what time it is. He looks at his watch. That he's got a text. Chris Wright's going to bowl his second over with the new ball at 328 for 3. He's in, and Madsen pulls his bat inside the line of that one. There was a ridiculous stat about Wayne Madsen and Leicestershire and his average, which is enormous, but it should be fairly easy to find, actually. I feel like I'm tempting fate a little bit if I do things like this, but I feel I ought to. As Wright goes in, bowls, and Madsen just guides this down into the ground. There's no run as the man at backward point comes around to do the fielding. Madsen has been here at Derbyshire since 2009. Remarkable, really.
It is. So next year will be his 14th.
Waits now is right with 3 slips in place, runs away from us in and balls. He leaves this one alone outside the off stump. But Wayne Madsen has played 20 times against Leicestershire. That's as many as he's played against anybody else, apart from Glamorgan, against whom he's also played 20 matches. He's, in those 20 matches, he's had 33 innings, 5 not outs. He scored 1,634 runs.
1634.
1634, a high score of 172. He's got 5 centuries. This one is pushed back towards right by Madsen. 9 half centuries. He's taken 25 catches, and he averages 58.35. I don't think he's got a higher average against any other county.
So his first game would have been in 2009, I guess, then.
Yeah. No, he doesn't have a higher average against any other county. Right in and bowls too many drives, a bit of a check drive, really, and Barnes comes around from mid-on to do the fielding. 328 for 2 it remains.
So I haven't quite seen them all, but I've seen pretty much most of them.
Yes, enough of them.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, it's always a pleasure because he's such a nice man as well. The honorary doctor of Derby University.
Yes, he got that earlier this year.
Any other civic honours? Freedom? Can he march his sheep across the bridge somewhere and goes?
Oh, edge down towards the gully. Who sort of didn't see it, I don't think, and he put his hands in front of his face to protect himself. And Wayne Madsen picks up another single. He moves on to 6, 329 for 2 at the end of the over. I don't think he's got anything else at the moment. I've just written 33 ons. That's 33 innings, not honours.
Ladies and gentlemen, for your information, the revised time to close of play this evening is 5:45, quarter to 6.
Oh, 5:45 or quarter to 6, which happens. Well, we lost 15 minutes, didn't we? So they haven't lost any overs.
There's only 5 overs remaining. Oh, well, we're going to get some extra overs.
Yeah. Yeah, Leicestershire will have known that, I'm sure, but how about that? Bonus cricket for everybody.
Leicestershire are going to have to work very hard to only bowl 5 overs in the next 30 minutes.
Yes, that could be extremely tedious, couldn't it?
Yeah, they'll do their very best. I would anticipate. I don't know, they might not mind. Walker is in outside off stump. Madsen is taking his bottom hand off the bat as it climbs a little bit on him. He looks to cut it away, doesn't really time it, and runs out to Ahmed. Well, deepish gully stroke backward point, really. Curious day's cricket it's been. Walker is in, bowls down the leg side. Taken by Swindles as Madsen did try to just work it away down to fine leg, didn't get anything on it, obviously.
It's hardly set the pulses racing, has it?
Hasn't, no.
We've had 272 runs, which isn't bad.
No.
We could get up to 300 by the close.
Derbyshire have very much consolidated their position. The over rate now +7.
Well, that's ridiculous.
Paul tells me.
Which means, of course,
As Walker bowled and it's worked to mid-on.
they can just bowl 5 overs in the remaining half hour, because they could slow the game right down if they wanted. They'll know that, I'm sure, out there. It says +3 on the big board. But they only change that at the end of every session, don't they now? At one point, Glamorgan were +10 down at Cardiff. They had spinners working at both ends.
So few wickets have fallen. That's the other thing today, isn't it? That
Wow.
usually adds a couple of minutes. In goes Walker, bowls. Madsen turns it neatly off his legs down towards deep backward square. There is only a long leg who has to run around to his left. Sam Evans it is down there, so Madsen able to pick up a couple, moves on to 8.
2 away from the holy grail of every batsman getting into double figures. I don't think every batsman's going to bat, though. That's the only problem. Sam Connors comes out. Something's gone wrong.
Night watchman.
Well, he was padded up last night, he said.
Walker is in, outside off stump, pretty wide, and
So he could be padding up again now, I suppose.
Madsen lets it go through. I think they'd be queuing up to get in, wouldn't they, the batters?
Yeah, well, yes, quite. Quite. Too bright now.
Yes. Glorious.
Sun glinting off a car windscreen at the far end of the ground.
Glorious conditions. If we somehow catch up the 3 we didn't play yesterday, that would be astonishing.
Wouldn't it?
Two
Yes.
full days play,
Yeah.
really. Walker is in, outside off stump, slightly short of a length. Madsen stands up tall and plays it firmly out to mid-off, end of the over. The sun fairly blazing in.
It's raining in Birmingham. They're going to inspect around about now, actually, to see if they can get back out there. They've had 70 overs in the match so far. We've had a lot. In excess of 200, certainly. 201, I think. Elsewhere in this division, Worcestershire, well, Middlesex rather, 137 for 2, trailing Worcestershire by 88. Durham already 17 for 1. Against Nottinghamshire, made 662 for 5 declared, and Sussex is 65 without loss after just 10 overs. Trailing Glamorgan by 468. Chris Wright, shadow twice the length of his height, runs in and bowls to Billy Godleman, who defends it back towards him, and Wright very cleverly deflects the ball onto the stumps. Madsen had got back into his ground. Bowlers do practice that, and it occasionally works. Excellent effort from Wright. 331 for 2. He's just pressed that white bowling marker into the ground. And now he's ready. Godleman waits. Just 2 slips. Wright bowls to him, and Godleman guides this out into the offside. It's half fielded by Tom Scriven. And they go through for another single. Godleman moves to 148. 332 for 2, the score now. The lead up to 83. The Leicestershire fielders trying to keep themselves concentrated on the matter in hand. As in and goes right again and bowls to Madsen this time down the leg side. Madsen lifts his bat out of the way and watches as it goes through. Well taken, diving to his left-hand side by Harry Swindles, who stays down on one knee. He's okay, just shakes out his right hand. His gloves look enormous. He's not a tall man, but his gloves do look enormous. Colin Parkinson trying to look after this new ball in as long a time as he's possibly allowed. Just imagine the referee coming over and brandishing a yellow card as this next delivery is wide of the off stump from right and goes through to the keeper.
So to a goalkeeper taking too long over a goal kick.
Yeah. They've been told this season, the referees, not to warn the players before they yellow card them. I've barely seen it. If I have seen it at all in the Burton game, certainly. Big game on Saturday. Forest Green Rovers, not a proper club, of course. 332 for 2.
Are you going down to Stroud, or is that it?
No, it's
yours?
here.
Okay.
Yeah, it's here. I will be at some point for a vegetable pie or whatever they serve, and that one is left alone outside the off stump. I think I'll give it a miss.
Is it Nailsworth?
Yeah.
Nailsworth.
Top of the hill.
Top of the hill.
A little bit further up the hill than their old ground, which I'd also been to. This is the new lawn. That was the lawn. Not very imaginative, I know, but it's probably got a sponsor's name, I would have thought by now. What's Callum Parkinson doing? Keeping himself entertained. As right goes in, bowls. That one is pushed out into the offside by Wayne Madsen. There is no run. It's the end of the over. We now have nominally just 3 remaining, but we've still got 20 minutes. Only 1 run off that one from Chris Wright. 20 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 52. Godleman has 148. Madsen has 8. Derbyshire 332 for 2, leading by 83.
If the sun was behind cloud, we probably would finish at 5:30 with 3 overs. The 3 overs having been bowled, but it's blazing gloriously at the moment.
We lost 3 last night, didn't we?
We did.
I think. So that was
Chance of getting them back.
about 6:15. Would be funny if they got them back.
Almost unprecedented. Walker is ready to go. So too is the Derbyshire captain, Billy Godleman, who seems to have been in the late 140s for quite a while now. Walker is in, bowls to him, and he's going to stay in on 148 because although he clips it firmly into the leg side, Rishi Patel at mid-wicket is able to make the stop.
Forecast for the next 2 days is entirely devoid of rain.
Well, that means it's going to throw it down because it was supposed to be horrible today, wasn't it? And it's been perfect
The
almost.
next rain in these parts comes on Friday night.
Allegedly.
I think it depends which forecast you look at, really, doesn't it?
Walker is in. Godleman is almost yorked. He's appealing for the leg before. And Godleman is deep in his crease with Madsen up at his end, telling him he'd better run as it runs out towards long leg. He got it back. I mean, it sounded incredibly wooden, didn't it? But Walker appealing on the basis it was pad first. Clearly, umpire Adnan disagrees. And Godleman stood there. Well, he didn't stand there because he was on his knees for a few minutes. Madsen was jogging down the other end because the ball was trickling down to long leg. And Godleman went nowhere until he suddenly realised Madsen was standing next to him.
Madsen almost shooed him away, didn't he? Come on, Bill, get
Go
on
the
there.
other end. Get up the other end.
That's how this game works. He got the run, though, so he moved on to 149.
Walker's appeals are sort of splendidly theatrical, and I mean that literally because there is something of the theatre about the way he goes down on one knee and spreads both his arms as though he's on the stage. Appealing to the audience. 3-3-3 for 2. Godleman on to 1-4-9. Watching as Walker comes in and bowls to Madsen, who leaves outside off stump, and it's a no ball. Well, that's one way of extending the number of overs, or reducing, I suppose, the number of overs, but a slightly expensive way of doing it. And again, umpire Adnan is in deep discussion with Callum Parkinson. Those two will know each other fairly well by the end of the game. Walker is in, bowls full, driven off the back foot by Wayne Madsen, lifting his right leg as he did so, rather balletically. Punches it out to Parkinson at mid-off, and there's no run.
Bud Light has struck at Worcester. Can't imagine they won't go back on now, will they?
No.
And no lights.
Walker is in, full, clipped off his legs by Madsen down towards long leg. He's interested in the possibility of a second. His captain, Billy Godleman, isn't. Throw comes in from Evans, and it's a decent one, probably. Would have been pushing his luck a little bit there, Madsen. He moves on to 9. 3-3-6 for 2. Lead might just get up to 100 before the close. Walker gets on with it. I might just get through to next door before the close. In he goes and bowls, and Godleman defends on the off stump, and there's no run.
Derbyshire's batting coach, or part-time batting coach, Ian Bell's playing for the England Legends. Good side. Phil Mustard, Dimitri Mascarenas, Darren Maddy, Ricky Clark, Chris Schofield, Chris Tremlett, James Tyndall, Stephen Parry, Jay Dernbach and Stuart Meeker. They made 160 for 6 in their game against the Australian Legends. Ian Bell making 13. So Australia's target 161, and they're currently 92 for 1 in the 7th. That one's been played in Raipur in the Natalie named Road Safety World Series. I'm sure it's got a very serious message behind it, as you might expect. Here comes Roman Walker in and bowls from the city end, and Godleman drives him away for 4, and it's 150 for Billy Godleman. Terrific knock from Godleman, 315 balls. That boundary as he raises his bat to all parts, even removes his helmet this time. That was his 16th fall.
315 balls and included 16 falls. During his innings, Billy has passed 10,000 first-class runs.
And the announcement that he has passed 10,000 first-class runs for the season. 300 runs scored in each. Each of the 6 matches played here at Derby this season for the first time in Derbyshire's history. Chris Wright begins a new over. He's in and bowls. That's left alone outside the off stump by Billy Godleman. Goes right again, bowls to Wayne Madsen, who chops it into the ground, and it's fielded at slip. Right bowls. Madsen defends up towards mid-off, where it's fielded by Callum Parkinson. So what? 9 balls left, but we're going to get more than those 9 balls. 5:45 is now the official finish time. And he comes again, right, bowls to Wayne Madsen, who pushes this one out into the offside. And there's no run. Next delivery is turned into the leg side by Wayne Madsen, who scampers through for a quick single. He moves on to 10, 3:41. Next delivery is guided by Billy Godleman down to backward point. Again, there's no run. And that is the end of the over. Billy Godleman has 153, Wayne Madsen has 10. The lead is 92. There will be an update coming up fairly shortly. Madsen will be on strike for the first ball of the new over from Roman Walker. 1 for 55 from 17 overs. This ought to be the final over of the day, but it won't be, because we're going on till 5:45, as long as the light allows. Walker is in and bowls to Madsen, who drives but straight at the fielder. They think about scampering through for a single for the misfield from Lewis Hill, but decide against it very wisely. And there's no run. I'm going up to do my update now, if that's all right with you.
By all means.
Thank you very much.
Walker in from the city end, bowls, dug out rather by Madsen. That implies that he was a little bit late on it. He rather stroked it out low. Out towards mid-on it went. Right, somehow managed to fall over as it bobbled towards him. He still managed to stop the ball, but it was a rather inelegant piece of fielding by the veteran seamer. 3:41 for 2 remains the score. The lead then 92 as Walker is in. Left outside off stump. Taken on the rise, rather, by Swindles. Almost knocked him off his feet. He skidded up towards him. Again, he too rather exaggerates the reaction, then throws the ball to Ahmed at backward point. Leicestershire not hurrying now. This would be the last over of the day. Looks like we're possibly going to have 2 more after it, however. And therefore we'll be 1 short on our quota for the entirety of the 2 days, which, given the forecast at the start of the game, is remarkable. Walker in, bowls, outside off stump, cut down into the ground, just past the stumps. Bottom edge from Madsen that somehow missed the stumps and has run down towards long leg. He takes 1. Walker not getting much fortune at the moment. he feels, with some justification, 3.42 for 2. Madsen on to 11. Lead 93 now. Walker turns, sees the left-handed Godleman on strike, runs in, bowls to him, as ever. That little jump as Godleman plays it off the back foot, off stump out into the offside, where Ed Barnes is the fielder. Madsen 11, Godleman 153, has batted all day. And of course, 16 overs was it yesterday, as Walker is in to him. He's dropping it out into the offside, trickles towards mid-off, calls Madsen through for a pretty comfortable single, picking his fielder, it being Chris Wright. End of the over. No overs remain to be bowled, but there are 6 minutes to be played, so surely we will have 2 more overs. Chris Wright will bowl the first of them. Well, I think that's the first, certainly it's the first this season, watching Leicestershire, that more overs have been bowled than need to be bowled in the day. 2 fists pumping the air.
Well, we had a game earlier this season when Sussex were playing, and they got exactly 96 overs in at 6 o'clock. We all got off on time, which is remarkable in itself. But to actually bowl more overs than you need to is ludicrous. And well, hats off to Leicestershire.
Yeah, I don't think they did it on purpose.
No, I'm sure they didn't.
An accident of circumstances.
Chris Wright from the racecourse sent bowls to Billy Godleman, who clips that one into the leg side for another single. He moves on to 155. Man out at mid-wicket, comes in off the boundary. I think it's Rian Ahmed out there. And the lead is up to 95. They're hoping to get back on at Edgbaston at 5:40, by which time, of course, it'll be going dark. And they'll go off for bad light. They've had 70 overs in the match between Warwickshire and Hampshire. Bad light at Essex, bad light at New Road, bad light at Hove. Still playing at Nottingham. Or in Nottingham, as this next delivery from Wright is clipped away by Wayne Madsen down to long leg for a single. He moves on to 12. I did write down what he needs. He needs to get to Wayne Madsen. I think it's 53 to make him the leading scorer in the country. 12.33, Keaton Jennings at the moment after his 199. For Lancashire against Surrey. Right, finally gets the ball handed back to him. He's on his way in and bowls. Well, Godleman tries to pull that. He does pull it down towards long leg. I'm not sure he wanted it there. I think he was aiming slightly squarer. He picks up another single, short delivery from Wright. 346 for 2. The lead will be in excess of 100 by the close of play. And they will look to build on it tomorrow morning. They've not been particularly good at declaring in my time covering Derbyshire. In fact, they've been the entire opposite of not very good.
Nothing whatsoever to lose, though, have they, by being bold
No.
in this game?
To finish as high up that second division table as they possibly can. Madsen waits, Wright bowls to him. It's down the leg side and taken by Swindles, the wicket keeper. A couple of deliveries left in this over. Just waiting for the play to... Oh, they are back at... Well. Warwickshire declared on 272 for 4 after 70 overs of that game, and Hampshire are now batting at Edgbaston, so they'll be off soon for bad light or rain or snow. Wright is in again, bowls to Madsen, who pulls him for 4 runs, very, very much in front of square. That's a good shot by Wayne Madsen. Onto it very quickly indeed. He moves on to 16. And they do now lead by more than 100. They're 350. The 350's up, 350 for 2.
Tell you what, if they take a long time getting that
Leading
ball,
by 101.
it's 17:43 and...
Yeah, this could be the last over, couldn't it? If they're
It
clever.
might, yeah.
If they're clever.
No, it's...
Somebody should be down there trying to find it.
Barnes is he's not hurrying back. As he
Did we just have
walks
one
back.
extra over tonight?
Well, this is the first of the extra overs, but Parkinson is warming up, so it looks like they will get one more in.
So we've lost one over in the game then.
Because this is the last ball, unless it's a no ball. Barnes has walked all the way from
Well done, Barnesy.
deep mid-wicket to give the ball to
Excellent work for the
Chris
team.
Wright.
And here is Wright. In to bowl the final ball of his over. It's not a no ball, and it's clipped away out towards mid-wicket by Madsen. He's going to get another boundary, and he does. The ball hits the rope now, and he moves on to 20. 354 for 2. Derbyshire finished with 6 bonus points. We've had 113 overs now, so they didn't get to 350 in time. 6 bonus points to Leicestershire's 1. This could be a 22-1 game, or a 14-9, or highly unlikely, I admit, but it could be a 6-17. You don't see many of those. I can't remember the last time a team won a game with 1 bonus point, but you never know. We've still got 2 days to go.
The lead is 105. 8 first innings wickets in hand. Parkinson is the grounds announcer, has informed us, going to bowl the last over of the day. The BBC Radio Leicester cricket show is sort of being shared with the preview of the rugby tonight, so we will do our very best to get a Paul Nixon interview into that early if we possibly can. Round the wicket goes Parkinson, bowls to Godleman, who goes back, drops it out into the offside, and everybody is hurrying now because they know this is it. Even umpire Shantry, who is at square leg for the left-handed Godleman, is using the excuse of the short leg being in there to get nearer to the pavilion. That's my opinion. No, not at all. In goes Parkinson and bowls. Back goes Godleman. Plays it off the pitch out into the offside. No run, 156 to him, 20 to Wayne Madsen with those consecutive boundaries to mid-wicket in the last over off Chris Wright. There's a handful of dust, as most of the Leicestershire bowlers do, including Parkinson. He's driven out to the offside there by Godleman. Back goes Evans, puts in the slide about 10 yards inside the ropes. Godleman takes a couple, moves on to 158. 356 for 2. And the lead is 107.
Yeah.
107.
Come on.
Sorry, I was peering into the sun weirdly. Oh, yeah, yeah, but you were leaning forward.
Okay. Yeah, right.
Goes Parkinson and bowls. Your beard was obscuring that bottom bit.
Yeah.
Sorry. Dot ball as Godleman is forward defending. None for 63 for Callum Parkinson. From his 28.4 overs, jogs in and bowls, turned past short leg by Godleman off the front foot. But Scriven is fielding at short backward square, so no run. Last ball of another very, very long day coming up. And again, Derbyshire's day as Parkinson goes in. It's pushed by Godleman past short leg, again out to Scriven, and that, ladies and gentlemen, is play, is Stumps.
Is what?
The end of the day. 356 for 2. Yeah, couldn't start again.
It's something.
Without collapsing. 356 for 2, Derbyshire. What a day it's been for them, and particularly for the captain, Billy Godleman, who finishes 158 not out. Wayne Madsen, 20 and not out, in a position, Dave Fletcher, of total dominance.
Yeah, absolutely. Power to add tomorrow morning. We'll be back at 10:30, and Derbyshire will be looking for the runs that will put them in an unassailable position in this match. I would have thought they're pretty much in an unassailable position at the moment, you would say, leading as they do, as Richard said, by 107. Derbyshire finished today on 356 for 2, 116 earlier for Lewis Reese, 158 not out, Billy Godleman. The lead is 107. We'll be back just before the start of play on day 3 at 10:30 tomorrow morning. Thanks for your company. We'll see you tomorrow.